So another component of discipline is projection and mirrors. And this is really interesting because you need to have the discipline to recognize your projections. Now, a projection is a pretty interesting idea in psychology, which basically denotes that we use other people to project our own bullshit onto. And it's a hard thing to explain, so let me try my best. So you're going to have to deal with other people as you build this business. That's an inevitability. You're going to have clients, you're going to have prospects, you're going to have business partners or employees, you're going to have team members and contractors, you're going to have an audience maybe, you're going to have all sorts of stuff. And it's inevitable. But as you do, you're going to project all sorts of stuff onto these people and screw up your chances of being successful. So what is projection? Projection is where you unconsciously assume that everyone thinks, behaves, and perceives the world the same way you do. So if I said to you right now, well, actually, I'll give you some examples in a second. This is how you seriously snooker yourself in life and in business, because your capacity to deal with people, trust them, and persuade them is truly limited. So a lot of people love to project their shit onto other people. And so if you assume that someone thinks the way you do, or behaves the way you do, or perceives the world the way you do, then you're projecting your perception of reality onto them. So let me give you some examples. So let's say, for example, that you think that all people who sell courses are scammers. Well, the problem with this is you're never going to be able to sell a course. Why? Because if you think that everyone who sells a course is scamming, then you're going to think that everybody else thinks that whoever sells a course is going to be scamming, which means that if you sell a course, everyone's going to think you're a scammer. Do you see what I did there? Do you see how that works? It's a projection, it's a mirror, right? You have to recognize that, like, how people behave. How do I explain this? Because it's a bit tricky to explain. Like, well, let me give you these examples and then I'll give you some more ones. So let's say that you think that everyone who's muscular is on steroids with no exceptions. Well, you're never going to try to get muscular because it's impossible to do so without steroids. So if you just assume that, like, you know, everyone's on steroids who goes to the gym, then you're probably not going to bother going to the gym. Or let's say, this is a big one. Let's say you hate receiving cold calls. So let's say someone cold calls you and they try and sell you something and you judge them for it and you think that they're horrible for trying to sell you something. Well, you're naturally going to hate cold calling because every time you cold call someone, you think someone's going to hate you. So your expectation of the perception of other people depends and hinges entirely on your perception of other people. It's a projection, it's a mirror, okay? And the same thing is true in business. So if you take a long time to make decisions and you can't make decisions quickly, then if you try to convince someone on a sales call, for example, to make a quick decision, you simply can't. Because what you will do is you will project your decision-making pattern onto them. Because if someone says they want to think about it, then you'll assume that that's true and right and that you should give them the time because you would think about it. In the same way that if you, let me see if I can think of another example here. Let's say that, okay, this is a good one. Let's say that you cheated on a partner in your past life, in your past relationship. So let's say that you cheated. Now, hopefully you haven't done that because that's not a very nice thing to do. But let's say that you did cheat. You are going to live in constant fear of being cheated on. Why? Because your expectation of other people's behavior depends on your own. So if you've cheated on people before, then part of you is going to worry about being cheated on because you've seen that happen yourself. You've done it yourself, so you expect other people to do it to you. And so this is why some relationships go really south and really toxic, because, you know, if someone's constantly terrified of being cheated on, it might be because they've cheated before. Because how can you be afraid of being cheated on if you haven't experienced it doing it yourself? It could be because they've been cheated on by their previous partner, right? That's entirely likely. But my point is these projections are everywhere. And that's the example I gave here. Now, the big bad wolf to watch out for here is judgment. So the thing that you need to discipline yourself out of is judgment. You cannot judge people. You cannot afford to judge people unless they vape. I'm just joking. There's an underlying funny theme of this video. When you judge someone, you hold up a mirror to yourself and you create a fear of being judged for that very thing. This is crucial. Every time you judge someone for behaving in a certain way, you effectively lock out that behavior and you will not be able to do it for fear of being judged. So you need to try your best as you can to not judge people for anything. It doesn't matter how crazy you think their political ideologies are. It doesn't matter what they do, what behaviors are taken, how insane things seem, how much you hate them. Do not judge anyone for anything. It's a really hard thing to do, and I've been working on this for 10 years and I'm still not perfect with it. Trust me, I'm far from it. But you need to stop judging people, because when you do, you basically lock behavior behind bars. So say that you get like really drunk and you get really rowdy in a pub and I judge you for that. Well, now, if there's ever a time that I've got to be loud and rowdy for my business and my commercial success, let's say I'm trying to record an ad where I'm pretending to be drunk and I'm a prospect or something, I won't be able to do that behavior because I'll be afraid of being judged because I judged you for it. So what you judge people for is what you will fear being judged for. Okay? There's no way around this. So if you judge a salesperson for being salesy and think they're slimy, then you'll never be able to use proper sales techniques for fear of being judged as slimy. And if you judge people for what they wear, then you will fear the judgment of others for what you're wearing. And if you judge people's Instagram and social media posts, you'll be terrified of your own. So I know people that want to start personal brands and YouTube videos and content, and they're like, oh, I can't start my my YouTube content journey. And I'm like, why not? They're like, oh, because people are going to judge me. I'm like, well, the only possible psychological way for someone to fear judgment is if they've been judging other people for that thing. And so I say this to people: if you're afraid to make YouTube videos or you're afraid to post on social media because of people judging you, it's because you've been judging other people for doing that. There is no other possible way for you to fear judgment. That is it. So let's say, for example, let's take the approaching women thing. So, if you're out and about and you see a beautiful woman and, you want to go up and ask for her phone number, right? And you don't do it because you're afraid of being rejected and judged for being rejected. Well, the only way that you can fear the judgment of rejection is if you judge people that you reject, or if you judge people for being rejected. So let's say that you watch a YouTube video online and there's a guy and he goes up to a girl, and let's say he's really bad with girls and he makes an absolute idiot of himself and looks like a fool and really fucks it up and just fumbles the bag. If you laugh at him and you judge him and say, God, what an idiot, he's got no riz, I'm glad I'm not him, then you're never going to be able to approach a girl in your life, because you're afraid that if you fuck it up, that you're going to be judged in that way. So you need to learn to stop judging people as much as you can, especially with money and finances. I had this the other day with a friend of mine. Actually, she wasn't a friend. I was out in a bar. I was out with it was a friend's birthday party, and we went for a drink or two at this bar, which was a rare occasion for me. But we went out, and we were having this conversation, and someone overheard us talking about money. And my friends and I, as you're aware, we've got some level of financial abundance, and she overheard us talking about money and being millionaires and stuff, and she said like, oh, like, you guys are so rich, like, how much do you give to charity? And we kind of explained to her like, oh, well, we don't take much out of the company, we keep it in the company so that we can grow the business, and we feel like we're doing good work in the world through our business. And she was going hard, and she was like, you guys are awful, you need to give more money to charity, like, how greedy, how awful. And she was judging us, right? And I thought to myself, well, there's a woman who's never going to make money and become financially successful because she's afraid that if she does, she'll be judged for the way that she manages it. And you serious, you snooker yourself here with judgments like that and behaviors like that. If you, let's say that, like, You get people who judge like politicians. Let's say the Donald Trump thing. Let's say Donald Trump is ruthless in a business dealing, and there's a recording of him being ruthless with another world leader. If you judge Donald Trump for doing that, then you're not going to be able to be ruthless in your business dealings. Why? Because you're going to fear judgment of it. You cannot afford to judge people. It's tempting and it's intensely pleasurable in the moment, but you have to try your best to not do it. Because if you do, then, you're gonna snooker yourself. The only way the brain knows to register the fear of judgment is by first creating it externally itself and projecting it onto another human. This is an inescapable truth. If someone is afraid of being judged for something, I immediately know that they have been silently judging others for that very thing. This is why negative comments online don't bother me at all, because all these people are doing is projecting their bullshit onto me, and in the process, locking away behaviors that will be conducive to them achieving success. So I kind of get this little pleasure from this, because I know that there's people in my market who want to compete with us, right? Smaller people who make less money. When I say smaller people, I mean like smaller audiences, like trying to compete, right? And I know that a lot of them judge my content, and a lot of them, like they judge me and they judge the business. And I kind of like that, because when someone judges me, they lock behavior away that they might need to do to become successful. So, an example I can give you is one of my YouTube videos. The title of it, I copied pretty closely from a competitor because he had a good video and it went really viral. And I thought, oh, I want a piece of that. So I got the title and I copied it. And as you can imagine, he wasn't very happy about that. And he was judging me for it. And I know he was, because he was like posting about like this indirect, like this guy copied my title and stuff. And like, he can't be original. So I was being judged. And I thought to myself, I was like, that's good, because that means that this guy, my competitor, isn't going to have the courage to copy what works from other people, because he's afraid that if he does, he'll be judged for it. So it's a little advantage, these things add up. Another example. For example, I recently made a social media post saying I've been silent online recently. There was this post we did on LinkedIn recently for like appointments or something. I didn't even write it, but one of my team members wrote it. And this guy, it was like about me being silent on social media and how like I've been working behind the scenes and stuff on this program. And some dude, I didn't know who he was until this. It was funny. My head of appointments sent this to me. It's quite funny. Some dude commented on this LinkedIn post, calling me some massive liar. I can't remember his name. And like, he was like, "You're a liar. Like, you've been on social media, like on YouTube." And it was like a hard judgmental comment, like this guy big time. And I shrugged it off. I was like, right, okay, well, this guy's being a bit of a silly man, because, he won't be able to post on social media without first triple checking he's not contradicting himself in any way, shape or form. So he's snookered himself. He's not going to be able to slightly contradict himself, or like he's going to be more afraid to post on social media because of fear of being judged or called out for behavior, right? So when you judge someone for a behavior or something, you lock that behavior or that thing away, and you'll be unable to execute on it for fear of being judged by others for it. In essence, when you judge someone, you snook yourself. And your silent judgments are still judgments. So just because you don't say or articulate your judgments doesn't mean you're not judging them. So you need to be aware of this in your brain. Like if you judge someone silently, you're still judging them. So commit to becoming non-judgmental in your thoughts. It's tough, but very important. Anytime you catch yourself judging someone, you need to become aware of it, then revoke it and say, I don't care. So even if you don't say it, even if you just think it, you're still judging them. And it's still harmful, and it's still doing you way more bad than good. People think when they judge people, they get this like little weird egotistical one-up on them. It's like a little status play, like, oh, he's wrong, and I'm right, and I'm judging him for this. Like it's very much an ego status thing, right? But you have to stop doing it. And this is why most people are afraid to try and succeed or start a business, because they've spent their lives quietly judging other people who have failed or tried, and they're projecting this onto everyone else. It's not real. It's a figment of your imagination and your own consciousness. People are going to judge you regardless, so you might as well try. When you take this perspective on judgment, it loses all its power. It's nothing. So what if people judge you? What are they going to do about it? Nothing. So don't judge people. It's a mirror. Now, talking of the mirror, I want to walk you through something incredibly powerful. Like this thing here, When you get this, like that little clicky moment, this is one of those aha moments. Another big projection and mirror is in the clients you attract. So when it comes to exercising discipline, we need to be disciplined with delaying gratification. We need to be disciplined with sacrifice, focus, judgment. We don't want to do those things. We need to do those things and not judge people, right? But also another thing that you want to learn to do and discipline yourself towards doing is the client mirror. This is huge. When I figured this thing out, it was amazing. So spawn in, pay attention, listen to this thing. It's massive. You must become the client you want to attract. This is what my mentor Sam told me. He's now a billionaire, by the way. So in case you're wondering if that knowledge has any efficacy, there you go. As Newton said, for every action, there's an opposite equal reaction. So the world works on a mirror. If you become the client you want to attract, then you will attract those clients. And this is because people are attracted to people similar in them in life. It's almost like a law of physics. Like you've got this thing in quantum physics called quantum entanglement. We won't get into it too much, but this mirror thing, this opposite equal reaction thing exists on a quantum level, and it exists on a social level and a conscious level. It's insane. So you must become the client you want to attract. Sounds a bit woo-woo, but let me explain. Now, when I started my first business and started going through my first course and mentorship, I was not a good client for anyone. So I would have, if anyone tried to sign me as a client, I would have been a bad client. I took ages to make buying decisions, never left reviews, didn't do the work, didn't refer business to my vendors, etc. I was just a bad client, right? A nightmare client. Once I recognized I wouldn't pay on time, like I failed on payments, I'd like trigger refunds, but I was a bad client at the beginning. Once I recognized that I was a bad client and started changing my behavior to be everyone's dream clients, I started getting insane business results. So something that I did in my life is I focused on trying to become the dream client for everyone. So anytime I had a vendor, if I bought a course from someone, when I had my accountant, if I worked with a lawyer, if I worked with anyone, a personal trainer, if I went to a gym, if I went to a dentist, anytime I went anywhere, I focused on being the best possible customer for that business. Okay? And when you do that, when you focus on becoming the client you want to attract, you're naturally going to start attracting them, because like attracts like. It's like a magnet. So some examples in my life. So like I started making buying decisions instantly. I would never give let me think about it objections. So if I'm on a sales call with someone, the answer is always yes or no. It's never maybe or let me think about it. It's either yes or no. I'm decisive. And I always actively look for ways to give my vendors referrals. So if I'm working with someone and they're delivering value to me, this could be in any professional context or personal context, I will actively try to find people to refer to them in my network. So for example, my accountant is great, and her name's Steph, and the company, I can prove this, my point right now, I'm doing this right now. The company is called TaxGem, TaxGem Accountant, so TaxGem. And Steph Jemson is the lady who runs that accounting firm. And it's a UK-based accounting firm, and we've been working with them. And I think I've probably referred Steph 60 or 70 clients. And now I'm probably referring her thousands of clients through that recommendation. They're amazing. But this is my point. I will look for as many ways as I can to refer people to my vendors. I do this with anyone who mentors me. I do this with anyone who delivers good results. And I do it all the time. So you want to, in your life, when you're dealing with someone in a professional context that's delivering value to you, you want to find ways to bring them new customers. Why? Because what it means is when you go to look for referrals, you're going to have an abundance of them. Because if you actively give out referrals and you actively try and find people to refer to you, then you can naturally expect that from your clients, and your clients will refer people to you. It's weird. It sounds woo-woo, like it shouldn't work, but this shit works. It really does. And likewise, this is a big one. I'll always actively seek to give testimonials to products or companies that help. So, for example, I did some shadow work, some mindset training with someone, and we worked together for about, I still work with them now, but we worked together for like a year. And after a few sessions, I said, you are amazing. You're brilliant at this. Attached to this email is a quick testimonial video about my experience with you. And I went to her Trustpilot and wrote a Trustpilot review for her as well. And like, was it? I don't think she had a Trustpilot. No, that was somebody else. But basically, this is my point: is I will find people's like, whether it's Google reviews, Trustpilot, whatever, and I will give them testimonials without them having to ask. And what that means is I get tons of testimonials and I get tons of social proof from my clients because I give it out to the world, I receive it, if that makes sense. And I can easily ask for it and easily expect it because I do it myself. So what this means for my business is my clients are decisive and make quick decisions because I make quick decisions and won't tolerate maybes. It also means I get a ton of referrals because I expect them, because I mirrored it, and I have more testimonials and social proof than anyone in the history of the internet. I have more testimonials and social proof than anyone in the history of internet marketing. Like, I'm not even joking about that. Like, collated, we've got literally thousands of them. And this is because I give it out so freely. So not freely, like if someone doesn't deliver results for me, then I'm not doing this. But let me give you a wholesome example. Just an easy example, because this is ingrained into my life. It was my mother's birthday recently, and she came to visit me in London, and we went for a nice walk around central London in like Mayfair. And in Mayfair, I think it's in Mayfair, there's a statue called the Arch of Wellington, or the Wellington Arch or something. And it's sort of it's in central London. And that building is operated by a company called, I think it's English Heritage or British Heritage or something, English Heritage. Anyway, all of that to say, I was looking at this massive archway with like this chariot and this angel and this beautiful bronze statue. It's massive. And I wanted to know when it was built. So I went over to the guy who was under the arch, who was working there. He had a nice red tie on. His name was Clive. And this was a week ago. His name was Clive. And I said, hey, man, I'm just wondering when do you work here? And if you are, do you know when this thing was built? And Clive gave me the most comprehensive, intelligently articulated, enthusiastic answer that I have ever received when it comes to like historical knowledge. It was amazing. This guy, he lit up completely, and he told us all about it. He gave us all the details. He was knowledgeable. He was enthusiastic. He shook my hand. He shook my mother's hand. He was amazing. And then when we went to leave after he told us, he said, 1 second. And he brought out a little postcard of the arch and gave it to us and said, I give little postcards to people that ask questions because I love answering them. That's a dude that deserves a review. So what did I do? I go on Trustpilot. I find the English Heritage Trustpilot page, and I write a Trustpilot review for Clive. 5 stars. It's little shit like that that just makes your life in business so much easier, because you can expect that from the universe and from other people that you work with. So every opportunity you get, you want to try and write good, like leave like nice testimonials for people. You want to like seek to give them referrals where you can, because I've done this before as well. If I find a good restaurant, I'll recommend it to all of my friends. Like, it's just, you need to learn to project this stuff out into the world, because then you'll receive it in kind, okay? You don't have business problems, you have personal problems that reflect in your business. So any time that you hire someone or engage in a professional relationship with someone and they over-deliver, or they give you loads of value, or you find them to be really helpful, refer them as many people as you can. Like, go out of your way to be the best client possible, because you can expect that from other people, okay? And let me give you some other examples in my life. So the Clive example was a recent one, because I do this all the time, right? But I couldn't find a specific book from an author that I knew existed, right? So I was looking for a very specific niche knowledge book on subconscious psychology from not from Freud, from Carl Jung. And I couldn't find the book on Amazon. But what I did find is I found the book was a PDF, right? So I downloaded the PDF, I read the PDF, it was great. And then what I did is I went on Amazon and I bought another book from the same publisher or the same author, so that the company who was selling the book got paid all the same. And I did that because I was like, I don't want my moral balance sheet to be out of whack. Because, if someone went through my shit, and it was supposed to be paid and they went through it without paying, then I would want them to pay for it, right? And so that means I have to do that. I have to do that in the same way for all the other things. Another example, I watched a pirated movie with a friend. What was it? This was a while ago. They didn't want to rent. Yeah, okay, I remember it. So I was with a friend, and they were like, "Oh, let's not rent the movie. Let's just watch it for free." And I was like, "Sure, whatever." But when I got home, I got home and I secretly went on Amazon Video and I rented the movie, even though I'd already watched it. It was like $10. And I did that because, like, I don't want to, like, pirate shit or steal shit, because that's bad juju. Like, what that means is if I'm going around pirating shit and stealing shit and not repaying the debts that I owe to the vendors that I've, you know, contracted from, whatever, like, then that's going to happen to me, and I'm going to not be able to prevent that, right? So you need to be on the ball with this stuff, and you need to be honest, you need to be moral, and you need to be good. And another example, one of my ex-girlfriends, we went to a city in the UK called Bristol, which is a near city to where I grew up. And we had a reservation for a restaurant on Valentine's Day. And, you know, we basically decided last minute that we didn't want to go to the restaurant and that we were going to stay in and get a takeaway. So we were going to watch a movie. But the restaurant was a small restaurant, a cute little restaurant. And, you know, I hadn't paid a deposit on the table or anything. So I called up this restaurant an hour before service. And I said, "Hey, look, I'm sorry, but we can't make the dinner tonight. Please, can you email me your bank details so I can pay you the set menu amount that you would average for tonight? Because I understand that you're a small business. You're not going to be able to fill this table in the next hour because it's Valentine's Day and everyone's got plans. So please send me an invoice for how much I would have paid had we gone to the restaurant." And I remember the lady who ran that restaurant was called Babs. Her name was Babs G. That was the name on the bank account. And she was gobsmacked. She was like, I can't, no one's ever done that before. Can't believe that. Of course, like, and then she sent me the invoice and it was like £80 or £90 or something. It was like £50 a head or whatever. And I just sent the bank transfer. And at that time, I wasn't even making that much money. I was making like a couple of grand a month, but I knew that this shit mattered. And, you know, it's all, and now that, you know, if it just matters, it does matter, because if you treat people how you'd want to be treated, then people will treat you like that. Another example. Once, my masseuse, so when I lived in Dubai, I had a wonderful, wonderful masseuse called Uni. So she was from Indonesia, she's from Bali, and she was a really great masseuse. And once, she showed up to my house for a 2-hour massage, but I forgot. So I'd scheduled this massage with Uni, and I completely forgot about it, but she showed up anyway. And she was like, "Hey, like, I waited for like, you know, an hour, but you weren't in, so I went home." And, you know, she waited out in the sun in Dubai. So what I did is I paid her in full for the full 2 hours, even though the massage never happened. I said, "No worries, Uni. I've just sent you the money for the 2 hours because, you know, you could have been seeing another client and you could have made this money." So I paid her the money. Another a while ago, this is a little bit longer ago, one of my friends sent me someone's free course content. And I checked it out and it worked. You know, I used this course content temporarily and it solved a problem for me. So I tracked down the coach, booked a call with them, and paid for the value of the course. I was like, "Hey man, like, I've been doing, like, I kind of got this thing for free, but, you know, here's the equivalent of what I should have paid you for it because it worked for me." And, like, you know, you can't get away with anything. Like, I have tried my best throughout my entrepreneurial career and just personal life in general to constantly settle the score, where I don't want anything hanging in the balance, any shady morals or shady shit. Now, this might seem like one big virtue signal from me to you. Truly, I couldn't care less what you think about my moral status. That doesn't bother me at all. The point I'm trying to communicate here is I take this really seriously and I want to be the dream client. Like, my entire mission with this thing is to become the best possible client. So if someone takes me on as a client, they're like, "Fucking hell, he's a brilliant client." And what that means is I can expect that from my clients and I receive that from my clients because it's an energy transfer. People that always look for the cheapest and free information are doomed to fail. And this is huge, because if all you look for in your life is cheap and free, then all you're going to attract in your life and your business is cheap and free. So if you're the kind of client that just wants the cheapest and the freest stuff, right, and you want to just go around being an idiot and just stealing stuff and being cheap and free, then all you're going to attract in life and business are clients who want cheap and free stuff. People who look for loopholes to get stuff for free or for cheap are well and truly fucked in business in the long term, because they will carry this energy and project it onto their market and all their prospects, and all they're going to receive is cheap and free. It's no wonder that they can't get people to buy or invest in the full price, because they don't do it themselves. So you get lots of people who, like, you know, they'll go and they'll pirate things and they'll steal things, and they'll look for all of the shady, you know, loopholes to get shit for as cheap as possible, without paying full boat that people would deserve to get paid. And then what happens is these people can't get clients at full price. They can't get people to buy things. Why? Because they're projecting their perception of how they would deal in business onto the market. Okay? And this also happens with pricing as well. You know, you're only willing to charge what you'd pay. So, you know, if you want to charge a high ticket price and you want to have real serious clients in your business, then it helps if you are yourself a real serious client. You know, like if you're not willing to pay high ticket for yourself and your business, if you're not willing to invest thousands of dollars in your own like development and knowledge, then how can you expect people to pay that to you? You can. It's impossible, right? People who sell cheap, low ticket stuff only do so because all they've ever invested in is cheap, low ticket stuff. So how can you expect your people to invest high ticket with you if you're not willing to invest high ticket with yourself? How can you expect people to make a fast decision to invest with you if you're not willing to make fast decisions to invest with yourself? And how can you expect to charge what you're worth and demand high prices if you're always feeding off the bottom from free content and cheap ripoffs? I constantly look for opportunities to be a good client. So another example, we'll close this up in a second because I know it's a bit of a stretch, but someone in the internet marketing industry once gave me some really insane value because I was a friend of a friend. So a friend of mine, I needed some help with something very specific in business. And I reached out to my friend who I knew someone. And this person was like, oh yeah, like no worries. So this guy hopped on a call with me and he spent 2 hours with me on the call, giving me advice for free, completely for free. And I was like gobsmacked because it worked and I solved the problem. And without this person even having to ask, I then went on to purchase their paid product. So I just said to him, hey, send me an invoice for your course. It was a high ticket course, was his next like upsell thing. And I did this because I wanted to say thank you and be a decent person, but B, to obviously extract more value from what already worked. So I was like, right, if your free stuff, if this free call that you gave me is this good, then your paid stuff must be even better. That's like a logical step, right? And that's almost always true. But also B, I was like, you know, this guy, I knew that the reason he gave me this free stuff was because he wanted me to naturally go on to buy the course. It's reciprocity, it's altruism, it's the way the world works, right? So I responded in kind and I did that. And now I've got a really good relationship with this guy and, you know, I'm close to him and he helps me out a lot. So always treat others how you'd want to be treated and never miss an opportunity to reciprocate to people who have done you big favors. So if someone's done you a big favor in business, like always seek to settle the score and pay the debts. Like, you know, if you do, if someone's like really helps you out, like ask yourself, like, what can I do for this person that would make them like, that would settle the score, that would allow me to reciprocate? Is it buying their stuff? Is it referring stuff to them? Is it giving them testimonials? I will ask myself that all the time, and you need to have the discipline to remember to do this because it makes your life in getting clients and keeping clients and your relationship with clients so much easier. This is the reason we get so many upsells. It's the reason we get so many referrals. It's the reason we get so many testimonials. And it's the reason why my relationship with my clients is amazing. It's because I try my best to be a good client. Now, let's talk about something called the endless source. So what I'm going to do now is walk you through how to have discipline for days. And I don't mean days, I mean decades. Like there is an endless source of discipline that you can find and dig up. And if you locate it, you'll be able to pull on it for years. It is an inexhaustible and sustainable source. It's like the sun. Like it's just this, there's a constant source of energy within you somewhere, locked away, that you can use to unlock unlimited discipline. And it's a big secret to keeping yourself on the straight and narrow and being relentlessly disciplined. So this is something called drive vacuums. And this is how you get endless discipline to do all of these things that I'm talking about. Because trust me, like, you know, it's hard to delay gratification. It's hard to reserve judgments. It's hard to be the dream client. It's hard to make sacrifices. It's hard to do these things and be disciplined. So what you need to do is you need to find a source of energy to do this. And we do that using something called drive vacuums. And these are things in your psychology that are buried deep away. So a drive vacuum is a deep psychological need that you are trying to meet. And your business is simply a vehicle to meet it. So think about it. what you want is highly abnormal. So you want this big, successful money business thing, right? It's not normal. You want this business thing, and you know, it's not conventional. You're not normal. And the only thing that separates you from others is your psychology. So somehow this must be different. Now, at first glance, your goal seems pretty simple, direct and straightforward. So let's say you want to make 10K a month, you want to get some clients, you want to become financially free. That's what your goal is, right? That's what you think you want. What you've got to recognize is that your financial goal is not really your goal. Like, the goal that sits in your consciousness, the money, the freedom, that's not really what you want. That's a vehicle for you to get something far deeper. It's not what you want. It's not the thing you're working for. So when it comes to your goal, you have what you need and you have what you want. What you want is the surface level conscious idea of the future that you want to achieve. So this could be becoming a millionaire, making six figures, etc., etc. But underneath what you want is what you need. And if you can unlock the need and make that conscious, you can give yourself infinite fuel for discipline. So goals reveal drives, and drives help us understand ourselves better. So a drive is like a deep base psychological need, like a need for love, or a need for affection, or a need for growth. Once you strip this dollar per month number down to the purest and most fundamental reason you want to grow your business, you'll have found your drive. Now, we call these drive vacuums because it's kind of this, a vacuum is like a space that needs to be filled, right? And so a drive vacuum is kind of like a constant thing that needs to be filled and can constantly give you energy. And this is one of the most enlightening things a human being can do is to find your drive. You need to find your deep psychological needs and drives so you can become ultimately disciplined. Once you bring this reason to your consciousness, you can use it every day to fuel your discipline and the transformation of your life to bring even more order to chaos. This is how we figure out why you do what you do, and most importantly, why you're putting yourself through all this pain. Because this is a bit weird. Like, this whole thing that you're trying to do with your business and your life is not normal. You're preparing to put yourself through decades of suffering just so you can experience a bit of growth in the corner of the universe in which you inhabit. That's not normal. You're not normal, which means that you have something abnormal in your psychology. Not in a bad, unhealthy way, but in a way that needs to be explored and discovered to understand why you want this. Why do you want to make 10K a month? Like, why do you want to get to, the millionaire status? Because, a lot of people say they want that, but they don't actually do anything. You're actually doing something about this. Like, you're watching 3-4 hour long videos on discipline, and you're attentively engaging in painful activities that drive you towards financial growth. What the hell's going on here? Because most people who are in this course have given up by now. You're part of the 99, you're part of the 1% they're actually going to make this work, because you're still here. Most people who started with you in the same race have dropped out. They're gone. They've got their vape out and they're on fucking Instagram reels looking at, I don't know, Joe Rogan memes or something. I don't know what's on Instagram these days, but you get my point, right? So you have to be honest with yourself here. Why do you want what you want? Well, the chances are your goal and what you want might reveal some pretty ugly motives, or maybe some healthy ones. Either way, we can understand these motives to realize why we feel compelled to chase our goal, and then the goal becomes the vehicle for satisfying the reason. So I'm going to give you some exercises here, and we're going to get to the bottom of why you want what you want. Because Nietzsche said, he who has a why can bear almost any how. And the how in question here is going through this course, it's doing the work, it's doing the sales calls, it's doing the outreach, it's doing the struggling, the success thing. It's going to suck. But he who has a why can bear almost any how. So anyhow means the work, but the why is the reason. Why are you doing this? It's kind of like when we think about Ukraine, and we think about all the men in Ukraine that went to war and sacrificed their lives. Well, that's a big ask. That's a big how. He who has a why can bear almost any how. For them, the why was to protect their land and their families. It doesn't get much closer to home than that. Like, when your why is to defend your country and your value system and your mother and your father and your family, like, that's a pretty big why. So, in proportion, the how is pretty big. If you're going to go to war and sacrifice your life, you're only going to do that if you've got a good enough reason to do that. And so we need to understand what your why is, because if you understand your why, then you can bear anyhow, and everything that you do will seem way easier because you know why you're doing it, if that makes sense. So things could get a bit ugly here. Just a little warning. So let's do some goal digging. So not gold digging, but goal digging. So let's say that you want to make 20K a month, and that's your goal. Well, why? Well, it's because I want more money. Well, why? Well, it's because I want to buy a Lamborghini. Well, why? Because you don't just want to buy a Lamborghini. A Lamborghini is a vehicle, literally is a vehicle, right? But a Lamborghini is a methodology by which you can get something you need. You just want a Lamborghini at first principle is just some colorful metal glass with a big fat engine in it. If I just put in front of you that, you'd be like, oh, I don't really care about that. So why do you want a Lamborghini? Well, you desperately crave attention. Well, why do you desperately crave attention? Because growing up, your parents didn't give you any attention. So the goal is to get to 20K a month. That's the surface level conscious goal. But the need is to satisfy an unconscious craving for attention and to fill a hole from your childhood. So and I'm not saying this is necessarily your thing, but this is common. So like ask, why would you want a Lamborghini? Why would you want a supercar? Why do you want to wear these fancy watches and have all this attention and have all this status? Why? Now, yeah, there's an inbuilt basic status need that all men have, and probably a lot of women as well, that can explain it. You know, that buying a Lamborghini demonstrates, hey, I have some competence to, you know, have the financial means to purchase this. So, you know, glaze me, sure. But a lot of the time, the things that you think you want come from very deep, dark psychological corners of your mind. So, you know, if you didn't get any attention when you were a kid, then buying a Lamborghini for you is a way for you to get attention from people, which kind of fills that hole. It's a you're filling the vacuum of attention. That's your drive. Your drive is to get attention. And so because this drive is so desire-driven, and because the drive is so painful, not having the attention hurts so much, you'll put yourself through this. And basically it's a question of this, and listen to this. Pay attention for a second. You will work if the consequence of not doing so is more painful than doing so. You will do what you need to do to get what you want if not getting what you want is more painful than having it. So what I'm saying here is, for some people, getting to 20K a month is painful and it sucks. But if it's more painful to not have this attention, then you'll do the work. But if you don't care about this, then you won't do it. We only do things because we have a reason to do them. We don't just wake up and decide one day that we're going to build successful businesses. You don't want a successful business. You don't want financial freedom. You don't want a car. You don't want a watch. You don't want a penthouse. You don't want that. There's always something deeper. And it's that deep thing, and it's not having this deep need, this deep-rooted need, that is the thing that is driving you to get up and do the work and do these weird, irrational things like watching 3-hour-long videos on how to develop pain tolerance. It's not normal. It sucks and it's painful, so there's a reason you do it. What about this? I want to make 10K a month. Why? Well, I want to replace my income to quit my job. Okay, well, why do you want to quit your job? Because I hate my current job. Well, why do you hate your current job? Because I hate being told what to do. Well, why do you hate being told what to do? Because it makes me uncomfortable to know that someone can exercise power over me and determine the quality of my life. Well, why do you hate that? Because maybe my father abused me, right? And I'm not saying my father abused me, by the way. My father's actually, that didn't happen at all. He's a wonderful man. But this is the point, is all of these crazy goals you've got that most people don't have are the result of something that happened to you. Trauma. Or something like, it might not be trauma, it doesn't have to be like some awful thing like being abused or, you know, like your mother not paying attention to you, but it could just be down to something as simple as not being able to get a girlfriend in high school, you know, or it could be something as simple as like kids laughing at you because you weren't big enough or tall enough or something. You know, it's like bodybuilders, right? Like what the hell's going on there? Like people who get like jacked up and steroided and stuff, and they're like absolutely gigantic and massive, and you know, it's like they're clearly compensating for something, and that could be it could be a competitive thing, and they want to, you know, win and compete, and that's a vehicle for them to exercise, you know, status from achievement that they didn't have when they were younger, or maybe they were really insecure when they were younger and so they took it to the extreme. You know, like when you see people doing extreme shit like building online businesses and getting to million dollar status, there's always something dark underneath. There's something dark under the hood. All of these top athletes, all of these top businessmen, all the top musicians, everyone who's done anything great is a little bit fucked up, and you are as well. And you might not think you are, but you are. Now, I'm not trying to gaslight you here, but you don't do shit that's painful without having something more painful motivating you to do so. He who has a why can bear almost any how. So let me tell you mine. So my initial goal was to make £8,334 per month. Why? Because I wanted to make 6 figures a year. Why? Because I wanted to avoid getting a 9 to 5. Why? Because being average scared me. Why? Well, I'll be honest with you. I have a deep narcissism that would feel shame if I turned out to be normal or just like everyone else. I am terrified of mediocrity. That's the truth. And why? Because I'm narcissistic on some core level. I couldn't stand, I would rather, I don't know, I think I'd say die is a bit extreme, but I would, let's put it this way. I would rather put myself through a decade of intense, intentional, disgusting suffering through work, burnout, exhaustion, and fear than be normal. And that says something. I would rather put myself through the ringer and suffer immensely in the process for years and years on end with little to no break, sacrificing everything that means anything to me and that makes me feel good just so that I don't have to be mediocre or normal. That's the truth. It's not about wanting to make this. This is the conscious communication. Like the unconscious communicates to you through your goal. So when you think you want something or when you think you want a goal, yeah, you want that. But the reason you want that is because you need this. You need the thing that's in the unconscious. So my need is I need to be better than others. I need to perceive myself to be better than other people. And that's me leveling with you and being honest. I've got this, I wouldn't call it a flaw because it's just a part of me, right? I got a part of me in my psychology that cannot stand mediocrity. I have to experience growth and constant development in every area of my life, constantly, all the time, consistently. It's exhausting and it sucks sometimes. But that's why I get such insane results in business and in life, is because of this. So I'm grateful for it. The key here is this deep, dark reason you shouldn't hate. You shouldn't reject it. You shouldn't hide from it. It's your superpower. Think about any hero movie. Any hero movie you've ever seen. Every hero becomes a hero because of something bad that happened to them. Like it's kind of like the start of the hero's journey is they've got a boring shit life and something bad has happened. And so they become the hero. And then, through that, they bring this meaning to their life, right? So you don't want to hate your why. You don't want to hate your need. You need to learn to leverage it. It's the ultimate, it's like the never-ending spring of life. It's the fountain of youth. It's the thing that keeps you going. It is crucial that you understand why this is. Now, the other thing is you might have multiple. So you're going to have lots of different needs. There's going to be multiple different needs that sit at the root of your psychology that will dictate your behavior. There's not just one, there's usually a few, right? You need to uncover them and understand them and bring them to light and consciousness so you actually know like why you're doing what you're doing. Because that way, when you go to do the stupid shit that you know you shouldn't do, like hide your Xbox under your bed instead of crushing it, you actually do the thing you need to do. Because if you know why you're doing it, then you're more likely to do it. But if you don't really know why, because just saying you want to make some money, like that's not really enough of a reason. It kind of is. It's tethered to this deeper part of you that just is desperate and desperately needs something, right? It's tethered through this unconscious string that goes all the way down to the base of your unconscious and your brain and your mind. So yeah. Understand. You don't set a goal to move towards a better future. You set it to move away from a painful past or present. You're not trying to move towards something, you're trying to move away from something. You must understand this. You might think that chasing your goal is noble, but really you're just a terrified little boy running away from something deep and scary. And that's okay. I'm not judging you for it, and you shouldn't judge yourself for it. That's the truth. Anyone who wants to do anything great has this. Goals manifest from the deepest, darkest corners of your unconscious and your psychology. Goals sit on needs, the deep psychological cravings that must be met for you to keep the anxiety, shame, and suffering at bay. Now, you might be thinking right now, hang on, Charlie, but I don't have any of these. You're wrong. You might be thinking, I don't have any trauma. I don't have anything bad that happened to me. The story that I like to use is I was bullied heavily when I was 11 or 12 years old. And because of that, one of my deep psychological needs was the need for control. And that manifested as me wanting to have a business because I could not even begin to tolerate the idea of having a boss. Because to me, a boss is someone who's in charge of me and is in control of my life and can exercise tyrannical control over me, i.e. that's bullying. So what I did in my late teenage and early 20 years is built the business so that I could ensure that I never gave anyone the opportunity to bully me again. And I figured that one out and I was like, fucking hell, that's pretty strong. When you figure it out, like you can't stop working. It's like when you actually figure this out and you find out why you're working so hard and why you want this, you'll never ever lose the discipline. Like it's just, you're always, yeah, you're going to have ups and downs for sure. And you're going to go through ruts and stuff, but generally speaking, you'll stay on track. Another one of mine was I didn't have a girlfriend. I couldn't get a girlfriend to save my life. When I was young, when I was in secondary school, like high school as you'd call it in America, I couldn't get a girlfriend. I was useless with women. I was one of those low status, skinny kids that was just like playing video games and useless with girls and unhealthy. And I couldn't talk to girls, didn't have any courage. And, you know, so one of the reasons that I wanted to become successful, and one of the things that my psychology was predicated on for success was a lack of women and attention from girls. And so I saw, or my unconscious saw, a business as an opportunity to build my status, build my confidence, and build my resources so that I could attract whichever girl I wanted to. Now, I'm not saying that right now I could attract any girl I wanted to. I'm sure there's plenty of girls that wouldn't have any interest in me at all. But the point is that I no longer struggle with receiving that attention from women should I so choose to get it, if that makes sense. And that's how your brain works. There are things that you want, that you don't have, that you need, and your brain will use this idea of the business to develop it. You don't want to start a business. Get this through your head. You're not here because you want to start a business or because you want clients or because you want to be successful. You're here because you're running away from something deep and dark, and your unconscious sees the business as the vehicle for you to hop in to run away from this thing. And that's fine. And you should do it. And you shouldn't be afraid of it, and you shouldn't shy away from it, because there's nothing stronger than this. And even if you haven't been through any significant trauma, maybe you weren't bullied, maybe you got girls in school or something, there is a reason. Because everything happens for a reason. Everything's cause and effect. You think that you just want to be wildly successful and richer than 99% of people for no reason? You think that's just come out of nowhere? That you think you're just wired in that way, that you're genetically predisposed to want to succeed? No, it's psychological. It's a psychological thing. Okay? So what we're going to do is a little exercise to discover your drive vacuums. And this is well worth doing. So it's crucial to understand that your drive vacuums, they do come with a danger, which we'll explore in just a second here, but we need to discover them first. So here we have the resource of discovering your drive vacuums. And drive vacuum is your deep psychological needs that are basically all of your behavior is predicated on. Think about it. Why the hell do you want a business? You know, it's part of the reason why I'm so consistent with YouTube. Like I'm a narcissist. Like part of me is narcissistic and part of me loves receiving attention. And like I thrive on this because I didn't get much when I was a kid, right? In school. You know, I didn't have any friends. I was bullied. I didn't have a girlfriend, and I was very lonely. You know, sure, I had my mum and dad, but you know, when you're a 12-year-old kid, you don't really care too much about that, right? So, you know, I didn't have any attention from friends or anything for a long time. And so it's no wonder that I'm able to keep my YouTube channel so ruthlessly consistent, because what is YouTube? It's attention. I've always thought about this. Like the one thing that I've kept consistent no matter what is YouTube for the last like 4 years. Like, you know, I've had ups and downs with everything except from that one thing. And I was like, why is that? Why am I so consistent with YouTube? That makes sense, because it's a way for me to garner attention from hundreds of thousands of people who say nice things about me. So anyway, that aside, let's have a look at this exercise. So this is basically discovering your drive vacuums, aka your endless source of discipline. So like I said, this can get a little bit ugly and you might not like what you find, but sadly we are motivated more by darkness than the light. So here's what you got to do. So first of all, number one, get yourself a blank sheet of paper. I'm just going to put this in the right font a second. Get yourself a blank sheet of paper and a pen and write down 5 bullet points labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And what I want you to do is next to number 1, put down your desired monthly revenue for your business. So as we had over here, you know, write down how much you want to make per month, okay? And put that next to number 1. Then what you want to do is, for step number 2, is ask yourself why you want this goal. So why do you want what you want in number 1? And then once you've done that, then you ask yourself, why do you want number 2? So, you know, you're going to put down, I want to make 10K a month. And then you ask yourself, well, why do you want to make 10K a month? It's like, oh, because, you know, I want to save 100K. And then it's like, why do you want to save 100K? Oh, because I want to buy a house. Oh, why do you want to buy a house? Oh, because, you know, I've never had a home before because I was an orphan. You know, these things, they reveal themselves pretty quick. So then ask yourself why you want the thing that is number 2. And then you basically repeat this. So then step number 4 is you ask yourself why you want the answer to number 3. And again, and again, and again. And basically what you do is you ask yourself why so many times until you get to the bottom of why you want to make this money. So you can get it done in 5 steps. Sometimes it might take 7 or 8, maybe 10. But you need to stop circling around the truth and find the thing. Now, I know I've already asked a lot of you by having you watched this video already and doing the action items and stuff, but I'm sure you're starting to realize by now that this stuff actually works and it's worth doing. It takes thought and it takes concentration, and it won't come naturally for you to begin with, because the truth that these deep psychological, there's a reason these things are unconscious, and that's because they're quite painful to come to terms with, because it brings up a lot of shit. But remember, we are just doing nothing but putting deposits into the bank of good old suffering. That's what we're doing here, right? So it's not going to come naturally. It's hard to do this. It's going to take you an hour or two to do it, but I promise it will be worth it. Think through it yourself. Think it through by yourself with no distractions until you're certain of the base drive. Now, there might be, like I said, multiple. So often, I'll put this here, there might be multiple. So often there's 3, 4, 5 things maybe, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 things that might be why you want to be successful and make this money. Take every single chain of questioning down to its core and find the bottom. You have to be honest with yourself here. And the chances are is that your goal might reveal some ugly motives or some pure or maybe healthier ones. Either way, we can understand these motives to realize why we feel compelled to chase our goal, and this will give us a huge advantage. So what this is going to do is basically give you your why, and you'll understand really why the hell you're actually doing this thing in the first place. And once you become aware and conscious of that, the likelihood of you maintaining your discipline is significantly increased, and it also is nice to understand why you want to be disciplined in the first place. Okay, so piece of paper and a pen. In case you're wondering what method this is called, it's called Socratic reasoning. Socratic reasoning is basically just where you ask why all the time. So you say a statement, and then you question that statement, and then you question the statement of the statement, and you keep going until you find the truth. And it might take you 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 whys, but eventually you'll get to the bottom of something, and you'll look at it, and you'll not want to see it because it's going to be a little bit ugly. But there we go. It could be to do with something in your childhood. It could be to do with something you were deprived of. It could be to do with something you needed but didn't get. It could be to do with a shame or some guilt or an anger or anything. It doesn't have to be about women or about love or relationships. It can be lots of different things, and you know this because your unconscious knows it. You just need to find the truth and get to the bottom of it. Okay, so go and do that right now. It's going to take you some time, and it's going to be a little bit of a painful thing to do, but go and do it. Write it down. Do it now. Pause the video. Okay, so the other reason that we need to understand your drive vacuums is because there is a danger. Okay, as we know, goals, financial or otherwise, are subconscious manifestations of desire that have a root in a fear, trait, or desire. More often than not, like multiple fears. So the reason you want your goal, money or whatever, is because you're come from your childhood because you lack something. Like I told you about the girl thing, right? Upon reflection, and with the advantage of maturity and retrospect, if I'm being honest, when assessing my motivations for starting my business, the drive for female attention and for not being bullied were the forefront of my drive vacuums. Like the reason that having a business appealed to me, and the reason that I became so attached to that idea was because my subconscious saw an opportunity to fill these drive vacuums. Because if I had a successful business making six or multi-six figures, I would be able to find a girlfriend, and I would no longer be in a vulnerable state where someone could bully me. That was basically what my subconscious was translating. Now here's where this creates a problem. And you might be thinking this through, and you're like, Eventually, I made £8,334 a month. It felt great. I ended up going on loads of dates and had a great time. I wasn't bullied, didn't have a boss, and school teenage me would have loved it, and he did. But what happened is I had filled the drive vacuum. My motivation for work completely dropped the second I became successful. And I ended up regressing way back. It was like my subconscious has just said mission accomplished and signed out. My point and the moral of this story, your drive vacuums will help you achieve your goal, but they will not help you go beyond that. Once your subconscious or unconscious feels that the need has been met, the motivation will disappear. And this is exactly what happens with people who become successful and plateau. And they stop experiencing consistent growth because they've ultimately got what they set out to do. Now, for some people, that's all they want, and that's absolutely fine. But just don't be surprised if you fill this drive vacuum, you get to 10K a month, you get to millionaire level, whatever that looks like for you, and you suddenly become demotivated. Understanding why you're putting yourself through the pain is helpful, but once you have the physical item that you wanted, like money or a car or freedom, your motivation to continue driving forward and making progress will diminish. And this is why humans get stuck. They hit a goal and then lose the drive and work ethic that got them there. Or basically what happens is they plateau. So you get to 10K, 20K a month, and then you lose the motivation that got you to that, but you just sustain it, because if you lose it, then you lose your ability to fulfill the need, right? Because if you make 10K a month and then you go back to making 0K a month, then you're not going to have any girls. My point is not that you can't get girls if you're broke, but you know what I mean, right? You have to have a boss or something. So your unconscious will fight like hell to not break the standard and to maintain what it's achieved, but motivation goes away. So if a subconscious drive is powerful enough, the human will figure out how to fulfill it if it has the means to do so. And this is, of course, a simplification. It's a model based on just my experience and reading a ton of books. But if you're already making good money and feel comfortable, then your past and current stagnation is nothing but a byproduct of you having nothing to drive you. This is the psychology of stagnation. So here you're dead broke and you want a girlfriend, or for me it was having a girlfriend or sexual attention, basically, if I'm being honest, and being bullied, right? Second I got to 10K a month, I was no longer in a position to be bullied and I could get female attention. And so the reasons that I were working were no longer reasons to keep working. So what I would do is I would sustain my 10K a month income, but I struggled to sort of break through that plateau because I didn't have a reason to do so. And so the way that you combat this is pretty straightforward. We'll talk about that in just a second. Understanding that your drive vacuums will give you the drive to achieve your goal is important. But you've got to know there is a strong danger that once you achieve the goal and satisfy it, your behavior will revert and you'll regress or just maintain. If you're at the point where you feel comfortable and your business is stagnant, then the quickest way to fix this plateau is to do some soul searching and find another why. And basically this is cool because you find a why that's bigger than you. And to find your why, you actually want to do this thing. Because if you don't have a why, you won't bear any how. The key is to realize that we don't have business problems again. We have personal problems that appear in the business. And if you're not motivated, it's not about motivation, but if you can't seem to muster up the care to have the discipline, it's because you don't have a strong sense of why. Because remember, there's no pain pushing you. Pain is petrol. There's no point in having all of our proven appointment booking systems or sales scripts or funnels because, you know, you won't use them and they won't work. So the why is basically the most important thing because everything stems from it. So you need to find that negative, gnarly emotion and use it. You know, anxiety, fear, dread, shame, guilt, hate, anger, fear, sadness, grief, loneliness. Find that emotion that you don't like feeling, feel it, and then that's how you get your discipline. Because when one of these emotions is more painful than the work, you will do the work. Now, once you've fulfilled your drive vacuum, if you're wondering, by the way, like how do you break out of a plateau, it's about making the business and your work about more than you. It's about embarking on a mission and a vision and entering into a big grandiose thing. You, my friend, do not have to worry about that until you're like successful. So once you get to 6 figures, more than 6 figures, you might have a plateau. Then you need to do some soul searching, find a vision, and have a bigger reason to work. That's where Easy Grow comes in. I have no doubt that you'll get into Easy Grow anyway. And in fact, you might have already booked a call to look at it because it wouldn't surprise me if people start doing that at this point in the training. Because, you know, it comes back to this thing, like when you look at the free stuff, think about the paid stuff. I mean, you think this is good, you wait till you see Acquisition Genesis and just you wait. Anyway, right. So yeah, that's my point. Don't worry about fulfilling these. Just for now, let's just fulfill them. And when you hit the plateau and you get to that point where you've got the money and you've got what you wanted and you plateau and can't find the motivation, that's when we start talking about vision. And that's part of what Easy Grow will help you solve alongside the client acquisition stuff as well. So we need to achieve consistency. So now that we've done this, the next portion of this video is dedicated to consistency and finding a consistent, steady flow of work. Because, you know, this is where we're going to talk about rest. So up until now, this point in training, our whole attention has been on these things here, right? So we've talked about being, you know, all or nothing, delaying gratification. We've talked about sacrificing and giving as much up as we can for our goal to get the flame to burn. We've done a sacrifice audit. We've talked about focus and having discipline to focus. We've talked about projections and having the discipline to control these things and not judge people. We've talked about discipline to become a good client or to become the best client you can. And we've talked about the discipline to find the reason you want to find the discipline in the first place, right? Drive vacuums. Now, what we need to talk about is the opposite of discipline, which is rest. So this diagram might seem familiar to you from previous videos or something, but the key to this whole thing is to not over-discipline yourself. Because when in the current digital sphere of grind, hustle, success, online content, everyone's very, very hard jammed on the discipline side of this scale. So the opposite of discipline is rest. And if you want to learn how to become hyper-disciplined, you also need to learn how to become hyper-rested. The key to discipline is rest. The key to work is time off. And I'm going to explain this, and no one has ever talked about this before, and you would have never heard this. It's easy to get hard jammed on discipline. Everyone does this. Everyone gets hard jammed on discipline, and they burn themselves out. When you burn yourself out, you're of no use to yourself, your business, or anyone. And so if we imagine that discipline and rest is like a sliding scale where you can sit on either side, everyone just sits here and they identify with discipline and they emotionally attach themselves to discipline and they reject rest. So any sort of rest or relaxation behavior is rejected, vilified, demonized, and pushed away. That's not good. What you need to be able to do in your life, through your business and your work, is flip between the two states. Sometimes you need to be disciplined. Most of the time you do. But sometimes you need to be deeply rested as well. Because the key to discipline is rest. And you need to have the discipline to not be disciplined. It's a paradox. Okay? It's a paradox. You need to learn how to rest. So let me tell you my personal story with finding consistency. Because, you know, I hard jammed myself on this discipline thing. And, you know, I became hardwired, and my identity and I was polarized to discipline. And, you know, the duality of discipline and rest, I was polarized to it. And for the first few years of my life in business, really for the first like 5 years, honestly. I didn't really learn this thing until way too late. Only recently, the last year or two, if I figured this thing out. But when I was younger, I would burn out constantly. Once, at the start of my entrepreneurial journey, I worked so hard that I started developing serious mental and physical health issues. So when I was like 18 or whatever it was, I was working 3 jobs, speed reading a book every few days, making cold calls with every making moment I had, starting my business, and I left no time for rest. I'm not exaggerating, every waking minute was spent watching educational videos in 2 times speed reading business books, working on one of my 3 semi-full-time jobs and working on my business. I slept less to do more work, I ate fast food to save time to do more work, and I kept this pace up for about 9 months, in spite of every fiber of my body screaming at me to slow down and stop. No matter what, come hell or high water, I did the work. I'd get sick, I'd get exhausted, I'd get anxious, I'd get brain fog, I'd get night terrors, and the worst, I would disassociate from people and contract symptoms of mental dissociative disorders. I got fucking ill. For 9 months of my life, I became so polarized to discipline and so hard jammed on this end of the scale that I nearly killed myself. And I know that sounds like an exaggeration, and I know that sounds like some crazy thing to say, but I got to the point where for months I didn't think people were real. I was so burned out and so exhausted, but I carried on plugging away because I thought discipline was the key, which it kind of was, that if I was talking to someone, I would think that they weren't real. And I started to think that I was the only person on this planet that was real, and that all social interaction was fake, and the only thing that mattered was me, my business, and my discipline. And everything else was useless, and everybody else had nothing to do with it, and they were like NPCs, and I was all alone. That's called dissociation disorder. And I started to develop it because I worked so hard. And that's where you take yourself. And this was not a good thing. Now, that's great, right? Pushing beyond my limits. Fantastic. No, grind, hustle, work. Do it when you don't feel like it. Don't be a pussy. That all sounds amazing, yeah? Wrong. This was absolutely one of the stupidest things I've ever done in my entire life. And I wouldn't say I regret it. At the time, it was hell. So basically, after this insane 9-month stint of hyper discipline, where I basically was working, and I'm not even joking here, probably 100 hours a week. I don't think you guys understand. I slept for as little as I could. I ate as quickly as I could. And every waking moment of my day was spent doing something that I deemed disciplinary. Whether that was speed reading, listening to business videos in 2 times speed and whilst I was driving to my jobs. Like, there was not an hour for about 9 months that I took off. I was on Saturdays, Sundays, non-stop, no holidays, no nothing, no social, just no social life, no break, nothing. No video games, no nothing. It was like hyper, as disciplined as you can possibly comprehend, times 5. I nearly hospitalized myself, and I got to a breaking point. And I'll tell you the story. And I get a bit emotional when I talk about this because it was a little bit traumatic. It got to a point where I didn't even know who I was or where I was anymore. Like, I genuinely didn't even think that I had like an identity. Everything happened on autopilot. Once, while driving back home from one of my hospitality jobs at night, I literally got lost. So I burned myself out so much that I would do things and my body would be moving, but I felt disassociated from my body. Like, I was like a robot just watching my body go around doing things. It was fucking horrible. I was driving around in the dark, totally disorientated and burned out. So I was coming back from one of my jobs. I used to work at a golf course in Somerset. It was a golf course in Somerset, which is in the southwest of the UK. And I had no idea how to get home. So I got lost driving home. Like, I'd done this drive over and over again, but I got to this point where I was so brain fogged and so anxious and confused and just had no idea what's going on that I got lost. And eventually I found my way home after like 2 hours of struggling around in the dark, driving around trying to find my way home. It's like a 30-minute drive. Did it in 2 hours. And when I got home, I went to my room, I sat on my bed, I turned on my red LED lights, and I had a 4-hour panic attack. And this was like consecutive back-to-back panic attacks. And basically what started happening is I started like blacking out and having panic attacks, and like everything was black, and then like I was like, I couldn't breathe, and it was fucking experience of my life. I genuinely thought that I was going to have a heart attack and die. Like for 4 hours, I was like hyperventilating. I couldn't breathe. I was like screaming into my pillow. I kept like passing out. Like I thought I was going blind. I thought I was going mad. I thought I was about to lose my sanity. Like I'm stressed just talking about it because it was the most horrific experience of my life. I quite literally had a work-induced manic episode. It was like literally like a temporary breakdown of all cognitive and physiological emotional function. For about a week, I existed. After this happened, I couldn't sleep. I existed in this like totally delirious state. I couldn't speak. I didn't have any appetite. I couldn't eat. I would just lay in bed without any real concept of time or consciousness. It was fucking awful. Like I can't even begin to describe the state I was in. Like for like a week, I laid in bed in the dark and just stared at a wall. And I didn't know, I didn't have any concept of time. I could hardly like muster up any words to talk to my family. I didn't have any appetite. And I couldn't even like, I can't describe it. Total burnout. And I'd have constant night terrors. I didn't know when was night and when was day because I sat inside like in the dark and I kept getting paranoid that there was like someone like outside in the window like looking in. Like I went to a really, really dark, bad place. And so I had sleep paralysis for like a week, and my entire world was just covered in this thick layer of brain fog. I remember at one point I wanted to get out and go to the supermarket, so I got in my car and I went to drive, and it was like it was almost like I was driving through mist. Like the brain, I had to stop driving because I was like so brain fogged. It was obscene. And at the time, I was terrified because I thought there was something deeply wrong with my brain or my chemistry. I was like, fuck, am I ill? Am I going to have to be checked into like a mental institution? And I was, I remember my mum was talking to me about it, and like she was saying, because I was in a bad way, I was like shaking in bed, like just not eating anything, like pale as hell, like saying that there's people outside trying to get in the window, and like only refusing to turn on any lights except for my red LED lights. I was just weird. I went weird for a week, and my mum thought like, she actually didn't communicate this to me, but I'm pretty sure. I think she told me this a while ago that she was thinking I'd have to go to like hospital or something, and like or some sort of mental thing. Like I really wasn't well, and in hindsight, I just burned myself out and was experiencing a massive crash out. What I was basically suffering with was the consequences of 9 months of non-stop discipline. And like I said, this sounds extreme. This crash out. It sounds like I'm exaggerating and lying, which I promise you I'm not. But what I was suffering was the result of 9 months of every single waking moment of the day being in some way, shape or form applied to discipline. And the more extreme that is, the more extreme the crash out. This was not good. And what followed after this week, I had the 4-hour panic attack, where I was like going blind and shit and like not being able to breathe and thinking I was dying. Then I had like the week of delirium and panic and paranoia and terror. And then what followed after that week was a massive physical and emotional fallout. So my body practically forced me to do nothing for 3 months. And it took me really like a good year to fully recover and be able to produce work again. It didn't take me a year to be able to work again, but it took me 3 months to be able to like socialize myself and be normal again. I couldn't read, I couldn't work, I couldn't exercise or do anything productive. Eventually I started a sales apprenticeship, and I went dark mode. I went like rest mode for like 3 months. Like I was like in a mental coma almost. But then like I got a sales apprenticeship. I got back on the rails. I started my agency, and this was pre-first agency, right? But really it took me like a proper good year before I was in any state to like really like get back to work. Like it took me a while. Anyway, I'm telling you this story because this is burnout. And this is what happens this is what would happen to you if I ended the video here. So as you'll notice, this video is already quite long, and we're not even halfway through the doc yet. And that's because the key to discipline is rest. And I have learned this the fucking hard way. And not just the hard way, the really hard way. Like, if there's anything that you pay attention to in this mindset training, this is huge because this is like the big answer that I was missing in my life. Anyway, let's get into it. So I had truly met burnout. And since then, I've come close to true burnout a couple times here and there, but nothing remotely close to this absolute crash out that I had when I was 17 or 18. So, burnout is basically forced rest. It's when you've pushed your body and your mind so far that your body gives you no choice but to rest, right? And it's all good and well, listening to the trial by fire training and the unrelenting discipline training here and saying, well, it's my character and I'm going to force it and I'm the puppet master of my puppet and I'm going to force it to do the work. And if it pulls a knife, I'll pull a gun and all this stuff. But that works to a certain point. There comes a point when your body will just literally shut down and it will force you into like panic and delirium and pure terror. And then you'll just be paralyzed because it needs to recover, So yeah, I've come close to burnout a few more times, but nothing close to this ever again. Like I will never go this far. Like never, ever, ever, ever. So let's talk about rest and recovery and how this all relates to burnout. So athletic recovery. In sports and with physical exercise, we naturally understand how this works. If an athlete trains too hard, they get injured. All great athletes prioritize recovery, which is the art of taking care of the body so it can adequately repair itself after intensive training. And your mind is no different. As an entrepreneur, you are what we would call a mental athlete. And this means that you put your mind and your body through intensive daily workouts, just like an athlete would put through their body. So for example, today, I'm spending today recording this video for hours on end, and that's like a workout for my brain and my mind. So I'm sat here at my desk, so I'm not physically exerting myself, but mental and physical exertion work with the same mechanism. So if I ran a marathon today for 4 hours, then I'd be pretty exhausted. In the same way that if I spend 4 hours recording program content, I'm going to be pretty exhausted and I'm going to need some time to recover after this, right? You've got to start looking at your brain and your mind the same way that you look at your body, because we understand this athletically speaking, that your body is a organic machine and it needs rest and it needs time off and it needs to recover. And if you went to the gym 3 times a day and pushed yourself really far, within a week you'd be burned out and you'd have to take time off the gym. And the same thing is true with work and your mind. In the same way that an athlete will rest their body and partake in behaviors that boost recovery, like ice baths, lots of sleep, good diet, etc., you need to learn to do the same thing for your mind. So you need to learn to remove hyperstimulation when you're trying to rest. You might need to learn to meditate. You might need to learn to relax and sleep, etc. In most sports, athletes have an on and an off season. The on season is when they're competing at the highest level, pushing themselves as hard as they can. During off season, they'll still train, but with far less intensity, giving themselves and their body a well-earned and well-deserved rest and break. They're recovering. So the key here is understanding this word, which is recovery. Athletes massively prioritize and focus on recovery, which is allowing their body to repair the tissue that they've destroyed through their training. And if they don't recover, they don't win. You ask any athlete, any professional sports person, the key for them becoming successful is recovering from their training sessions. The same thing is true in the bodybuilding world. If a bodybuilder gets burned out, i.e. their central nervous system starts slowing down or starts going wrong, then they do something called a deload. So in bodybuilding, you have a deload, which is where you don't train for a certain period of time, like a week or two, allowing the body to recover from the intensive training. Another example, if you have an accident, so let's say you're in a car accident, which has seriously harmed your body, then what your body will do, or what your body can do, is induce a coma. The seriousness of the accident will determine the seriousness of the coma. So, if you're in a car accident and, you break parts of your skull and your body and your bones are destroyed, like what your body can do is put you into a coma, which is like the most extreme form of forced recovery. Your body will just completely shut down so that it can recover. And the same thing is true with animals that hibernate. Like we see recovery in all sorts of examples when it comes to the body, but it's definitely prevalent in the athletic world as well, in the bodybuilding world. So recovery is key and recovery is crucial. But the mistake entrepreneurs make is they forget that the mind is an extension of the body, which is an organic system that also needs to recover. Your mind is not a machine. As much as you'd love to be a computer and a robot, you're not. And even then, computers have to be charged. The kind of like the law of physics and nature is that things that require energy have to be recharged. Like if you use your phone for like 10 hours, you're going to have to put it on charge. If you use your brain for 10 hours, you're going to have to put it on charge. Yes, that's sleep, but there's other things that you need to do, and you need to learn to rest, and you need to learn to recover. Because, you know, working with full intensity back to back for months on end without any break or rest is the equivalent of trying to do that with your body. Your body's going to break down. Now, the cool thing about athletes and sports people and professional sports people is the more you train the body and the better you get at recovery, the longer you can go and the more intense your training can be, because recovery is a skill and you can get better at it and your body becomes more conditioned. It's called conditioning in science, sports science, right? So with your brain, with your mind, the same thing is true. There's a reason why I can sit here and maintain coherent thought in incredibly abstract, complicated ideas for 3 to 4 hours on end without any cuts or making mistakes or having to take a break. So I've been recording now for what? Best part of like 3 hours or something like that. I don't know what the time is, right? It's 3 o'clock, but 3 hours. And I haven't taken breaks. I haven't gone off. I'm like training right now. I'm training my mind. I'm like intensely disciplined. And, you know, if you tried to do that, you probably wouldn't be able to. But I've been doing this for a long time. And so my stamina, my mental conditioning for mental exerted discipline is significantly greater because I've been doing it for a long time. So you can get better at this. Now, the body can only be pushed so far. If you ran a marathon today, you'd probably be pretty physically useless tomorrow. If you drank a ton of alcohol today, you'd probably get a hangover and be pretty useless tomorrow. And if you got knocked out today, you'd probably be pretty useless tomorrow. This is easily understood when it comes to the body. We all know if you push your body too far, you need to rest, and it will force you to rest. Try and run a marathon right now and see what happens, see how you feel tomorrow. You're going to be sore, you're going to be exhausted, you're going to be low on motivation, you're going to be all over the place, and you're going to lie in bed and do nothing. And that's because you pushed it. Same thing with alcohol, same thing with exercise, right? But people, for some reason, don't see the mind the same way. Now, the mind is definitely more, quote unquote, tanky than the body, i.e. you can push it really far before it snaps, but the mind will snap if you overcook it. So my example here of entering a state of pure panic and delirium and having this literal crisis and this manic episode, this was my mind breaking. This was the equivalent, like your body breaks by going into a coma or, you know, like you see people, athletes that train until they throw up or pass out, right? And that's obviously what it takes to get to the top sometimes. It's not very healthy, but, you know, I think if you're, we're not going to go down that route, but you get my point, right? But, you know, you can push your mind pretty far, but it will have a limit. And it will give you some pretty nasty shit to deal with for a very long time to, you know, to sort of get over it. So you need to bear this in mind with the brain. And the coolest mental model that I could come up with to help you understand how recovery and rest and discipline work and the relationship between these variables is homeostasis. So this is homeostatic disciplinary regulation. So your body runs on something called homeostasis. And homeostasis is kind of like a system in your body that is responsible for the cooling and heating of the body to maintain a stable internal body temperature so that your body can perform functions that keep you alive. So your body wants to be at 37 degrees Celsius. Now, I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit for you Americans, but 37 degrees Celsius is the temperature that is optimal for your body. In case you're wondering why, it's because that's where enzymes can catalyze substrates at the fastest level. Biology lesson over. Your body does the same thing for blood sugar and fluid balance. So your body has got all these different systems in your body that balance these key little biological markers, right? So if you get too hot, what will happen is you'll start sweating to cool yourself down. If you get too cold, you'll start shivering to heat yourself up. If your blood sugar drops too low, then your insulin will shift. If your blood sugar gets too high, then your insulin shifts. If you drink too much water, then your kidneys will go into overdrive to process that water. And that's a reaction that's triggered through the hypothalamus in the brain. And so your body has these ways to measure different internal balances, and it has different reactions that it can produce to balance things out. Now, using this temperature example, obviously we can see, you know, if you get too cold, you heat up. If you get too hot. So this is an example, right? So what you can see here on this graph with the homeostasis temperature example is a few different things. So we've got the optimal temperature that your body wants to maintain, you know, from an evolutionary standpoint, where enzymes catalyze substrates at the fastest level. which is 37 degrees Celsius. So that's probably, unless, if you're not sick or you're not in the sauna or you're not in the cold plunge, then your body temperature is probably 37 degrees. And, you know, we have a little bit of margin here where your body could also probably do just fine at 38 or 36. Like, it's not that bad, right? And so homeostasis is basically the process by which your body oscillates between these points to try and find the most optimal balance. This is the optimal range. Now, what we have is above anything that is 38 or below anything that is 36 is where we start to enter the danger zone. So this would be danger zone 1 and this would be danger zone 2. If you got to 44 degrees, you'd probably die. And if you got below 31 degrees, you'd probably die. Now, not necessarily. There was a child, I think, that got to like 15 degrees Celsius and survived by some miracle. But for the sake of this model, we're going to keep it simple. Bad things happen down here. Bad things happen up here. The higher you go, the lower you go, the worse off you're going to be, and you're not going to feel very nice. When you get a fever, you know, and when you get ill, you know, you can get a internal body temperature of like in the 40s or whatever, and, you know, you're going to be shaking and shivering, and you have to take like tablets and stuff to bring your fever down. Same thing if let's say that you're in the Arctic Ocean and you fall in the ocean and you're in there for 20 minutes, your body temperature is going to drop and, you know, you're going to go into hypothermia. So we don't want to go either of these ends, right? So in the diagram above, there are no drastic changes in your external or internal environment. So, you know, your body's just oscillating. We're not in the sauna. We're not in the ice bath. We're not out in the winter with no coat. It's not snowing. We've got no infections in the body. Your body's just healthily oscillating between the optimal range. And, you know, your body will just magically do this without you having to think about it. So thank you, body, and thank you, billions of years of evolution and God. That's great. However, if the hot or cold stimulus becomes intense, so in your environment, let's say that there's a stimulus, like let's say you get an infection, you get ill. What will happen is you'll enter the corresponding danger zone. But if you go really far, it will temporarily correct into the opposite danger zone beyond the healthier optimal range. So here you are, minding your own business, and lo and behold, let's say you get tonsillitis, okay? You kiss the wrong person, they give you tonsillitis, whatever. You get poorly. What your body temperature will do when you get sick is your body temperature will increase. And the reason your body temperature increases is to try to kill off the infection, the bacteria, right? Because bacteria doesn't like heat. At least that's my very limited knowledge of medicine, but you get my point. So let's say you get to 42.5 degrees. Once you get too hot, what your body will do is like, shit, he's a little bit too hot and he might die if we keep heating this up. So let's make him really cold and let's make him sweat a lot and make him like shiver so that he's cold. And so what the body will do is it will bring your temperature down. Now, the thing is I don't actually think this is entirely scientifically accurate, because I don't think you swing from 43 degrees to 33 degrees during a day. I don't think that's how it works, because usually your fever's higher. But you know when you get a fever, you feel like you're really cold. It's because your body's trying really hard to bring your temperature down, which makes you feel colder than you are. But for the sake of this mental model and the abstraction, let's just say that you overcorrect. So you get really hot, then you get really cold, and then you get a little bit too cold, so your body heats you up to the point where you overcorrect again, and then you oscillate again, and then your body's recovered from the illness or whatever. This is how homeostasis works, is if you get thrown out of whack in one direction, your body will often course correct into the other side of the danger zone, and then again, and then it will bring you back. And the extremity to which you go over one section will be the extremity to which you go under the other section. Corrections are very natural and happen everywhere in life. And the same thing is also true with your energy levels, discipline, and rest. So we can track the homeostasis of your internal temperature on a graph like this. And we can see how your temperature goes up and down depending on environmental stimuli, internal pathogens, etc., etc. We can understand if you get too hot or too cold, then your body's going to try and course correct, and in the process, it will slightly overshoot sometimes and bring you below or above the healthy range depending on the previous correction. But here's where this gets cool, and this, my friends, is one of the biggest mindset breakthroughs that I have ever had in my life. Period. I've been doing this for 10 years, and let me share something with you that is going to fucking blow your mind. The same thing is true with your energy levels, discipline, and rest and burnout. So what we can do here is we can, instead of having temperature on this graph, what we can do is we can have zones. So zone 1 and zone 2 is the equivalent to 37, 36 or 38 degrees. This is the healthy zone. This is where we're not exerting ourselves too much. We've got a perfect balance between discipline and rest. Zone 1, zone 2 is just where you feel good. You're not being too lazy. You're not being too disciplined. You're just living your life and just vibing, right? And then we've got zone 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in both directions. And we've got zone 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 of discipline and the corresponding zones of rest. So in the same way that we'd have too hot or too cold, we've got too disciplined or too restful. And what we can do is track the intensity of these things. So understand that discipline and rest, they work on a scale. They're not binary states. So you can be disciplined a little bit, or you can be disciplined a lot. So for example, for the last 3 hours of me recording this video, I'm probably in discipline zone 6 because it requires a lot of discipline, a lot of energy, and a lot of mental exertion to record videos like this because they're bloody exhausting to make. If I was working for the last 3 hours instead on, replying to some emails, doing the odd meeting here and there, then I'm still exercising discipline because I'm still mentally exerting myself, but maybe only in zone 3 or mid zone 4. So depending on the activity you do, the intensity is different. If like right now, if you go outside and, run for 1 kilometer at a slow pace, then you might be in discipline zone 3. But if you go outside right now and run a kilometer as fast as you humanly can, then you're probably in discipline zone 6 or 7. And so the activity does not denote the level of discipline, the intensity does. When you're working, you're in a state of discipline, but what you're working on and how intensely you're working on it shifts where you are. So going for a run is something that requires discipline, but the intensity, the level at which you do that run will shift the discipline. So if you're running really fucking fast, then you're going to be higher than if you're running really fucking slow. And by the same notion, if you do a 100-meter sprint, then you're going to be in a high zone, but for a short period of time, if that makes sense. Now, the same thing is true on the opposite side with rest. So when I was going through this delirium panic, my body was inducing me into probably zone 7 rest. So zone 7 rest is, probably zone 6, zone 7 rest is when you're totally exhausted and you start having like weird shit happen. Your body gives you no choice, your mind gives you no choice, and you're in this deep state of rest. And it might not seem restful to have these panic attacks and these deliriums and these disassociations, but the reason I was having these disassociations is so that I would avoid social contact because that was just even too exhausting for me. So someone explained that to me, but anyway. So like if you're having a day off, but you're still going to the gym, you're not working, you're still eating clean, you're still doing healthy behaviors, you're playing some sports, but watching a movie, then you might be in like rest zone 3 or 4. But if you're having a day off and you're binge watching, short form content, eating loads of burgers and doing stupid shit and drinking, then you might be in rest zone 6. So when I talk about discipline and rest, different activities with different levels of intensity determine where you are on the scale. And so what we can do with anyone's life, or any entrepreneur's life specifically, or anyone really who's trying to do anything great, we can track their discipline on this graph. And we can see the intensity of their discipline, all their restful states, and we can see how they correct accordingly. And so instead of having temperature as a gauge, we can imagine that discipline and rest exist in 7 zones. So zone 1 is perfectly balanced, where your discipline and your rest levels are perfectly balanced and you're never going to burn out. Zone 2 is healthy, mostly balanced, where maybe you're resting a little bit too much, but you're still in the healthy zone. Zone 3, perfectly safe, nothing to note. Here, whether you're resting or disciplined is just fine. Zone 4, you might see a few consequences, but nothing tragic. So zone 4 rest, maybe you, maybe you like, an example would be zone, maybe you like take a nap or something, like it's pretty restful, right? But zone 4 discipline could be like, doing a workout and it's a little bit intense. Maybe you get a bit sore, you need to recover afterwards. Zone 5, flying a little bit close to the sun. Zone 6, You don't want to be here. Zone 7, very dangerous. You do not want to be in zone 7. So what most people think is that zone 7 and zone 6 is where they want to spend all their time. Now, let me explain something to you. I spend as much time as I can in high zone 5, mid zone 6. You are going to struggle with that because you haven't yet learned how to tolerate pressure from discipline, right? So when you look at me and my examples of discipline, like, you know, recording 3-hour videos or working 12 hours a day, like you can learn how to do that, and you will do that because it's necessary to become successful, but it's going to be a little bit harder for you than it is for me at the start, for you at the start. But generally speaking, you don't want to be in zone 7 discipline ever. Zone 7 discipline is unhealthy. This is discipline when you've jammed yourself way too far on the discipline scale. This is when you're behaving like I am here, you know, for like 9 months on end. This is how you get the crash out, burnout, awful symptoms that you do not want, that you want to avoid, that massively hinder your ability to be successful. On the flip side, you don't want to be in rest zone 7, because rest zone 7 is like a coma or like a panic attack. This is when your body just shuts, your mind just shuts down, and you have these episodes that basically just like force you to not do anything, right? So you want to avoid the extremes of either side. Zone 6, you can flirt with every now and then, but generally speaking, you want to be in zone 4 and 5 on both flips of the scale. If you go too far on either side, you're going to course correct. It's going to be a nightmare. So some examples. So zone 1, zone 2. This is just a normal average person. So here's the thing. You might think that zone 1, zone 2 is where you want to be. It's not. This is where most people sit in life. This is how you stay normal. It's how you stay average and mediocre. Okay? Examples of zone 1 and zone 2 behavior. Slightly lazy 9 to 5, going on a daily walk for exercise, playing a sport regularly, doing a little fast on a weekend, writing in a journal, listening to self-help podcasts, drinking some water, eating the food pyramid, and reading a bit. These are just some basic habits that most normal people would probably engage in. And that's that. Now, a lot of people, they live in constant zone 3 or zone 4 rest, where they're like someone that's like fucking unemployed and just, you know, claiming benefits and ripping off the government and just getting drunk all the time and doing drugs and being an idiot and just basically being a waste of space and, you know, whatever. Like they're not even in zone 1 or 2. They're just below baseline here, right? But like if you're just a normal person doing a normal life with a couple of healthy habits and you're not exerting yourself, you never really get tired from work or working out, you're just generally like a little bit healthy, right? You know, you're just in zone 1 or 2. Nothing notable. These are all things that require a little bit of discipline or rest, but they're never going to burn you out or force your body into a state of forced rest. Just normal person shit that doesn't push the body, your mind, or your limits. If you want to get rich, then you cannot stay here. So the point I'm making is it looks good to be in zone 1 and 2 because they're green, but you do not want to be in zone 1 and 2. You're going to spend very little time in 1 and 2. Okay? And this is the consequence of being an entrepreneur. Now, just because zone 1 and 2 are green or gray doesn't mean they're good or conducive to getting results. You cannot build anything great in zone 1 or 2. It might be necessary sometimes to be in zone 1 or 2 for a couple of days, but you know, this is when you're just like, this is like, you know, you wake up at 8:30, you go to your 9 to 5, you kind of slack off towards the end of the afternoon, then you go to the pub and have a drink with your friends, then you go for a little run in the evening and watch some TV and go to bed and repeat that for 40 years. That's zone 1 behavior. It's not that. It doesn't require any fucking discipline at all. You're resting at the same time. It's easy. Then you have your holiday, you drink a lot, whatever. That's fine. You're not going to do anything in zone 1 or 2. Now, let me give you some examples of zone 7. So zone 7 is the polar opposite, which is way too extreme. So zone 7 discipline could be running an ultra marathon, right? In one day. Or doing, I did this once, I wouldn't recommend this. This was when I was in my deep stage. 68-hour long sales calls in 3 days. So I once did this thing where I was like, I'm going to challenge myself. I was booking a ton of calls and I wanted to see what I could do. I don't think I did 68 though. That seems ridiculous. I did like, it wasn't 68. No, it was, sorry, this was in way more days than this. But this is an example, right? Anyway, so let's say that you did over 3 days, you got 72 hours. Let's say that you sleep for 4 hours and the rest of it you spend doing sales calls for 3 days. That's zone 7 discipline. That's ridiculous. Or taking a 4-hour ice bath, or spending 4 hours in the sauna, or trying to do the pull-up record, or, you know, spending 5 hours in the plank position. That's zone 7 shit. Shit that is so hard and so exhausting that it seems ridiculous to do, right? The spectacle discipline, okay? This is the David Goggins zone. Now, the thing about David Goggins, for example, is David Goggins is a remarkably disciplined person, and he can take himself, like for him, his zone 4 would be your zone 7. So for David Goggins, running a marathon for David Goggins or an ultra marathon runner could just be like a little zone 3 or zone 4 behavior. For you, running a marathon would probably be zone 7 shit, right? If you haven't done a marathon before. No offense if you have, right? Or if you haven't run before. So what I'm saying is the activity is not the thing that determines, once again, it's not the thing that determines the zone you're at. It's how much practice you've had doing it, right? So, you know, like for Wim Hof, Wim Hof's the ice bath guy, right? Maybe he could take a 4-hour ice bath. And maybe that would be like zone 5 or 6 for him, but maybe it'd be zone 7 for you, okay? So it differs depending on the person and how much discipline they have. Stupid, extreme shit that you're going to pay one hell of a price with forced rest. So I'm telling you right now, if you go and take a 4-hour ice bath, you're going to get hypothermia and probably die. In case you're wondering, death is the ultimate form of rest, right? But actually not, because that's game over. But if you took a 4-hour ice bath, first of all, I don't even know if that's possible. You'd get hypothermia. You'd get to this point where you'd be in hospital for like a month or 2 after that, right? Same thing if you spent 4 hours in the sauna. Bad times. Here's some examples of zone 7 rest. Coma. Having a fully fledged chronic mental breakdown like I did. Acute chronic withdrawal symptoms from heroin. So let's say that you've been a drug addict for 15 years and you suddenly quit. The withdrawal symptoms you get, you're going to zone 7. Zone 7 rest off the rip. It's not really rest per se because they're withdrawals, but you get my point. It's a biological reaction to an extreme circumstance. Hypothermia, same thing. Now, let me give you a real world example here, okay? And what I'm going to do is quickly do this. And we're going to look at a video here. So this is a video from a guy called Ross.
What is next for you?
Why is it not letting me? Right, I can't. Okay, I can't pause it for some reason, but why is it not letting me pause this? Hang on. Right, well, there we go. Okay. So this is an example. This is Ross Edgley. And he, 9 months ago, so this is of me recording this in June, but he broke the world record for the longest non-stop swim. This motherfucker, this hard bloke, he's a bit of a G, very charismatic, I like him a lot. He swam for 56 hours in a river, by the way, like the Yukon River. Like this is not just like swimming in a pool. This is a bloody river with currents and animals and all sorts of stuff. This is a hard thing. This is a bad thing to do, right? And basically, what happens throughout this video, it's a cool documentary, is he gets to this point where he's swimming, and I won't play it because I'm going to stop. I'm going to pause. He gets to this point where he basically ends up over here, and we can play this, and you can see he's like, he has to stop, and he's going, and he's going, and he's stumbling, and he's been swimming non-stop 56 hours. And look, and he gets out of the water, and he's like in this complete chaotic state. He's like, and he just collapses, right? And this is kind of a pivotal point in the documentary. But basically, what happens to Ross here is this is his body entering zone 7 rest. He just passes out. Like he goes unconscious. He's got to have his body temperature's fucked. His heart rate's fucked. Everything's fucked. Look at his face. Look at how inflamed his facial structure is here. Look, you can see this. Look at that. This is what he looks like normally. And then after 56 hours of swimming, like he's in zone 7 rest at this point, right? And he gets up, and then they basically take him away. But at this point, he's just passing in and out of consciousness. Is this? Yeah. So here, they take him away. He's got to go to the hospital or whatever. And then he's just passed out. Like his body's just gone, right? And this is an example of what happens when you enter zone 7 discipline. So what I've done here is I've drawn what Ross's discipline recovery graph would have looked like. And this would be over a 30-day time horizon, right? So let's say that this represents the swim, which is like, basically nearly just over 2 days of swimming, 56 hours of fucking swimming. God, I can't even manage like 10 minutes, God, right? So, basically what this looks like is, for the first couple of days, he's really high up, and then for like a couple of hours, he's in zone 7. So for like the last part of the swim, for this part, he's in zone 7 here, deep dark times. And what happens, as we just saw at the 56th hour, we see it in live action here, is he just passes out. And he's just shaking and he's in a bad way. And so what happens is he gets to this point where he can't push any further, breaks the world record, and he immediately exponentially spikes right down to zone 7 rest. So here, his body shuts down, he goes unconscious, he's got a hyper high resting heart rate, his heart rate variability is all over the place, his body temperature drops, and basically what's happened here is this is an overcorrection. So he's taken, in the same way that if your body temperature gets extremely high, your body will it will overcorrect into the other side. And so what Ross is experiencing here is restful overcorrection. So he's been in zone 7 for too long, and then bang, like shut down. His body just shuts down. And then over the course of the next 30 days, probably a little bit longer, he goes into this state of recovery. So, for the next couple of weeks after being here for not very long objectively in the month, he gets his way out of zone 7 after a couple of days. And then, at zone 6, maybe he's got extreme soreness. He's got chronic inflammation. He's got a fever. He's got diarrhea. He's still vomiting. He can't keep food down. Like his body's still recovering. And then after a few weeks, maybe he's just got some soreness, some fatigue. He's irate. He's still tired. He can't sleep properly. And then, maybe after a few weeks, he does like a little run, so he enters zone 3 discipline. For Ross, a 10K run would be like the lowest zone 3 you can imagine. And then he recovers a little bit more. And then after a month, he's sort of back to normal and he can actually operate and function like a normal, healthy human again. This is how discipline and rest work. If you take yourself too far for too long, your body will force a correction and put you into a state of rest that is adequate to fully get back to zone 1 and 2 healthiness. All your body's trying to do is try and find the average healthy zone 1. In the same way that if you get really hot and your body makes you really cold, it's just trying to establish that 37 degrees Celsius level. The body is trying to do the same thing with your stress levels, your cortisol levels, and your energy, and just your bodily functions, basically. It's trying to find the optimal healthy range, the perfect balance. All this is balance, right? And so if you go up here for too long, you have to come down here for a while. And if you average out these 2 points, you find the balance in the same way that you would if you were between zone 1 and 2. And so, as you can see in the video, Ross's body literally shuts down and enters zone 7 of rest. We don't get to see the weeks that follow in terms of the recovery in the documentary, but they probably look something like the above. So this is obviously me imagining how he had to go through the recovery. But this is basically how it works. It's like deep recovery, maybe a little bit more discipline, then a little bit more recovery, and then bang, you're back to normal. And this is what happens with athletes and people that do great things. And so what we need to understand is something called battery theory, because the way that your body manages energy and the way that your body manages discipline and rest is almost akin to that of a lithium battery or any battery that you'd find in your laptop or your phone or your car or whatever. And we need to understand why this happens. So why do we go up and down and suffer the consequences of extreme discipline? Like, why can't we stay here forever? Like, especially with the mind, it's harder to gauge. We get it with the body, with the crazy swim, like passing out or running till you throw up, or training till you die, like whatever. Like we get it with the body, but why can't the mind sustain this high zone 7? Because if you could stay in zone 7 forever, you'd be a billionaire in probably about 3 years. It's like the success is the sum of your human will, and you need to stay there for as long as you can, but not zone 7. It's not healthy. But why do we go up and down? So what I want you to imagine for a second with me here is that each day you have a battery, okay? And this battery contains energy. So every single day when you wake up, you are given a battery that contains energy. It's kind of like a willpower thing. And you basically, throughout the day, you burn through this whenever you execute on tasks that require discipline. So you have a discipline battery. Anytime you do something during your day that requires any level of discipline, you burn energy from this battery. As you go through the day, i.e. exercising discipline, which is basically, remember, doing the work or controlling your impulses, the battery depletes and your energy goes down. Now, your energy, which is your body and mind's ability to exercise discipline, is tracked against two time frames, i.e. the short and the long term. So you have two batteries. You have the short-term battery, which is the battery you get in the day, and you have the long-term battery, which is the overall battery tracked over a longer period of time, which could be a couple of months, okay? And the long-term battery measures your energy, which is your ability to exercise discipline, in the macro, larger picture or perspective, okay? Because, we can track discipline in the minute, so i.e. resisting an impulse right now. We can track it in the hour, i.e. doing work for another hour. We can track it in the day, i.e. I had a good disciplined day. We can track it in the week. We can track it in the month. We can track it in the year. We can track it in the decade, right? The discipline can be stretched across all these different arbitrary time frames. And it's energy. So energy is basic. The term I'm using here, energy, is your ability to exercise discipline. It's your ability to be in these zones here without needing to rest. Okay? And it's you have your long-term battery here, which drains over time. The more you burn your day-long batteries, the lower your long-term battery gets. Okay? So here's how it goes. Every single time, every day, you exercise discipline, you burn energy. And every time you rest, you gain energy. Recharge. So think of it like a phone. Every time you use your phone, you burn the battery from the phone. Every time you recharge your phone and don't use it, you gain battery in the phone. Now, depending on which zone of discipline you are in, you will need to spend more or less energy. And depending on which zone of rest you are in, you will gain more or less energy. So if I spent a day in zone 3 discipline, I would burn less energy than if I spent a day in zone 6. If I spent 10 minutes in zone 7, I would burn more energy than 100, well, not 100. If I spent 10 minutes in zone 7, I might burn more energy than 10 hours in zone 3. So the higher we spike up here, the more energy we burn. And the lower we spike down here, the more energy we recharge. Okay? So the deeper you go in either spectrum determines the intensity, which determines how quickly you burn or recharge energy. Okay? This is why your phone would probably charge faster if you didn't use it or you turned it off, right? So, on days that you spend in discipline or rest zone 1 or 2, you're simply going to use your battery for the day. So when you're balancing between zones 1 and 2 and you're oscillating in the same way that your body would find homeostasis with body temperature, you're basically just burning your day-long battery. You're not overburning anything. You're not borrowing any more energy from tomorrow. You're not keeping too much of reserve. You're just burning the energy you get and you're just sort of oscillating in perfect balance, right? On days, however, that you spend in discipline zone 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, you're going to have to borrow energy from the future. And the amount you borrow depends on the zone in which you sit in and how long for. And on days you spend in zone 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 of rest, you will gain or recharge energy that you can deposit into the future to borrow. And the amount you gain depends on the zone in which you sit. So this all sounds very confusing and abstract. So let me give you a diagram. So this is what the average month of energy might look like for someone with a nice fresh month. So let's say that this is what your month looks like for the next 31 days. Let's say that you're perfectly rested, you've got loads of energy, you've just come off the back of a nice 2-week-long holiday, and you're perfectly rested and ready to go. What your month would look like is like this. Let's say we've got 31 days in this month, and every single day you've got your battery, and you've got 100 units of energy for each day that you're about to spend. Your long-term battery is fully recharged, and everything's in good standing, okay? So what this would look like is that if you spent the first 5 days back from holiday in zone 1 or 2, you get back from holiday, you just come back to work a little bit, Till's taken some time off, you're in zone 1 or 2, you're perfectly balanced, right? What's going to happen is you're going to rest throughout the day, you're going to be a little bit lazy, not really exert yourself after the holiday. As you can observe, what happens if they do this is they drain day 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 down to 0, and burn just a little bit of energy in their long-term battery. So, when you burn a day, you lose a little bit of long-term battery, which is why, 9 to 5ers or people that just live normal, boring lives have to take a holiday every few months. because, you know, after just even a normal balanced little bit of discipline, you know, you still reduce your energy level over the long term, right? Which means you need a holiday, you take some time off. So this is what it looks like. You know, if you spend a day in zone 1 or 2, you're perfectly balanced, you're just burning your energy that you've got today. Now, let's say that this person gets to day 6. So they've just done 5 days of balanced discipline, and they go hard in zone 6 on day 6. And what they do on day 6 is they go to discipline zone 4 and 5. So they spend the day in zone 4 and 5 pushing really hard on sales calls, making lots of content, doing a ton of work, very little downtime, working late into the night. Let's say on day 6, they're like, fuck it, I'm back from holiday, I've done 5 days of balance, I'm going hard today. Well, what happens? Because they've got their day of energy here, but on day 6, they're significantly more disciplined than they were on the previous days. So how does this work? Because they've only got so much energy on day 6, right? Well, what happens is they burn all of their day 6 energy, but to sustain zone 4 and 5 behaviors, they have to borrow from their reserves from day 7. So by the end of day 6, they've used all of their day 6 energy, but also some of tomorrow's reserves. So when you push yourself beyond zone 2 discipline, you have to borrow energy from the next day because, you know, you've only got so much energy in the day. And so, you know, what happens here is because they only have so much energy, which is 100 units on day 6, they had to borrow some from tomorrow and tap into their future reserves. So they were in zone 5 for most of day 6, so that's quite exhausting. So they've had to basically do almost a day and a half of energy, a day and 3/4 of energy. And also, borrowing from future reserves is necessary to get stuff done, but also this does drain your long-term battery too, okay? So at this point, this person's fine. You know, they've done day 6, they've done a hard day's work, they're not tired at all because they've got so much reserve here. They've got, for God's sake, they've still got like 20 days of reserve. Their energy level is still, you know, 80% at capacity. You know, their long-term battery is full. They're fine. So what do? They go into day 7 with the same attitude. And this time they're in zone 5 discipline. Okay, so they're up here, you know, in zone 5, working real hard, getting stuff done again, working like a beast, right? And, you know, that happens again. But the thing is about this is they didn't have that much energy on day 7. So by the time day 7 rolls around, they've already used 75% of their energy on day 6. So they come into day 7 with 25% of the energy they would have had. So what they have to do, because they're staying in zone 5 all day, is they have to borrow energy from day 8 and day 9 because they didn't have much on day 7 to start with. And so, you know, something happens. Because they start with day 7 with so little, they have to borrow from 8 and 9. So they burn all of day 8. So they burn the rest of day 7 that we can see they had a little bit left here. Then they burn day 8 and they burn half of day 9 because they have to borrow from future reserves because you can't sustain zone 5 with, you know, 25 units in one day. It's not possible. And so, you know, this also depletes their energy level a little bit as well. And, you know, that starts to happen. And so if we keep moving here, on day 8, they do the same thing. So day 8 rolls around, they're on a roll. They're like, fuck it, I'm not taking time off. I'm in the zone. I feel good, you know? But the problem is they've been borrowing from the future a little bit too much without making any effort to recharge. So what happens on day 8 is they want to maintain their zone 5 discipline. And so, you know, on day 8, they start with no energy. Like, you know, they've got nothing here. So what they do is they look to the next days. So they borrow the rest of day 9, then they borrow day 10 and half of day 11. And, you know, at this point now, this person's, you know, 3-4 consecutive days in a row where they've had to, you know, be in like high zone 5. They're borrowing a lot of energy here. So now their long-term battery is going down. Now, admittedly, the long-term battery probably wouldn't go down by this much already. It takes like quite a while for your battery to go down. So just ignore that slight mistake on my end. But now we're having to borrow like 3 days out. And then what happens on day 9 is they're tired because they're so far into their reserves, but they decide to push through. And this time they push through into zone 6. And what they have to do on day 9, they started with no energy on day 9, but the problem is on day 9 is they've already used all of day 10 and half day 11. So now they have to borrow from 11, 12, 13, 14, and part of 15 just to get the energy to push through. And they're in zone 6 for the whole of day 9. And because they're already quite tired, it's exponentially worse. They have to borrow more energy, if that makes sense. So they start feeling tired, but their body's like communicating them, but they watch the David Goggins video and push through to zone 6. And the consequence of pushing through to zone 6 is having to borrow a little bit further out. And now their energy is really going down. So now they're only 9 days into the month, but because they haven't taken any adequate rest, it's almost like they've done a week and nearly a week and a half of work, but they've only done a week of work. On day 10, they're exhausted and tired. So what they do is they take a day of rest. They're like, oh, it's day 10, I'll rest. So they rest in zone 4. So they're relaxing a little bit, but not completely, but they're still relaxed. So they swing themselves down to, zone 4 here just for a day, just so they can get some time off and sort of chill out, right? Which is a pretty healthy thing to do and encouraged. And this means they relax a little bit, but not entirely or completely. They're still maintaining some discipline, but whatever. So what they do on this day is, because they relax a little bit, is they've recharged their battery for day 15 and 14. So remember, because they entered zone 6 on day 9, they had to borrow energy from day 14 and 15 to do this. So by the time day 10 rolls around, they rest, and because of that rest, they replenish day 15 and most of day 14 just from one day of rest. Okay? And then what happens on day 11 is they feel rested, they've had a day off, so they feel that they're recharged, but it's only temporary. They go hard again, they enter zone 5 discipline, and because of this, they have to once again burn day 14, 15, 16, and 17. And this depletes their long-term battery. So just because they have one day of rest doesn't mean that they're out of the woods. So they do the zone 5 thing again and have to borrow more. And then in day 12, at this point, they're exhausted because, they're like, shit, like, I've got no energy. Like, this is like a week of like hardcore discipline with no rest and no time off. Like, we're talking like, extreme shit here. Like, starting really early, finishing really late, like working really intensely in like zone 5, like high zone 5, low zone 6. Now, day 12. Now they're exhausted. They've got no energy, but they still want to push on regardless. They're polarized to discipline. They've got a little bit of energy left in their long-term battery. They're here. They're like, shit, I can still go. I can still keep going. So they enter zone 5 against all their impulses and tiredness to get the day done. But to do this, it costs them heavily. Now, here's the key note. The less reserves you have, the more energy borrowing costs. So the lower your long-term battery, the more it costs you to borrow. So at day 12, this person's exhausted and they've got very little long-term battery. So what that means is a day of zone 5 here requires them to borrow out so much further than the day if they were already rested. So if they if they enter zone 5 on day 6, they might only have to borrow from tomorrow because they're so rested already. But because they're borrowing from day 12 where they're already really tired, they have to borrow a lot. So the zone 5 on day 12 is fucking idiotic. They should take another day off. But what happens is they push through in zone 5, and now they have to borrow from 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So they basically have to borrow like a week's worth of energy just to get a day of work done. And that's what happens when you get close to burnout territory. When your energy reserves are so low because you've pushed yourself too far, one extra day of work can cost you a week of rest, right? And day 13. So day 13 is burnout. So this is we're only halfway into the month here, but this person's been working so hard for so long with such intensity that they're now burned out. And this person is deep into his reserves, and his body has forced him to rest. He's forced into zone 5 rest, which recharges day 23, which is a silver lining. Usually a day of zone 5 rest would recharge more than a day. But because this person is so far into his reserves, it doesn't recharge much. Like the more exhausted you are, the more rest you need to obviously become unexhausted. So the more exhausted you are, the less impact rest has on your energy levels. So if you had a day of zone 5 rest, when your energy levels were already quite high, then you could replenish like 3-4 days. But because this dude's fucking exhausted, it only replenishes 1 day, quite far out. Now what happens here is when you get burned out, it's a sign that you're close to your long-term energy reserve. So your long-term battery is a scale, and you can burn through this energy in the long term over a couple months long time horizon. But the issue is once you get to the bottom of your long-term battery, you enter something called the long-term energy reserve. And your body does not like being in your long-term energy reserve. This is the energy that it keeps over for survival situations. This is when your cortisol spikes and you're basically in fight or flight all the time. This is when your stress is really high, you can't sleep properly, and you're basically in your reserves. Your body has these reserves, and it's possible to tap into them. It doesn't feel very nice to tap into them, but it takes a long time to recover. So for example, if you were like, if you were stranded on an island, your body has energy reserves. It can start digesting your protein. It will start digesting your muscles. Your body will literally digest your muscles for energy to convert into glycogen or whatever, ketones or whatever, to basically keep you alive. So obviously we're not digesting our muscles here, but the same thing is true with your mind and the way that your mind deals with mental energy. You have these reserves, which would basically be the equivalent of your body digesting your muscles from a physical level. So here's the problem. So day 13, this guy takes a day off. He's like, fucking hell, I'm exhausted. I've got very little in the tank. So he takes a day off. He rests in zone 5. He just watches Instagram reels and eats shit food and just goes to bed really late and whatever. But then on day 14, he wakes up and he makes a mistake. He's so polarized towards discipline that he's not listening to his body or his burnout symptoms. Instead, listening to the top 1% man advice, what he does is he decides to push on and dig into zone 4 discipline for day 14. He can't muster up anything more than zone 4. He can't go to zone 5 or zone 6 because his body simply won't allow him. So he pushes himself as hard as he can and enters zone 4. Now, at this point, this costs him dearly, and it consumes the rest of his energy reserves on the board for the month. He's now dug into his long-term energy reserves, which is his survival reserves or his emergency reserves, and his long-term battery is just wiped, and he's got no energy in the tank for the rest of the month. This is burnout. This is what happens when you work past burnout. Your body just goes into shutdown mode. And then what happens is it's day 15. So he does day 14 work, but day 15 rolls around, he's fucked. He's burned out, and he's forced into zone 5 and 6 rest. All good habits go out the window. All the addictions come back in. No willpower to do anything or control impulses. Total, complete laziness, and the polar opposite of how he wants to behave and what he identifies with. The sad thing, even just a day of rest here doesn't recharge anything. So he's forced into rest at this point. Burnout is forced rest. And this is why when you burn out, all of your bad habits come back in. Because all of the impulses that you currently are trying to hold back on, the food, the content, these instant gratification mechanisms, they require discipline to keep down. You've got to exercise discipline constantly to keep these impulses at bay. But when you're forced into burnout territory and you really burn yourself out, all of your impulse control goes out the window because you have no discipline left. You have no reserves to even fight off the most basic impulse. So all these bad habits start creeping in. So what people think happens when they burn out is they think it's self-sabotage. They think that they mistake burnout, which is truly just your body like communicating exhaustion and your energy levels being so low that you haven't even got the willpower to muster up energy or discipline. They think that that's them self-sabotaging. And they think that what it is it's them like intentionally destroying their thing. Now, there is a psychological argument for that, and we've talked about the self, and we've talked about the trial by fire stuff, and we've talked about how the the self has a survival bias, and you are going to self-sabotage, and we need to keep that thing at bay. But once you start your becoming self, the danger is burnout. The real danger is depleting your energy reserves to the point where the current sense of self can just come back in and, you know, there's no discipline. Because discipline is how you destroy the current self. It's work, right? So when you can't work, the current self rears its ugly head again. You then mistake the burnout for the current self being the reason. But all it is you've just basically given the current self an open door to walk through. And that's a silly thing. So he's burned out. He's into his long-term energy reserve now. And his body will not tolerate this. And so what happens for basically a week is he's spent in total slob mode, lazy mode, bad habit mode. Everything goes out of the window. He's in zone 5, zone 6 rest. It's forced. He doesn't want to be there. He's angry. He's shameful. He's pissed off. He's sleeping late. He's masturbating, watching porn. He's eating junk food. He's being an idiot. He's smoking. He's drinking. He's taking drugs. He's gaming again. Everything comes out, you know, everything. He's hanging out with the wrong people. He's not working. He's just exhausted. His body is digging its way out of long-term survival emergency reserves. So all that burnout is, and all that's happening here, is it's not like he's got some evil, malevolent self-sabotage mechanism, although that might be somewhat true. It's more just the fact that he hasn't got anything in the tank. Like it's like this, like trying to work during a burnout stage is like trying to force a car to accelerate when it's got no gas in it. A car with no gas in the tank, no matter how hard you push the accelerator and are good of a driver, it will not move. Your body and your mind are the same thing. It's like trying to turn your phone on when it's got no battery. It just won't turn on. You can't just miraculously pull discipline and willpower out of your ass when you're burned out. You can't. Because it's literally like trying to drive a car with no gas in it. You've got nothing left. So your responsibility as an entrepreneur is to make sure that you do not get to this point. Because it's better to make progress slowly and consistently through, you know, healthy discipline and rest balance than going to extremes. And this is why people struggle in business. And this is why you have the oscillatory life cycles. And this is why people struggle, is because their discipline levels and their rest levels go up and down and up and down and up and down. And anything taken to its extreme will become its opposite. And so extreme discipline becomes forced rest. There's no other way around it. You need to learn how to be patient and slow yourself down and balance out your discipline and make progress slower than you'd like, but for a sure thing, okay? So on day 21, he's just about over the burnout stage, but he's still exhausted. So he takes off a few more days. And as he does this, he starts to recharge a little bit. So after like a week or two of basically just lying around doing nothing, he finally starts to recharge his energy reserves, right? That we can see here. And he's out of the long-term energy reserve, so he's feeling a bit better. And he's now got his impulses back in check. So, you know, he's starting to correct his bad habits again. He's not back to work yet, but, you know, he's still in like zone 4 rest, not zone 6 anymore, right? Burnout is like zone 6 rest, basically. And, you know, he's not burned out anymore, but he's just in zone 4. And then on day 26, he does a little bit of work, but he spends most of his day in zone 2 or 3 rest, just taking it easy. And basically this becomes exponential. So because he takes off these days, and because on day 25, 26, he's still sort of resting quite a lot, because he's already a little bit rested from this period, his energy levels spike way back up. So discipline to rest ratios are not linear, they're not equal. If you take a lot of rest and rest another day, then you get a lot of recharge, if that makes sense. So because he's still taking it easy off the back of his burnout and not going hard again, his energy levels spike way up. So he goes from like having 25% reserves to 75% reserves just because of one or two extra days off. Like you don't need as much rest as you think, okay? And then by day 27, you know, he's rested, his long-term battery is full again, he's out of the burnout cycle, he's feeling confident, he's feeling ready to go, and, you know, his long-term energy reserve is nearly full, and, you know, we've got day 32, 33, 34, and he's ready for, like, you know, the next 30 days again, but he's probably going to repeat the cycle. This is how most entrepreneurs live. They live in a cycle of discipline and extreme rest. They basically burn themselves out, and it's not healthy. And I know that I get it, because young men, what we do is we glorify pain and discipline and hard work and suffering. And we should, because it's the route to success. But we glorify it a little bit too much. And that's because there's a lot of pride and there's a lot of intense momentary pleasure and pride in the ability to exercise extraneous self-control. It feels pretty fucking good. It's a nice thing to do. It's great. And we become too polarized to it. And anything taken to its extreme will become its opposite. And this is how you burn yourself out. This is how you make yourself ill. It's how you make inconsistent progress, which is never progress at all. Inconsistent progress is not progress. It's just plateau, right? And so, yeah, day 27, he's ready to go again. And he's going to do it all over again. And what we could do is we could map this behavior on a discipline or recovery chart. So I'm just going to drink some water here. Excuse me. But what you can see is if we took this 30-day period, so, you know, day 1 to day 27, like 30 days or whatever, we could map out this guy's discipline on the graph. And so what this might look like is, you know, for the first couple of weeks, you know, we've got the zone 5, deep zone 6 activity here with no rest. And then we've got the 1 day of rest in zone 4. And then we go back up for another week or two. And then we go too far to the point where, you know, we burn out on day 13 and spend a few days here. Then we recover a little bit here. By day 26, we're just back in zone 2 rest, doing a little bit of discipline stuff. And then by the time we get to the end of the month, we're back again. So it's like a 30-day cycle. Now, this is arbitrary. It's not always going to be a 30-day time horizon for a burnout cycle to occur. This is just an example of a month. So don't think that this is like a thing that just resets every month magically. That's not the case. But you can map this out on a graph like this. And this is what the month would have looked like. So we have extreme discipline, and then we have extreme rest for a little bit, and then some recovery, and then we're back up. So what this guy should have done is spent all he had to do was extend this little rest period by maybe 2 or 3 days. Because if he extended it by 2 or 3 days, every consecutive day of rest exponentially increases the charge of your long-term battery. So if you take 1 day off, you won't charge much battery. But if you take 2 days off, you'll charge like double on the second day what you did on the first. And if you take 3 days off, then you'll charge triple than what you did on the first. So rest is exponential. And the more consecutive days of rest you take, the more you recharge and the more worthwhile it becomes. In the same way that the consecutive days of discipline burn more energy. So day 1, zone 6 isn't going to cost you too much. Day 2, zone 6 might cost you a little bit more than the first day. Day 3, day 4, day 5. By the time you get to day 7 of zone 6, it's costing you 10 times more than day 1 did. It's exponential. And the more consecutive time you spend in either of these camps, whether it's discipline or rest, the more of an effect it has as time passes with intensity. Okay. So for example, I can tell you this, I've been recording this for 4 hours non-stop with no breaks. And I might have started this recording in like zone 5. I'm now in zone 6. And you know, this next hour of recording for me is going to be more exhausting than the previous 4 hours combined, because I'm in my day reserves, right? I'm way over my 100 units of energy for today. I'm probably borrowing, you know, 2-3 days out from now, right? And this next hour of work that I do is probably going to require me to burn an entire day of energy in the future. So if I'm on the 16th of June, I'm right now borrowing, I've used all my energy for the 16th of June by far, because got up early, did some work, finished this document, recording this for 4 hours. That's zone 6 shit. I'm done for today. My energy is done for today. So what I'm doing now is I'm borrowing from the 17th of June, but this last hour of recording is about to be very intense because I'm quite exhausted from this recording and it's getting intense. So 1 hour of zone 6 for me at the moment might require me to take all of my energy from like the 19th of June. And that's how it works. The more intense something is going to require more energy. And the longer you spend in a zone, the more intense the thing becomes. So here's the discipline or recovery chart from when I was 18. So remember the story I told you about that crazy 9-month, 3-job business speed reading discipline sprint? Then I had that 3-month crash out period. So, you know, I was in like deep zone 6, deep zone 7 for like 9 fucking months. Like, not healthy, not good. And the thing about this is I didn't come out of it. So you can go to zone 6 if you want, but you have to be prepared to go to zone 5 or zone 6 rest every now and then to accommodate for it. But I literally spent 9 months up here. And the result of that was a correction where I started having the panic attacks down here, and I started getting delirious and ill for like, you know, a good week. And then my recovery was slow. It took me 3 months to get back to normal, where I could get a job again and behave like a normal human, right? So, you know, you can map it there. And it might seem familiar to the oscillatory life cycles that we cover. Now, this isn't just a clean, easy monthly thing. It's not like your energy reserve just resets every month. This is not like, I'm using a 30-day time horizon here, for example, but you need to realize that, you know, the body and the mind doesn't really recognize calendars. Like, your body doesn't understand the abstraction of time and calendars. It uses binary thresholds and biological markers to determine which state it forces you into. And this is an oversimplified model to help you understand how this stuff works. So why does this happen? Why can't we just be disciplined forever and sit in the high discipline zones for the rest of our lives? Because that would certainly make becoming successful way easier. Well, when you enter a high discipline zone, you obviously, as you know now, you have to borrow energy from the future. So it comes with a cost. You have to borrow it from the future. And you know, the future's coming, so there's going to come, if you borrow from tomorrow and tomorrow rolls around, then you're going to be a little tired tomorrow because you're going to have to borrow from the next day. Think of it in the same way that you borrow money from a bank. When you borrow money from a bank, you go into debt. And when that bank loans you this money, they'll force you to pay it back with interest, meaning you pay a little bit more back than you borrowed. When you borrow energy from your future reserves, you incur a debt that must be paid, and that debt contains recovery interest. This means that you have to pay off the debt, and you maybe have to pay off a little bit more than you borrowed. This is why I had to take off 3 months off of everything in life. It was why, you know, that happened. I was paying my discipline debts off to the bank of energy. So, you know, imagine we've got the bank of energy. So up here, I'm borrowing, I am lending, like I'm taking as much money as I can from the bank at a super high interest rate. And you know, if you borrow loads of money for a very long time from a bank, they're eventually going to want it back. And I had to pay it back, and I had to spend 3 months in here. Now you'll notice how it's disproportionate, because I spent 9 months here, but only 3 months here. And that's because rest and discipline are not equal, which we'll talk about in a second. And that's asymmetric charging. I know what you're thinking. Well, shit. If every time I discipline myself, I have to have an equal amount of rest, then surely I'm never going to make any progress, right? Surely I'm going to stay stuck in the oscillatory life cycle. That's a fair thing to think. You're like, oh shit, well, you know, if every time I go up here, I have to come down here, how am I going to make any progress? I'm just going to oscillate. I'm just doomed to oscillate between these two things. That's not true. Because if that was true, no one will make any progress ever. There is good news. The good news is that rest and discipline are not equal. Rest is significantly more powerful than discipline. It's got a multiplier. And what this means is for every point of discipline you score, you only need to compensate it with less points of rest. So for every, it's got like a 2 to 3 to 4x multiplier. Because, you know, if I take a week off of work and I spend a week in zone 6 rest, which means that I've just let everything go and I'm totally undisciplined and I'm just completely off of it. What I can take a week off, and that might recharge my battery for like 3 months. You know, if I take a nice long weekend, if I take Monday, Friday, and Saturday, if I take Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday off and stay in zone 5 rest for 4 days on a long weekend, that's 4 days off, but it might recharge my battery for 3 weeks. So rest is asymmetric. And what that means is you don't need to have an equal amount of rest and discipline. Because, you know, when you go through your burnout cycles and your burnout stages, they might only last a week. And then you might be able to go again for like 3 or 4 weeks, right? So it's important to note that for every point of discipline, you might need 0.3, 0.4, 0.5 points of rest, right? Sometimes you get 10x multiple on rest. It's insane. Rest, the return on the ROR, return on rest, which is basically discipline cash, is huge. Like, for example, when I had my crazy 9-month stint, it only took me 3 months to get back to normal, to be clear and healthy again. Admittedly, I wasn't quite back to normal for a year, but I could function. So you can see this here. 9 months of deep zone 6 and zone 7, and then only 3 months of zone 7 and 6 rest. So I spent 75% of the year in deep zone 6 and 7, but only 3 months in deep zone 7 and 6. So it only took me a third of the time to get back to the healthy level. So rest is more powerful than discipline in swinging this chart. And you don't need to spend as much time in rest as you do in discipline. It doesn't have to be perfectly equal, okay? Because your body is built to rest. Your body is built to recover. You've got a recovery mechanism inside of you that is incredibly efficient. And you can imagine your body and your mind to be like an iPhone. So let's say that you charge your phone for 10 hours straight and it runs out of battery. You put it on charge and 1 hour later it's fully charged, ready to go again. So you didn't need to charge your phone for the duration you wanted to use it for. So if you put your phone on charge for an hour, that might give you 10 hours of usage. So it's a 1 to 10 ratio. In the same way that if you give your body, a week of rest, you might get 3 months of discipline from that, right? It's like when you have any battery, if you charge the battery it won't take long to charge it, and you'll be able to use the battery for longer than you charged it for. So if I've got my MacBook and I charge my MacBook to 100%, it might take my MacBook 2 hours to get to 100%, but I might be able to use my MacBook for 20 hours, which means that there's a 10x multiple on the recovery of the MacBook's battery, if that makes sense. Same thing's true for your body. It's charge to burn ratio. The battery is very efficient in these devices. So if you spent 3 months working in zone 5 or 6 discipline, maybe you'd have to spend a month in zone 5 or 6. Now, note that this only applies to work. Like, if you ran a marathon with no training and spent 5 hours in zone 6, your body might physically need 4 to 5 days of rest before it's fully recovered. So when it comes to your physical physiology, like your body's recovery, it can take a lot longer to recover, but your mind recovers real fucking quick. Like, if you think about this, if you've never run a marathon before and tomorrow you run a marathon with no training, it might take, let's say you run that for 5 hours. So you're in zone 6 discipline for 5 hours running, and it's fucking horrible. It might take you 5 days to recover from that. So it was only 5 hours of discipline, but it took you 5 days to recover. So the body the thing that you use to work is an incredibly efficient battery. It's like an iPhone battery where you can charge it for a short period of time and then use the phone for a long time. On the flip side, the higher the zone, the more time you'll have to spend in the other zone, obviously. So if you spend a day or two in zone 7, you might need a month in zone 6 or 5. So I'd advise never go to zone 7 unless it's absolutely crucial for you, your family, or your company's survival. So I've had to go to zone 7 a few times before with work where I might have to spend like an entire 2 days with no sleep, trying to solve a problem in business. And if we're going through a crucial stage of the company, there's times before where I've been in zone 7 for a while, and I've always had to pay a serious price for that in terms of rest levels and stuff like that. So with time and practice, you can increase the efficiency of your personal battery. The more you do this, the more time you will spend, the more you do this, i.e. the more time you spend in high discipline zones, the better you get at recovering and taking intentional rest, the more efficient you become. So, when it comes to burnout, you have a burnout threshold, which is how much discipline you have to enact with as little rest as possible before you burn out. And you can increase that threshold. And your battery becomes more efficient with time. So the more you do this, the longer you spend in high discipline zones, the better you get at rusting and recovery, the more efficient your battery becomes. So for example, I've got like a decade of practice burning myself out and taking myself to my limits. And I have an extremely high tolerance for burnout. Like someone like Elon Musk, for example, like that dude could probably spend like, I don't know, fucking like 6 months in zone 7 and then basically only have to spend like a week in zone 6 to get out of it. Like, you know, you increase your battery efficiency, and you know, when I'm talking about the level of discipline I can have, you know, you won't want to necessarily emulate that at the beginning because it takes time to get there. But really the only way to get there is to try to be there, because that's how you get better at it and that's how you increase the efficiency. That's why I can make videos like these consistently, and most people can't even make a YouTube video. You know, like I've been making these deep abstract mindset videos, these big boys, for, you know, like 6 to 9 months now, whatever it's been. And it's been a little bit, maybe longer than that, but I've been doing it consistently, like every week. And most people can't even make a YouTube video. So it's like, you know, there's levels to it. It's kind of like having, like, battery efficiency is like having a credit score. You know, a credit score is something given to people in society to determine how much money they
Right now I'm just trying to figure out how the fuck I'm gonna talk to my guy. Mainly because, dude, my fucking Discord is like literally shitting the bed. Yo. Yo. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, add me on Telegram. My fucking Discord's shitting the bed. I can't send you any messages. I literally can't send you anything, bro. Yeah. Alright, bet. Oh, so my freaking number. Well, look at that, chat. My shit's just fucking shitting the bed again. I guess. There you go. Okay. Alright, bet. Connecting. Yo! Okay, I think I can hear you a little bit better. Yo! Dude, your fucking mic! Holy dude, fuck Discord. This thing sucks. Dude, Discord is like such a fucking bitch to use. I don't know why I think it's because I have it connected to I have it connected to this like messaging platform. Yeah, I'm just removing account flat out just because it's like retarded as fuck. I have no idea why it's like just not working. It's probably due to the whole bullshit of like of it kind of being registered as a bot. That's probably why. And it just literally cannot handle it. Like I like having beeper just because it's like a centralized area where I can have everything to where I don't have to have like fucking 16 different apps open for DMs and shit, and that I can have access to literally everything on what I need on there flat out. Let me see if I can. But yeah, I do fuck with Telegram though. It's pretty cool. I fuck with the app. I also fuck with the owner, the founder. He's a crazy dude, and I hella fuck with him. So we're gonna continue this because this is like really good.
They can borrow and how favorable their interest rates are. So if you have a high credit score, you can borrow more money, etc., etc. You can think of having like a disciplined credit score. So the better you are at paying back on time, being a reliable borrower, and stuff like that, you can get more money from the bank. And the exact same thing is true with your body, time, and energy. So if I borrow lots of money from the bank and have credit cards and consistently pay them back on time, my credit score goes up, which means I can borrow more money from the bank in the future because they know I'm a reliable borrower. The same thing is true. You have like a credit score, but for discipline. So the better you are at paying off your disciplinary debts, which is basically what you're incurring, disciplined debt, right? When you spend too long in a highly disciplined state, you're basically borrowing, you're borrowing energy and you have to pay that energy back. So the better you get at paying that back on time with rest, and the better you get at intentional rest and taking time off and taking it easy, the higher your disciplined credit score, the more you are reliable to borrow, right? And the more the disciplined bank will trust you with when it comes to borrowing. Draining intensity is something that's crucial to note, which is basically that the lower your long-term battery, the easier it's going to be for you to drain it at lower levels of discipline. So say your long-term battery is nearly empty and you're nearing your burnout threshold. If you spend one day in zone 3 or 4 discipline, that might have the equivalent effect than if you were to spend a week in zone 5 or 6 when you had a full battery. So the more exhausted you become and the lower your long-term battery gets, the more sensitive it gets to being drained. So, if here, right, if you're at this space, you could spend 4 or 5 days straight in maybe zone 5 or 6 and maybe reduce your battery a little bit. But if your battery was here and you spent a day in zone 5 or 6, it might reduce drastically. So depending on how full your long-term battery is, depends on the sensitivity to how much discipline it will require you to burn it off, if that makes sense. This also works on the flip side of rest. So if you take a day of rest and you're already pretty rested, then you'll fill your battery up way more than if you took a day of rest when you're already exhausted. It's pretty basic maths, okay? And disproportionate action. So we've kind of discussed this, how, not all actions will burn energy equally. Some actions in your business and in your work are going to be more taxing than others. It's not about how much time you spend in a disciplined state. It's about how intense the action is. And you don't want to fool yourself into thinking you're a high disciplined person just because you work a lot. If you work on easy shit, like if you're building a website or replying to emails or watching content, then you're in like zone 3 or 4. But if you're making like YouTube videos and deep content and doing sales calls all the time and working on your product and hiring people, that's like zone 6. So, you watching this right now, yeah, it requires a bit of discipline because you could be watching Netflix and but all you're really doing is just watching a video and doing some action items. So maybe you're in zone 3 or 4, but you could probably find that you'd be able to spend more time doing this than you would doing sales calls or something that's a little bit more exhausting, right? So for example, if you look at this from a gym standpoint, a 1 rep max deadlift is going to take more energy and tax more from your body and your energy discipline levels than 30 minutes just walking on the treadmill. So a one rep max deadlift you could do in 15 seconds, right? But it's fucking exhausting because it's so intense. So you go to zone 7 or high zone 6 just for 15 seconds. But it would cost you more energy to do this than it would 30 minutes on the treadmill. Now, not in terms of calorific burn, I'm talking central nervous system energy reserves, right? So how much energy you burn is not about time spent, it's far more about intensity of activity. So I'm recording this video now. It's a 4-hour recording. It's exhausting. That's me good for the day. Like, you know, it's like, I'll probably keep going after this, to be honest, because I've got quite a lot of energy at the moment. I've really stacked up my reserves recently. But, you know, it's exhausting, and it's about intensity. So, for example, 4 hours of deep work on this Google Doc is going to take more energy than 20 hours of listening to business podcasts or doing meetings. And in case you're wondering, by the way, little plug, program recording is the most heinously exhausting thing I have to do at work. And this build of the academy has truly sent me to the darkness and has done me some harm. So, you know, you can always refer a friend or upsell and buy Easy Grow or something just to say cheers for that, mate. It's a shameless plug, but I was sort of amused as I was recording this because, like, you know, these videos to make, they are exhausting. And, you know, over the last 6 to 9 months, I have been in and out of pretty serious burnout at times because of these, and because I'm in such a rush to get them done because, well, I want to add as much value as I can as fast as I can. Yeah, it's pretty exhausting, but it doesn't matter. So burnout is kind of one of the last things we're going to discuss here. We've obviously used this term multiple times, and you probably know what it is and how it works, but I want to give you some information on this so that, you know, you can be better equipped to deal with it should you start to experience it, which you probably definitely will, because you're not going to get this right the first time around unless you properly listen to me. So burnout is defined as forced recovery or forced rest. It's when you've pushed yourself so far that your body effectively shuts down and forces you to stop, and it won't listen to rhyme or reason. If the body is burned out, there ain't anything you can do to get it up and do the work. Burnout is a total state and works on a threshold basis. What that means is it will show symptoms and happen gradually until you hit a point of no return in which you will descend into total exhaustion. It's a threshold, and that means there's an arbitrary level of energy reserve that you need to dip in to reach it. Everyone has different burnout thresholds, and you can improve yours over time by practicing and working. Now, burnout exists in 5 stages, and there's like 5 thresholds to get to each stage. So we've got stage 1, which is mental. So this is easy. This is not really burnout. This is when you get little emotional spikes, a little bit of doubt, a little bit of fear, can't really focus, like just a couple of little mental symptoms, a little bit tired, like this is nothing serious. Stage 2 is physical. This is mild physical symptoms. You feel a bit tired, you can't really get to sleep that well. You know, you're getting a little bit sick, you're getting your bags under your eyes, you know, you're starting to get a little bit burned out. Like, it's nothing serious, it's not going to stop you from working, but, you know, it's a little bit tired. Stage 3 is where things get a little bit serious. This is when your stress levels are increased, your cortisol's up, you know, you're not sleeping properly. This is when you actually are starting to get properly burned out. You get nausea sometimes, you get anxiety, you can get like a fever, you get properly sick. You can't really exercise anymore because you're so stressed. You lose your appetite. This is bad. Cortisol's up, right? But you can push through this. You can keep going if you want to. Stage 4 is Armageddon. This is what I got to. And this happens real fucking quick. So you hit this threshold, and if you go into stage 4, it happens pretty quick. So this is where you get panic attacks, chronic brain fog, disassociation, immune problems, weight gain, weight loss, depression, night terrors. Stage 4, you don't want to go there. Stage 3, you can tolerate that for a little bit, but you generally want to take some time off once you start getting stage 3. Because this is the thing people ask me all the time, is how do I know when I'm burned out? And how do I know when I'm just coping and I don't want to work? Well, you look no further than the bodily symptoms. So you don't listen to the mental ones. The mental ones are bullshit. Like, you know, the doubts or the little fears or the emotional spikes or the inability to focus. That's nothing. You don't listen to the mild physical symptoms either, because your body can fake those and your mind can fake those through placebo. So if you're tired, if you're not sleeping that well, like, you don't listen to these. What you listen to is stage 3. That's when you get undeniable biological proof that your stress levels are too high and you need some time off, right? Stage 5 is hospitalization. So this is where you have a heart attack, irreversible psychological damage, like I'm talking drastic personality change and mental disorders, rapid aging, reduced life expectancy. This is shit that can kill you, right? You don't want to go here. So I've been to Armageddon.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, dude? Yo, are you taking a shit? What the fuck is that in the background, bro? Hey, what the fuck? Yo. You can hear me? We're all good? Input device. Microphone? Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you. What the fuck, bro? Really? Wait, output device here. Yo, 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 yo. Can you hear me? Okay, so I had to manually set my fucking my mic. That's why. Yeah. Okay. All right. So you sent me a bunch of shit in Discord. My Discord doesn't work, so I couldn't even listen to the fucking things, dude. All your bet. Yeah. Yeah. All right, bet. Cool. Talk to you in a bit. Yes, sir. Okay, bet. All right, let me hit it back to what I was doing. I'm making a school post about me being live. See y'all at the top. I like my little thing of saying "see you at the top." It's like my own little catchphrase. Came up with it on my own. I'm a goat. Bet. Let's get less, let me actually add my stream link so I could get people to hop in here. Bang, 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 edit. Okay, solid. Solid. Alright.
Nearly probably into stage 5. And I'm not proud of it. But generally speaking, like stage 1 will last for like 2 to 6 weeks. Stage 2 will last 2 to 6 weeks. Like, you know, you can be in the early burnout stages for, you know, 3 or 4 months really before things get nasty. Now, I basically, when I burned out and I had my 9-month stint and had my 3 months of Armageddon basically, I spent 9 months, you know, in stage 3. I was like in stage 1 for like 2 months. I was in stage 2 for like another couple of months, and stage 3 for a while. And then it got to this point where it just like was a threshold. Like I just started waking up and I was like having panic attacks and shit. And that was when it got bad. So you want to stop when you get to stage 3. Because by that point, you're probably, you know, a couple of months in and you need a holiday, basically. So a brutal word of advice. I was contemplating putting this in or not. But I'm not going to advise you to do this because it's not healthy and you might have underlying health conditions. So I actually want to say proceed with caution. Do this at your own risk, right? Not advice. Okay, here's the thing. If I was starting again, I would take myself to stage 4 at least once. Because what you want to do is every great entrepreneur that I've studied, every great athlete, they've all been to stage 4. You learn a lot by going here. You learn your limits. You learn your markers. So for me, my burnout symptom is disassociation and these things. Don't go as far as I did because I was in stage 4 way before I had that breakdown and that panic attack. But just push yourself into this little bit ever so gently. Now, I'm not giving you the advice to do that because if you've got underlying health issues and you die because of that, I'd rather you don't, because this is serious shit and it can actually do some real damage to you. So, you know, you can use your judgment. But it does help to learn your limits and explore the darkness and the chaos. Once is enough. I am never, ever going to stage 4 ever again. Now, like I've had enough burnout trauma for a lifetime through those three months. I am never, ever going to stage 4 ever again. Now, I've been close. I actually have been close before, but not like to the point where I broke down. I think what kind of happened is I was pretty deep into stage 4 and I was about to get into stage 5 and my body just shut down. So I think I was in stage 4 for like a good month, you know, where I had like these massive issues. I started losing weight. I couldn't eat anything, but I was still working and going for it. And then my body just shut down before I had a heart attack, right? I think that's kind of what happened. Thank God. Like my body just basically forced me into zone 7 rest. Zone 7 rest is fucking horrible. Like zone 7 rest is awful. That's where you just have a breakdown. You can't do anything. It's fucking horrible. But my body was like, hey, if we don't put this guy in zone 7 rest, like we're going to die. So yeah, avoid it at all costs. If you feel stage 3 kicking in, you can tank it out for a little bit, but I'd advise you take some voluntary rest before it becomes involuntary. Because involuntary rest is not nice. Forced rest is not nice. That's burnout. But you know, what I would do if I was starting again is gently explore stage 4 just to see the limits and just so I can understand like what is there, because that way you know your limits, you know how far you can push yourself, and you know it can be helpful sometimes, but it's up to you. So how do we avoid burnout? Because burnout is forced rest, burnout is forced recovery, it's your body shutting down, and basically it's a total depletion of energy reserves to the point where you cannot physically function or work. So we avoid it through integrated rest. You need to avoid burnout, okay? Burnout is too expensive, not only from a business perspective, but a health perspective too. It takes a long time to recover. And the problem with burnout is it basically forces you to have multiple weeks or months off in a row. You know, it's like if you get really burned out, sometimes you might have to take like 3 weeks off of work. And you know, that can be the product of forced rest from burnout. And deep rest zones shouldn't be sustained for too long. Because what happens with deep rest, if you stay in like zone 6 rest for too long, it can become part of your identity, and then you can start, like if you burn yourself out and you spend 3 weeks in zone 5 or zone 6, you're going to bring back all of your addictions, all your habits, and you kind of got to start again. So you want to avoid burnout because it really can set you back. And you might feel like you're proud because you're making all this disciplined progress, but you end up taking a step backwards because of it. So you'll get inconsistent results and outputs with your business and your health and everything if you have inconsistent inputs, i.e. you keep burning out. So taking multiple weeks or months off of client delivery or sales or outreach is not good. You need to learn to integrate your rest into your working days. So the question becomes, well, how do we do this? The key here is integration. We need to learn to integrate rest into our life. What we don't want to do is have a day of discipline and a day of rest, right? What you want to do is you integrate rest into your day. You don't just wake up and just stay in zone 6 all day. You dip in between zones of rest and discipline throughout the day. And this is what I've got really fucking good at. And this is how I'm able to stay so consistent with my workflow. What I used to do is I used to polarize myself to discipline, stay in zone 5 or 6 for weeks on end, burn out, and then stay in like zone 5 or 6 for a week, and then come back and then go again. That's not good, it's not healthy, and it doesn't lead to long-term business success. What you do instead every day is you find little pockets of time throughout the day to enter zones of rest. So you can pay off your discipline debt and integrate that payment in little short bursts throughout your day. What that does, instead of having to take a week off or 2 weeks off, you still have the time off and the rest, but you have the rest integrated into your days instead of having it in one massive block. And this is basically how you become consistent, because instead of having these massive gaps in your productivity, you have these little tiny gaps throughout the day. And that way, you're integrated, it's healthier, your health stays consistent, your biology stays consistent, your hormones stay consistent, your relationships stay consistent, your workflow stays consistent, your client results stay consistent, your revenue stays consistent, your profit stays consistent, and your sanity stays consistent. So integration is the key. We can't just push, burn out, take a week or 2 off, push, burn out, take a week or 2 off. I've done that. I did it for 4 or 5 years. It's not productive. It doesn't work. It's way better to integrate. Okay. So what we do is we integrate, and there's 8 different things that you can use to integrate your rest. Now, we can integrate on multiple time horizons. So we can integrate in the hour, we can integrate in the day, we can integrate in the week, we can integrate in the month, and we can integrate in the quarter. Okay, a quarter, by the way, a business quarter is three consecutive months. So you've got like January, February, March would be Q1, quarter 1, right? You'd have October, November, December is Q4, quarter 4. So I use all of the following tools of rest at different time frames. So the first one is napping. So if I'm in deep discipline zones, like I am right now, I will nap daily for 30 to 60 minutes in the afternoon. A nap is an easy way to get into zone 5 rest immediately and pay off some discipline debt in the middle of the day. So, for example, I'm in zone 6 today, which is exhausting. And, I'm borrowing from my reserves a couple of days out. And I need to, if I don't pay that debt off now, I'm going to have to pay it off later. And I'm going to have to pay it off for a long period of time. So what I'm doing at the moment with my days, I've been doing this for quite a while, is taking naps. So, it'll get to like, to be fair, I would have already done it by now. I'm recording. So if I'm making Google Docs, then I'll just go and nap after lunch. So like, I'll get to like 2, 3 p.m. and I'll just take a nap for like, 30 minutes, 60 minutes. I'll just set a time of 60 minutes and I let my body sleep for as long as it needs to, up to 60 minutes. And what that does is it allows me to immediately enter zone 5 rest and just pay off the debt that I would have incurred by working in zone 6 during the morning. And so that way, like, I'm not building up any discipline debt. I'm paying it off in the day. Same thing with staring at the wall. Sometimes when I eat lunch, afterwards, I'll just lay down and stare at the ceiling for a short while. I know that's a funny image, but I'll do this after work too. If I'm overstimulated or hyperstimulated from work, what I'll do is enter zone 4 rest and just pay off some discipline debt by just staring at the wall. I'm telling you right now, as soon as I finish this recording, I'm going to export it, I'm going to process it, and I'm going to go and lay on my bed and stare at my ceiling for probably about 30 minutes. It's too late in the day for me to have a nap. If I nap now, then I won't sleep well tonight because it's nearly the evening, right? It's nearly 5 o'clock by the time I'm finished. So, I'll just go and lay down and I'll just stare at the wall. And what that will allow me to do is it allows my brain to rest because there's no new stimulus coming in. It hasn't got to process or deal with anything coming in. And therefore, I'm just immediately straight into zone 4 rest, allowing my body to just process some things and just pay off a little bit of the debt. Spa or bathing. I'll often sauna or take long baths with no phone, music or anything. I'll just sit in a warm space and do nothing but process and relax. And I'll do this for 30 to 60 minutes or so. And if I'm in the bath and just sat in the bath, like laying and staring up at the ceiling, that's like zone 5 rest. It's not quite deep zone 5 like a nap, but if you go and sit in warm water for an hour with no stimulation, that's like the equivalent of that's a lot of rest, And I got this from Napoleon, actually. I read Napoleon's biography. It's an 800-page book by, I think, someone called Andrew Roberts, called Napoleon A Life. I think that's the author's name, I don't know. And what Napoleon used to do is he would take really long baths. So like during like an intensive battle, if there was like a lull in the fighting for a couple of days, because he got so little sleep, what he would do is just go and get in the bath for like 3 hours, 4 hours. And that was basically his way of integrating a pretty extreme rest protocol into a period into which he had to have hyper discipline, because he recognized that during a campaign or battle, you've got to be hyper disciplined, but at the same time you need to bring and integrate rest with you. Now, Napoleon was notorious for hypomania, which is actually a genetic condition that denotes a ability to exert mass amounts of energy with very little rest. So some people have that. I don't know if I have that or not. Maybe I do. Anyway. Maybe I do, thinking about it. Anyway, whatever. Walks. End of the day for 45 to 60 minutes with no music, no phone or stimulation, maybe a conversation with a friend, just you and your thoughts in some nature or someplace quiet. So, I'll probably do this tonight. I'll just go for a walk. There's a park near my house and I'll just go and sit in the sun because it's nice and sunny and I'll just watch the sunset with no stimulation. That's like zone 3, 4 rest. I'm just paying off some discipline debt. I'm just, I'm not finishing my work day after, a 10-hour, 11-hour recording day where I'm making documents and recording. And then I'm not like going and opening my book and like reading David Goggins. And then I'm like, meditating for like an hour and then like taking 5 cold showers and screaming at myself. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm resting. Like, I need to rest. I can't just maintain. If I'm maintaining zone 5, 6 discipline for 10 hours, 11 hours, which is what I'm doing when I'm working, the rest of my day needs to be like zone 3, zone 4, zone 5 rest. Socializing. So like tonight at 9 p.m., I'm playing paddle with my friends. It's like a racket sport. And that will be relaxing. That's like easy zone 3, 4 rest. It's not a very intensive sport. I'll do this a couple of times a week. If I'm in deep discipline, I won't socialize at all. So, when I was building my first business, I didn't do much socializing at all. But I find this to be an easy way to sort of get out the house, drive to the court. Sun's out, it's nice and sunny, nice and warm, play some paddle with the boys, have some fun, easy rest easy rest zone 3 to 4. What I could do is I could stay inside and, speed read a non-fiction book or listen to a business podcast or do 1,000 press-ups. But it's just that I'm just going to pay a price for that in the future. Either you pay off your debt now in short bursts, or you pay it off later with long bursts. And the long bursts are the things that get you. That when you have a long burst of rest, forced rest, i.e. burnout, your addictions come back, your bad habits come back, your old identity comes back, and then you've got to fucking work your way out of that, which is really hard. Not to mention the inconsistency. I've got 30 people working for me. I have to show up for them. I can't just be burned out and not turn up to team meetings and stuff because I'm tired. I need to integrate it. Weekends. So I take Sundays off work completely, and I usually take Saturday afternoons off work completely. This is discretionary and depends on my energy levels and what stage of burnout I'm in. So yesterday was Sunday and I spent 6 hours working on this resource. So it's not always, but if I've got the energy to do it, then I will. But I'll pay the price for that. Like this arbitrary time frame of weekdays, like this idea of days, it's funny how humans work with time. But anyway, I usually take Sundays off completely and usually Saturday afternoons, unless I've got loads of energy, which I did. Evenings, I usually finish work around 7 to 8 p.m. and log off of everything and just relax till bedtime. So unless there's an emergency, like mission critical work emergency, I just chill out in the evenings. I'll just relax. I'm just chilling. I could be in the bath. I could go to the sauna. I could go for a long walk and talk to a friend. I could play paddle. I could stare at the wall. I could watch a movie. Just chilling out. What I'm not doing is, watching 2 hours of porn and then, watching 3 hours of short form content, like shit that, and eating junk food, like shit that's hyper stimulating, tends to not actually be that relaxing, surprisingly. And then holidays. So I'll take 1 to 2 week vacations every 3 to 4 months where I won't do any work or check anything to do with work. So emails and messages get turned off, but I'll only activate work mode if there's an emergency. So I'll go on these holidays and I'll just chill and just do nothing. There's no shame in that. Like, unless there's an emergency. I'll tell you a story. I was in Bodrum, which is a city in southern Turkey, with with my ex-girlfriend. And we were in Bodrum and we were chilling, and Stripe decided to close our account. So our payment processing ability was just wiped out and we couldn't sign clients or take payments. And so I had to come out of holiday mode and enter zone 6 discipline for the rest of the holiday to fix the Stripe problem. I had to call them and email them and draft up emails and seek consultants and stuff. So that kind of ruined my holiday. But if it's mission critical, i.e. you can't process payments or make money and the business is going to be failing because of that, then you take some time off, right? Off the holiday and you go back into work. But those are the 8 ways my favorite ways to integrate rest. I'm not playing video games or watching short form content or eating junk food or anything. Although sometimes I can do that, and I'll tell you about that in a second. So this is what an average work day would look like for me on the discipline or recovery chart. This is like an intensive day of recording. I won't always take the nap. Junk food or anything. This is what an average work day would look like for me on the discipline or recovery chart. This is like an intensive day of recording. I won't always take the nap, but on my average work day, I'll spend basically 66% of my day in zone 5 to 6 of discipline. And I'll spend 33% of my day in zone 4 to 6 of rest. With my days off, I can sustain this for months. So with all of these things, so if I'm taking naps every now and then, if I'm doing the stare at the wall technique or the bathing technique, if I'm walking frequently and doing nothing, if I'm socializing properly, taking off weekends consistently, having my evenings to relax, and taking a holiday every quarter, I can sustain this for the rest of my days. Sometimes, unfortunately, might not be able to go on holiday, or I might not be able to have my evenings, or I might not be able to have my weekends, or I might not be able to socialize because sometimes the business can demand more of me. You know, sometimes, you know, mission critical things can happen. People can leave or die, or we might need new hires, or the ads might stop working, or, you know, the content funnel might break and I might need to do some really serious work. And, you know, sometimes I'll have to enter like zone 7 if I don't want to most of the time, but sometimes I have to. But this is what it looks like. So I wake up and I'm in zone 6 for the morning. Then I'll eat, you know, and I'll be in, and when I'm eating, I'm just relaxing. I'm not doing anything. Then I'll nap. So zone 4. Then I'm back in discipline state. Then I'm just in the evening, I'm in like zone 4, and then like I'm sleeping. So sleep is the ultimate form of the recovery, by the way, which is why I sleep a lot. I sleep a lot, like sometimes 9 hours a night. And like, you know, sleep is zone 6 recovery because you're unconscious. But, you know, I'll spend like a good 3 hours in the evening just chilling. You can see here. And so what you can see is I've got this perfect balance where 2/3 of my time is spent in discipline and 2/3 of my time is spent in rest. Is this perfectly binary? No. Is it always going to be accurate? No. Is this always what my day looks like? No. But this is what I strive for because I can sustain this for a long, long time. And this is what a typical Sunday looks like for me. So on Sunday is my day off. I keep my diet clean. I'm still going to bed on time. Maybe a drink or two if I'm socializing. I might watch a movie, see some friends or family, read a non-fiction book, or watch a good series. Maybe an avocado or a salad if I'm feeling extra cheeky. if I'm getting bored of the carnivore diet, I'll eat like an avocado. That's the extent of my naughtiness when it comes to my diet on Sundays. So Sunday, I'll just spend it like zone 4. I'm just chilling. I'm just paying off my debt from the week. You have to do this. It's an obligation, right? So you can see this is like a typical Sunday for me. No discipline. I'm not doing anything hard. Not working out. Not doing anything. I'm just chilling. Chilling with my friends, chilling with my family, reading a book, watching a movie, laying in bed, chilling. This is what a typical day looks like for me while I'm on holiday. So on holiday, this is the only time that I will go to zone 6 rest, right? So when I'm on holiday, I go a little bit wild. So I'll be sleeping and waking whenever I want. So there's no schedule to my sleep. I don't work. I don't work out. I drink and eat whatever the fuck I want. I party. I'll sunbathe all day. I'll binge watch a Netflix series. I'll rot away in bed. I'll watch YouTube. I can play video games, whatever I want. I let this is usually twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year. I'll spend a week. Usually it's only a week. 2 weeks is way too much to be in this state. I'll spend a week letting go of all my impulses. Now, I keep a little bit of discipline because I won't do any drugs and I won't watch porn. But with those 2 exceptions, there's not much that I won't do. Like I'm not going to crazy extremes or anything like that. But for a good week, every 3 to 4 months, I'll just let go of everything. And this is deep rest for me. And if I do this, like if I work for 3-4 months straight and then have a week of this, like I'm basically just paying off debt intentionally. And I schedule my holidays out. Like I'm in the middle of the year now, and I've got one of these coming up in July and another one coming up in October. And, you know, so I know that for the next like 6 months, I've got these weeks and I can allow myself to just completely decompress. And, you know, this is not what I'm like. I don't drink. I don't eat shit food. I don't party. I don't sunbathe. I don't watch YouTube or binge watch shit. But this is the thing is you cannot get hard jammed on discipline. This is the judgment mirror thing coming in. If you judge people that are lazy and you judge people that don't do anything, then those behaviors are locked to you for fear of you being judged by the people for doing them or fear of you judging yourself for doing them. So I won't judge people that are lazy because sometimes I need to be lazy. And if I judge them for being lazy, then I can't be lazy. So don't be afraid. Now, here's the thing. If your life looks like this all the time or like this all the time, then you're going to be broken, poor and miserable and fat, right? This is what most people's lives look like. Because they just fucking exist and they're just horrible. But you need to be able to go here. You need to be able to swing between the states. Sometimes you have to be like, shit, I am fucking about to enter stage 4 burnout. I need like a good week off. I need like a good 2 weeks off. And I'm going to be in zone 5 the whole time, baby. That's fine. So the objective here is to construct a routine that integrates rest into your daily, weekly, monthly, and quarterly lifestyle. Running it 100% without time off, downtime, or relaxation is a surefire way to stay poor and get nothing done. It might feel good in the moment because there is intense pleasure in momentarily dominating the day, but it will not last. You need something sustainable. So integration is the key word here. You know, you must integrate. It doesn't have to be one day on, one day off. you can rest integrated neatly into every time frame imaginable in the hour, the day, the week, the month, the quarter, the year. And I'm going to do it in a minute. I'm going to finish this recording. I'm going to export it. And I'm going to lie on my bed and I'm going to stare at the ceiling and just let my brain process the last 5 hours of work. And that's integration. Do I feel guilty for doing that? Not at all. Could I instead, open up the next doc and start working on it immediately and listen to a podcast and do as much work as possible? Yeah, I could. But the reason I'm not going to do that is because I need to pay off the debt before I incur more debt. It's pretty smart to do that financially, at least. Just become aware of the burnout signals and listen to your body. And don't do stupid shit on your rest days. So the key here is being able to rest and have little integrated rest periods without doing stupid shit. So if you have a day off on Sunday, keep your diet clean and sleep on time. And don't be a fucking idiot. Don't let all these bad habits come back in. Maintain some discipline, but just the diet and the sleep is the main thing. Don't fuck your diet up and don't fuck your sleep up. Everything else is pretty much fair game. Also, try to avoid frying your brain with hyperstimulation, or alcohol. There you go. These consequences have too long of a half-life. So if I'm relaxing on Sunday, I'm still eating clean. I'm still going to bed on time. I'm not watching short-form content. I'm not doing anything stupid like watching porn or anything like that. So I don't do that anyway. I think it's disgusting. I'm not drinking loads of alcohol or anything. I'm just in a little zone 4. I'm just going for some walks and just lying around and just chilling out. Kind of behaving like a cat all day, right? Just laying in the fucking sun. It's nice. Now, the cool thing about this is habitual discipline conservation. So when you habitualize a behavior, it no longer requires discipline to execute on. Certain behaviors require a lot of discipline. So eating clean, exercising, going to bed on time, meditating, working, these things require discipline. But here's the cool thing. Once you habitualize a behavior, which means make it a habit, it no longer requires any discipline. So for example, I eat a hyper clean carnivore diet. I only eat red meat, right? And I don't eat anything else, nothing else, no carbs, no sugar, nothing. It doesn't require any discipline from me anymore because it's just a habit at this point. So I don't get dietary cravings and I actively want to eat clean meat. So I don't get any impulses to eat shit food ever because I've been doing this for a year and a half, which means that my clean, healthy diet, which allows me to have fully fledged focus with no gut inflammation, requires not a single ounce of discipline from me. It just happens. I just execute on it, cook it, eat it, buy it without thinking about it. And that's cool because now I can take the discipline energy that would have gone into my dietary needs and put it into my work instead. This is why forming healthy habits is a crucial thing to do in the early stage of your entrepreneurial career.
So this is day 2.
If you have healthy habits that support your goal and your business success, you'll eventually be able to execute on them without any discipline. And then you can take that discipline that is in excess and put that into your work. And that's how you produce good work. Another example, I work out regularly and I love working out and it doesn't require discipline. I don't have to drag myself into the gym. And I usually have the opposite problem of overtraining. I'll go to the gym too much and push myself to failure too much. It's just a habit and doesn't require me to get into any depth. What this means is good habits allow you to channel all your energy and discipline into your work. Now, this is the last thing. Then this is fucking crucial. So I'm going to say this once without overdoing the point. Do not cope with rest. Remember what you learned in Trial by Fire Mark II. Be careful not to delude yourself and cope into thinking that you need more time off than you actually do. Your current self is very clever and will try to fool you with thoughts and emotions. Always listen to your body, not your mind, when it comes to knowing when to take rest. The body doesn't lie. So remember, you've got these stages of burnout and you'll be able to determine when you need rest and stuff based on what stage you're at. Don't listen to stage 1 and 2. Ignore them. Because it's usually just your current sense of self creating resistance and lying to you to encourage you to stop working. What a lot of people do is they use rest as a coping excuse to not work. And it's hard to balance this because you need to know when to rest and when to be disciplined. And you don't want to be completely disciplined, but you need to learn to not cope and delude yourself. Let's say you wake up and you're like, I'm a little bit tired today and I've got a bit of a headache. So I must be in burnout stage 2. I've got to take the day off. That's fucking bullshit. And it's fucking bullshit. So the caveat to this entire section of this video is to remember what you learned in Trial by Fire and recognize when you're burned out, but also recognize when you're just creating bullshit resistance. And you can do that according to this stage graph here and looking at the symptoms, okay? And I'll leave you with a quote. Rest is a skill. In the same way that you need to get good at working hard, you need to get good at resting hard because you can only work as hard as you can recover. Discipline is a skill. It's a talent. It's something that you can get good at. It's something that you can embed into your identity and your life, and you're going to be able to do wonderful things with it. But you can't develop discipline without, in conjunction, developing rest. And how good you are at rest is going to determine how good you are at discipline. And you need to learn to rest. There's no shame in it. It's necessary. It's appropriate for consistency. So in summary, this was a big fucking video. Total discipline, delaying gratification, all or nothing.
I like that quote. I'm gonna go ahead and fucking write this bitch down. Need to get good at working hard. Get good at resting hard. Good at resting hard, you can only work. You can only work as hard. Holy fuck, man. Let me see if there's any little tidbits and final points that he's gonna drop. Well, there's 2 minutes left. Let's see.
Sacrifice, giving to get. Focus, projections and mirrors. Client mirror, the endless source. Achieving consistency, athletic recovery. Homeostatic disciplinary regulation. Battery theory, discipline debt. Asymmetric charging. Battery efficiency, draining intensity. Disproportionate actions. Burnout, integrated rest. Habitual discipline, conservation, and delusional rest. I would encourage you to watch this video 10 times. Like, if there's something you don't want to forget, it's this. And, you know, you're going to burn yourself out. You're going to forget this shit, probably, if you don't listen to me, which you might not. Maybe you will. Maybe you'll learn your lesson straight away. But this took me 7 years to learn. And, you know, I've only really just started to understand this idea of rest. And it's a wonderful, like, this idea of the discipline recovery graph, I came up with this only recently. I had the thought around this for like a year ago. And when I started to build out the my understanding of the academy and how I was going to produce this mindset module, and like, this idea is the big game changer, because what a lot of people teach when it comes to mindset training is they polarize you to discipline, and they try and force you to be this machine, but they forget that for every action there is an opposite and equal reaction, and that as above so below, and extreme discipline becomes forced rest. So that, my friends, is a 55-page video on unrelenting discipline. I hope you enjoyed it, and I look forward to seeing you in the next.
Alright, so my big key takeaways here is understanding that, like, I can't just go balls to the wall all the way to the fucking left and then just straight up discipline, because that's where I'm accustomed to. When it comes to the spectrum of either discipline or rest, I'm all the way the fuck over here at discipline, just because of, like, my stuff. Basically, it's excuse me. It's because in the Marine Corps, a lot of the stuff I want to watch, my sort of loop and reinforcement, and then let's get way more concise. Basically, the reason why I'm super geared towards and super polarized on discipline is because while in the Marine Corps, that's all it is. They are literally so polarized. Like, look, if this is the circle, right? This is the circle of being polar, and then here's rest on this side. They are literally so far deep into this and, like, almost pushing past the fucking scale that it's insane. Like, they literally force you and make you, like, they don't give a fuck about rest. Like, when it comes to these things, it's like they literally do not care about rest. They are so polarized to the discipline stuff that they would much rather you die from overexhaustion than be a pussy and take a break. Like, I am so dead ass. It is crazy on how insane they are when it comes to just straight up discipline. There's no leeway, there's no breaks, there's no nothing. Like, you can't do shit. And, like, even now, like, after, I don't know, because the thing is that it's progressively gotten better since I joined, but before that it was way worse. But even now, the culture is still super like that. And then basically from when I was in the Marine Corps, that's what I was predisposed to. right? So then that's where I was at. That's why I became pretty fucking super polarized on this. And then anytime I would see, you know, the sort of David Goggins content, all this other bullshit, that would just reinforce the sort of belief of what I already had, you know, creating that feedback loop to where then I'm super polarized on this, where I've legitimately burnt myself out multiple times, at least, yeah, many times, especially while I was in, and then also pretty recently. And then I'm sort of understanding why I go from 100% locked in to not locked in at all. I'm not doing anything because I literally burnt the fuck out of myself and like ruined everything just due to the fact that I wanted to be like, I would do this sort of crash and burn cycle continually for like forever. And then that's what basically happened in the Marine Corps, because that's what they forced you to fucking do, and it was insane. And then they were always consistently on go. And if you rest, you're a pussy. Go fucking get the fuck away from me. I hate you. You know, like that's exactly what the entire culture was, and that's how everyone thinks, and that's how everyone is. Regardless on if they try to push for, yes, you need to rest, you need to make sure. That is probably like 3% of people who actually believe that when it comes to actual when it comes to the population of the Marine Corps without all the higher ups and everything, because it's really just the ones in who the people in the lower ranks understand that because they're more lazy. But when it comes to the like older guys, the fucking dudes on who have been in for probably 15 years, they're the ones on who are really pushing that and can't seem to wrap their head around it, because, you know, obviously their beliefs are super polar and then they stay that way. So then that's sort of why I have been doing this, 13 days? I think I dropped off only 2 days, where I basically fell down to maybe 8-hour streams each, and then they were shorter than the fucking 12, 16, 14 hours that I'm trying to do. And I have to sort of understand that if I want to go consistently being at these higher zones of output, I need to basically integrate rest. Because when I experimented this before, when I like legitimately would get fucking tired during the day, I would just take a nap and then I'd be fine. Like, and then it wouldn't even be that long. Like, I literally researched and then looked up, if you guys know about that fucking the like Navy SEAL kind of way of taking a nap. Like, you put your feet up, you're laying on the ground, you don't have a pillow, you just close your eyes, and then apparently that's supposed to put you to sleep really quick, and then also you're supposed to get a really good sleep within a very short amount of time in a very short window. I've done that before, and it actually helps significantly, because then I wake up, yes, I'm a little bit groggy, but then as soon as I wake up and I'm sort of locked in, I'm like, oh fuck, this is good. You know, like I feel better than I did in the morning. Like, I've done that many times, and then even when it happened in the Marine Corps, where I was actually able to take a nap, or like I passed out because I was so fucking tired, and then I woke up, I felt fine. Or like multiple times on when I'm like so worked up, I just sit here, and then I just like do this. Or I do on what Charlie said of just literally just go lay on the bed, stare at the fucking ceiling, and then be like this. Like when I go into my really deep work sessions where I'm basically sitting here for hours and hours and hours, I pause everything, cut all stimulation, and then I just start to zone out where my body is forcing me to sort of be like, hey motherfucker, you need to like chill out, you know? Like that's how me being aware of this is so crazy. And then the ways that he integrates rest, the two main ones that I know I can enact and enable, and I'm literally putting in my schedule right now, is staring at the fucking wall, doing absolutely nothing, then taking naps. Because I can take a 30-minute nap and be fine, right? Like, I just set an alarm. I've done it many times before, and it's pretty good. Like, I can give myself an hour, because then if I give myself an hour of rest, I pay off a little bit more of my debt, then I can stay awake for an extra hour, right? I can stay awake for a little bit longer, and then also stay at my sort of higher quality, and then stay within zone 5 or 6, to where it's like, basically I work for the first half of the day, basically from 4 a.m. almost to 12 a.m. Then I eat lunch, take a little nap, and then from there, right, I go straight, I'm in zone 4 or 5, and then I drop back down for maybe about an hour to rest for zone 5, and then I can continue that throughout the rest of the day. And then over here at the very end of the day, after my workout, just straight up focus rest, like nothing. Phone is gone, everything's turned off, I'm just fucking here, basically not watching and doing anything, you know? So I'm putting that in my calendar right now, which is fucking insane. Okay, so literally do nothing, no short form content, no watching shows. No reading. Literally do nothing. Just think or talk to wife. Yeah, I think that's probably the best thing I could be doing for myself. And then I'll do it throughout Monday to Saturday, and then I could legitimately just take Sundays off, like completely just reset, lounge around, because I do understand the whole part of being like me being able to just turn everything off and then get away from it to where I can put myself in such a deep rest that once I start on Monday, we go absolutely crazy. Because I think it's that continual high output that I need to maintain. Because then like that's how you get real shit. You know, that's how you get real shit done. That's how you gain real momentum. And learning that is probably the best thing that I can do when it comes to doing all this stuff. And then probably around lunchtime we can, let me see. I need to cut out this pre-sleep routine because this is literally just how I, yeah, this will just be the focus rest. Yeah, till 9:45. All event, save event. Bang. So then, okay, this is actually pretty good. Then I'll shove in a nap like right around here. We can have, probably we can delete this, right? So delete all. And bang. We reorganize it. We just sort of drag this out. Basically here, all events. Yeah, then I mean take everything off on Sunday. Yeah, like legitimately remove everything from Sunday. Because I really do think that we'll be all right. And then can maintain just that super high level of like of output. Because I know that like I can't cope and then do stuff with the rest, but I also can't just fucking sit here and then go balls to the wall week on week on week, stay in zone 7 forever and then cook myself basically. Like that's probably the worst thing that I can really do to myself and make happen. So I have to just sort of focus on consistency and then staying at that high output. I know I can do it. I just needed a little bit more form, needed a bit more guidance on how to do it properly because I really did demonize and judge other people for doing things like dead ass the way that he was explaining the whole you basically whatever you project, you're sort of being afraid of being judged by. So if I judge people on, hey, you're being a fucking loser, absolutely doing nothing, you're a lazy piece of shit, then like I'm being afraid for I'm gonna be afraid of getting judged that way, just because then I'll look at myself in that same light. So then I have to sort of put it of like, okay, you shouldn't really care about what other people do. Don't judge them in the first place. If they're doing what they're doing, let them. And then I can sort of then be like, okay, well now that judgment is gone, you can just put that sort of rest to use because at least in your context, you're doing it for a purpose, and then doing it this way is going to allow you to work even more. So then just focus on yourself, on what things you need to pull and what you need to do to achieve your goal. Because then if I wanted to maintain and wanted to be right about this, or I wanted to judge and keep that, then I'm sacrificing my goal in turn. Because I think it's just that one key mindset shift on whatever behaviors and whatever bullshit you're doing right now that isn't aligning you with your goal. The more you fucking continue to stay with those things and try to like cling on to them, that is what you're sort of, that trade of what you're making. The more you cling on to this, the more you fucking sacrifice your goal. The more you try to like maintain this and fucking keep it molded and crystallize it to, make it stay longer, the more you're sacrificing this. The longer, it's like it's a give and take. You have to understand it's a give and take with fucking everything you do. And the biggest thing is that if you're trying to reach your goal, you need to give up all your bullshit. Give up all the bullshit, everything, in order to become what you need to be for your goal. And I think it's just this added structure that I never had that I'm going to implement immediately. Like, I think after I finish this one, it's going to be around 12 p.m. I'll go ahead and do a 30-minute nap. I'll wake back up, and then I'll continue to fucking grind, and then we'll be set. Because then after this, I'm going to be done with week 2. I can start week 3 to sort of understand a little bit more about this. Then I can bang execution, because now that I'm not so grindy on the actual course itself, we can go ahead and transition and then be like, okay, we'll actually take week 3 day by day and then go one day at a time instead of just going absolutely crazy. And then, oh, dude, fucking week 3 is so short. What the fuck? Dude, you can get this shit done today. Yeah, because how long is it in total? So we have 30 minutes, 2 hours, 2 hours and 45, 3 hours and 50, 3 hours 50, yeah, that's roughly what, 4:15-ish? 4:15, 4:45, 4:45, and then we get what, about 5 hours? Yeah, like the entire week 3 is just 5 hours total. And then self-transcendence in like 3 modules or 2 modules is 5 hours. 6 hours actually. What the fuck? That means I can just breeze through the rest of the course and get the things I need in like this little bit of time. Which is kind of insane. I'm not gonna lie. This is actually really cool. Because then for the next few weeks, I can actually rewatch a lot of the week 2 to where I take week 2, we go through it again, and then after that we go ahead and, or I think for week 2, we'll focus on going through oscillatory life cycles, trial by fire, like basically 2.4 to 2.7. Those are the main modules I can rewatch over and over and over and over again to really key in and lock in my freaking brain about this crazy shit. You know what I mean? And then right now, every time I start these, I like just opening all of the resources for all of the things of what I need to do. Basically, just open all the actionables, open all the shit that you need. Example workbook. Ah, very nice. Okay. Example workbook 1. I guess download. Let me see what this looks like. Too large. Motherfucker. Example workbook 2. Whoa. This is cool. We shall download this. Just download everything. Fuck it. Can't even see it. Okay. We're gonna lock in. We're gonna finish this. And then we'll get to a little nappy nap.
Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to Designing Reality. This is the final video of the mindset training. And before we start, I want to say a big congratulations and well done for making it this far in the training. What we're going to do in this video is start putting some pen to paper, and really we're going to take everything that we've learned over the course of the last 7 videos and start putting it into action. We're going to start designing the exact reality that you want to achieve. We're going to start mapping out exactly who you need to become, and we're going to boil this entire mindset training down to a nice, neat and tidy, easy to follow daily action that you can do a couple of times a day to start reinforcing your new identity, removing any of your doubts, and really just starting to build these new belief systems and become more disciplined. I'm sure that even though you haven't really started yet with this mindset thing, and even though you're still just learning, you've probably started to notice some perhaps minor or maybe even profound differences in yourself or the way you think. Maybe you're more disciplined than ever. Maybe you're more motivated than ever. Maybe you're smarter than ever, and you're starting to feel like you actually kind of get this whole thing. And so what we're going to do in designing reality is basically round off a few pieces of information you need to know about your goal, and then we're actually going to design reality. And we're going to basically create a sort of thing that you can see and hold and touch, and ultimately use to remind yourself of what you want, what you're doing this for, and so it shall be. Now, this is exactly what I did. I'm going to give you live, real examples that are fucking terrifying. Like I designed my reality. I've done it multiple times over the last several years.
As you can see, right?
Six, 7 years
it's a
now.
proper tracking sheet.
And I've designed reality.
So I have
and
the
I've got
daily
the
tracking
PDFs
sheets
and the vision boards to show you, and they all came true to the letter. It's fucking scary how well this stuff works. And so I'm going to show you those examples, and you can model off of mine. So let's get into it. So we're going to go through some pinups, Stockdale goal setting, reverse engineered plan, beliefs recap, belief feedback loops, forging experiences, and then a couple of extremely important action items. So this is a heavy action item dependent module, as it should be since it's the last one. So let's get into it. So welcome to Designing Reality. First of all, well done. Like I said, you've made it quite far into this training, and you're clearly showing no signs of quitting. So I understand the length of the average video here isn't insignificant. I know that it's been tough and maybe hard at times to go through these videos, but here you are showing up, serious about your goals, game face on. Well done. Okay, you've made it further than 99% of people, which is a fantastic start. You've got a long road ahead of you though. Here we'll wrap up this mindset training by building what I call a self-transcendence workbook or document, which serves as your map through your entrepreneurial and personal journey. Now at this point, you've understood all the theory, and now it's time to put it together into some actionable steps. So the first piece of action I want you to take is pinups. So one thing that helped me massively on my entrepreneurial journey was using pinups. These were A4 posters that I'd blue tack or pin to my bedroom wall, which is where I worked, that reminded me of what I'd learned so I could stay accountable. These were really helpful to me, so I've made some for you. And yeah, they're really awesome. And you might have seen some pinups in earlier videos as well throughout the content. But these are specifically from the mindset module. So I've gone ahead and created these pinups for each mindset video you've watched so far. And basically what they do is they summarize each mindset video. So you want to print these off and pin them up in your office or your bedroom. And they contain the core central thesis of each mindset video so you don't forget what you've learned. When I was starting out, my wall was full of pinups, sticky notes and stuff I didn't want to forget. So, you know, at the beginning of my journey, I had like my bedroom walls were literally covered head to toe in printouts of, you know, words and diagrams and things I'd learned I didn't want to forget. When I went through, when I was mentored by my mentor Sam, he had lots of things that I could print off and pin up, and I did, and my room was just covered. It was like a, you know, someone trying to figure out a crime scene. Like it was just covered in like different diagrams and words and ideas and abstractions and motivations. So pretty cool. So what we have here is a little Google Drive folder, and you can see them, they're in order here for every single mindset video. So here we would have pin up for achieving omniscience with a summary of everything sort of contained in there. And then we have a pin up for subjugating reality. We have a pin up for identity ignition. We have a pin up for oscillatory life cycles, trial by fire Mark II, polarity paradoxes, obviously the one you just did, unrelenting discipline with the diagrams, and last but not least, the designing reality one, okay? So this is pretty cool because you can basically line these up on your wall and just constantly remind yourself of this mindset stuff, because trust me, you're going to forget some of this information and you need to be reminded more than you need to be taught. Okay, you've unlocked this new information, it's shiny, it's new, it's exciting. And I'll be frank, you don't really need much more in the way of psychology or mindset training beyond what you found in these videos. You really don't. The core main important thing is you don't forget. So pin these up If you don't have a printer, go and buy one. It's like $30, $40. And trust me, it's well worth spending 40, 50 bucks on never forgetting this stuff. Cost you a lot more than that if you forget. So go and buy a printer and print them off. If you already have a printer, fantastic. They look like this, and you can just basically blue tack them to your wall, bedroom wall, or pin them up, whatever. And yeah, it's pretty cool because then you can have this sort of environment in your workspace or your bedroom where you're just surrounded by this knowledge constantly. And you might not even stop to read it, but from time to time, it's there.
I literally have a perfect section on the wall to put all 8 of them. And then, yeah, I'm definitely going to do that because I think my issue is being reminded and being consistently fresh with the information, because I learn these things and then sometimes I just flat out forget them. Then once I forget them, that then puts me in the state of vulnerability where my current self could be like, hey, here's all the things you used to do. Here's what we used to be like. Let's do it right now, you know? Or like, hey, current self pulls out a fucking knife. You're gonna fucking sit here and doom scroll, all right, dickhead? And then all that stuff stays back in. And especially when I'm burnt out, I have little to no willpower to move forward from that. So definitely gonna do this. My mom has a printer, but she's across town. And I think I'm probably gonna hang out with my sister today. So when we go do that, I'm gonna go print all this stuff out, keep it nice, tidy, clean, and then we'll pin it up all up on here, just to make it nice and pretty. Yeah, because I think that's probably the best thing. And then I saw people in the community post their like whole, what is it, like redesigning your life. I'm probably gonna put that on the actual home screen of my thing because I already have a few things of what I wanted to remember. And then some really good actions and like shit just on my desktop. So I'm gonna add all those things once I get done with all of the things for Charlie. But I have all the images here. I might even text my sister to fucking... Actually, I'm gonna text my sister to be like, hey, can you print this out for me real quick? Yeah, I'm gonna do this like really quickly. Fuck. Dude, for some reason I can't see my contacts on my fucking Mac. Fuck, dude. Let me airdrop this shit to myself. Airdrop. Share. Bang. Bang! Cool, airdrop everything to myself, and then have my sister go ahead and do it, because I think all these... Because I think they're this size. Let me measure it out on my wall to see if these, like... Oh, yeah, dude, that's like... Dude, that's like perfect, bro. Literally, it's like literally perfect on my wall. Okay. Now that I have all these things, I'm gonna fucking send it to her so that then she can print these out for me, and then I'll go pick them up. Photos. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang. Yo, you mind printing this out for me? Let me... Basically, I want it to look like this, right? Like, to where the picture looks like this, instead of the picture being, like, really small and then this way. Okay, bet. Let's see if my sister's awake, because she's a crazy motherfucker and likes to stay up super late. If not, there's a fucking, one of those places I can print stuff out, and I can print it out in a little bit higher quality. let's
and
continue.
you'll remember it, and it's pretty cool.
Eyeballed a bit.
Okay. Now, we're going to get into a few bits and pieces to do with goal setting here, because obviously, you know, at the forefront of this race to change your reality is your goal, and the main advocate for the initiation of this change is an objective, i.e. a goal. And so we're going to talk quickly about goal setting and a couple of things to bear in mind before we actually build this reality and try and map this goal onto a piece of paper or a vision board. It's crucial. So you now have a rough idea of what you want. And what I want you to do is just take a quick second right now to write down how much money you want to be making per month with your business. So this is just a brief action item. You probably already know this, but you know, just write it down right now. So you can write it down on your piece of paper. How much per month do you want to be making? If you haven't got a piece of paper in front of you, you should, because this is a lesson and you should be taking notes. But if you don't, you can just think of it in your head, okay? Now, I want you to do this. Now that you have your number in this head, I want you to resist the urge or temptation to do the following. Put a time frame on this goal. When most people set goals, specifically financially, they put a time frame on top of the goal. And they're told that goals need to be deadlined and time framed. You know, they hear about smart targets and all this corporate bullshit. This is fucking stupid. You can deadline projects or things you're working on, but you cannot deadline the outcomes of those projects or things you're working on. It's impossible to predict how long something is going to take, so don't bother. So what happens with a lot of people is they set their goal and they say, oh, I want to make 10K a month, and then they put by, and then they insert a month or a year. Or they say in the next, and then they insert a period of months. This is really fucking stupid. So when you think about your goal, I want you to think about it isolated away from any sort of time frame. We do not want to associate a time with this goal. Why? Well, if you do this and you put a time frame against your goal, you're going to do either of the following. Either you're going to undershoot the time frame, which means you're going to think it's going to take less time than it actually will. And this is the most common thing. This is when someone with no previous experience is like, you know, it's June now, and then they write down, yeah, I want to make 10K a month by September. It's like, brother, like, you're undershooting the time frame. Is that possible? Yeah. Is it likely? No. Right? Or they overshoot the time frame, which means they think it's going to take way longer than it will. Both of these are bad. Undershooting is bad, and you know, undershooting how much time you think it's going to take is really bad, because when the time rolls around that you thought you would have achieved the goal and you haven't achieved it, you get discouraged and quit. Your primary sole job with this business and with this growth that you're going to experience is just don't quit. If you don't quit, you cannot lose. If you don't quit, you cannot fail. It's impossible to fail if you're still going. But the main cause of failure is quitting, and the main cause of quitting is people thinking that they would have achieved what they wanted to achieve faster than they did. And so if you say, oh, I want to make 10K a month by September, then I can tell you right now that September's going to roll around and it's very likely that you haven't achieved what you want yet. What this does is it discourages you. You then push it back and say, oh, I'm going to have achieved it by December. And then you get to December and you still haven't achieved it for whatever reason. And what this does is it every time that happens, you lose faith and trust in yourself. You lose faith and trust in the program and the information that has put you on this journey, and you quit and you get discouraged. Okay? A lot of people undershoot the time frame because they don't want to be in pain. Putting a short-term time frame on achieving your objective, it feels very immensely pleasurable. It feels very great because you're like, oh, I'm going to get this done real quick. And, you know, it's like soldiers going to war being like, oh, we'll be home by Christmas. Like, it's cope, it's delusion. It's just a way to make the pain go away, right? Overshooting is bad because you might actually be able to achieve the goal faster. So if you overshoot the target, it means you say, oh, I want to get 10K a month in the next 5 years, right? Well, it's probably going to happen faster than that. Because if you believe it's going to take ages, then you're going to delay your actions and procrastinate a lot so that your prediction can be right or accurate. So what happens to some people is they put this time frame that's way too long, and then they start working against that time frame. So if say right now you're starting from scratch and you want to get to 10K a month, and you say you're going to do it by in the next 3 years, you want to do it in 3 years' time. Well, now you're going to work really fucking slowly, and you're not going to try very hard because you've got 3 years to do it, which is quite a while to do it. Your goal is in effect a result of a ton of causes that you're putting into motion in this program. Now, between cause and effect, there is a gap of latency or delay. So if I do something, then it's going to take me a while, at least in business, to see the effect of having done that thing. And some cause to effect relationships are instantaneous. So if you sit in the sun for too long, then you'll be burned by the end of the day. So the cause is sitting in the sun and the effect is being burned, and the delay between sitting in the sun for too long and being burned is almost instantaneous. But when it comes to money and financial effects in business, Things take time. And you're going to put causes into motion, like doing the mindset training, like setting your foundations, like picking your niche, like learning how to become an expert, like learning how to sell. And you're going to do that. And it's going to take you, it's going to take quite a while, sometimes up to a year or 2 years before you really see the true effects of those things. Okay. So it's literally impossible to predict how much time your goal is going to take to achieve. So you need to remove the idea of, I'll achieve it in the next 6 months, or I'll achieve it by June, or I'll achieve it by the time I graduate. People do this and they're in high school or college, and they're like, I'm going to have my first 5 clients, and I'm going to have this by the time I graduate. It's like, well, you're wrong, because either you're overshooting it or you're undershooting it, and both are absolutely perilous to your journey. So don't do it. The question is why? Because this challenges a lot of people and their understanding of goals. Isn't it a good idea to set a clear deadline and to rush to get this done as soon as possible? Like, I know what you're thinking, like, oh, but Charlie, like, surely if I have a goal, I want to have like a target for when I hit that goal. It's like, well, that's what most people think. And as you can probably tell, most people aren't very good at achieving their goals. And a lot of people would say to me, isn't optimism and positive thinking supposed to be the secret of success? Like, aren't we supposed to think that we can do this in no time flat? Well, if this is the question, here's the answer. Isn't optimism and positive thinking supposed to be the secret of success? No, you fucking idiot. And that's a quote from James Stockdale. Now, he didn't actually quote that. I thought it would just be somewhat satirical to pretend that he did. And you probably don't know who this guy is, so I'm going to explain who he is, and you're going to like it. James Stockdale was an American pilot in the Vietnamese War, and he got his plane shot down just over, I think, west of Hanoi, the capital, Hanoi, capital of Vietnam. And his plane gets shot down, and he's like, shit, and he has to pop his parachute, and he's parachuting down, and as he's parachuting down, fucking sick quote this, he says to himself, I'm leaving the world of technology and entering the world of Epictetus. Now, we don't have to figure out what that quote means because it's a little abstract and it's not relevant to this training, but brownie points for those of you that know what that means. Now, what James Stockdale basically did is he lands on the floor and he's picked up by the Vietnamese soldiers. And I can tell you that the Vietnamese soldiers, they didn't really like the American soldiers, as most soldiers do not like other soldiers in war. And James Stockdale was held as a prisoner of war in a Vietnamese war camp outside of Hanoi. He was tortured maliciously. He was starved. He was beaten. He was put in leg locks for months on end. He was isolated from all social contact. And it was a pretty bad time for him and for anybody else, as I'm sure you can imagine. And all of that was summarized by a lesson that he learned. When he came back, he was released in the end, and he lived to tell the tale. Whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing is up to you. And he came out with a book and some information about his experience. And he summarized his experience with this quote: "The optimists die first." And this is a really interesting idea because, here's someone who has been in probably what most people would deem hell on earth, in one of the most hopeless situations that could be imagined by a human, right? Being held as a prisoner of war and tortured by the Vietnamese during the war. And he said the optimists die first. And this is an interesting idea because it challenges society's current paradigm and belief systems about optimism and pessimism. And what does this mean? Because there's something called the Stockdale paradox, which is basically named after James Stockdale. The Stockdale paradox states that the optimists die first. It implies that having too much faith, confidence, or optimism in your ability to achieve a goal, or withstand suffering in his case, leads to a lack of achievement or death. This is a paradox because most people think that you need to have extreme optimism and confidence and faith and belief to achieve your goals. So this is really paradoxical because everyone talks about having self-belief, and we've talked about this in the mindset training. But Stockdale figured out this was the otherwise case. And basically, what happened is this also happened in Auschwitz as well with a guy called Viktor E. Frankl. So Viktor E. Frankl was a Jew, and he was put in one of the I think it was Auschwitz, or one of the concentration camps from the Nazis in the 40s. Bad time to be a Jew, right? Not a good time to be a person of that religious faith. And as I'm sure you're aware, the conditions of Auschwitz were awful. And basically, Viktor E. Frankl saw the same phenomenon unfold as Stockdale. So there's these, whether you're a soldier or a Jewish person or put in these situations, what Viktor E. Frankl found is that the people The Jews in the concentration camps who had the highest levels of optimism, i.e. thought they were getting out soon, were the most likely to die, i.e. the optimists die first. So let me explain. So for James Stockdale's example, he observed lots of other soldiers, and what he found is the soldiers who thought they were going to be rescued soon were the soldiers that gave up and quit and died. And in Auschwitz, Viktor E. Frankl found, and he wrote a book on this called Man's Search for Meaning, it's a great book, he found that the prisoners in the concentration camps who thought that they were going to be liberated soon died. They were the ones who died first. And what Viktor E. Frankl basically, if I summarize what he said, is it's kind of like optimism was the main cause of death behind starvation, behind hydration, behind exhaustion. Optimism was the main cause of death. And that was basically because what would happen, imagine you're in Auschwitz or a prisoner of war camp, and you have hope and you have faith and you really, really want to get out of there. So you cope yourself into believing that you're going to be out in the next month or two. This is what a lot of people truly believe. Like, it's amazing where the brain goes and how heavily you'll try and comfort yourself to deal with this. It's like a short-term painkiller, right? And so, you know, anyone can maybe deal with the stress of a prisoner of war camp for a couple of days or a couple of weeks. I mean, it won't be pleasant, it won't be horrible, it'll be the worst thing ever. But, you know, if you think you're getting out of there pretty soon, you can deal with that, right? And basically what happens is when you think you're going to be rescued and when you think you're going to achieve what you want to achieve, i.e. get out or, you know, in our case, achieve a goal quickly, then you die. Because what happens is you don't get out quickly. And so if you're sent to Auschwitz and you think, right, I'll be out of here in a couple of months, it's all right. The USA are going to invade Germany. It's going to be liberated. War's going to be over in a couple of months anyway. It's fine. I'll just tank it out, right? That's what you think. Well, a couple of months is going to roll around and you're still not liberated. And you're like, oh shit, okay, well, it must just be a couple more weeks. And then a couple of weeks roll around and you're still not liberated. And this is crushing because what starts to happen is you just lose your hope and you lose your faith. Why? Because you were too optimistic. Not about being rescued, but about the time frame to which you were. So it's not about, you need to have faith in the fact that you can be rescued, but not put a time frame on it. And it's the same thing with business and goals and financial outcomes, right? Obviously, there's a bit of a stark contrast, but have faith in the fact and belief in the fact and hope in the fact that you will achieve your goal, but remove the time frame. Because if you add a time frame, you're going to miss it. It's going to discourage you. You're going to quit. And quitting, the equivalent of quitting in these war scenarios is literal death. Like Viktor E. Frankl says in Man's Search for Meaning that the people that, you know, thought they were going to get out soon, like they didn't, and they just died because they lost faith. And the loss of faith and the loss of hope was the cause for death because the body just started shutting down, their minds just shut down. And Viktor Frankl said, I knew when someone was going to die because they smoked their last cigarette. And what that basically meant is, you know, sometimes the Jewish people were given cigarettes or maybe it was bread or something, but they were given something that would be, you know, conducive to some sort of instantaneous pleasure, right? And, you know, Viktor Frankl observed this, like that the people that were about to give up and, you know, just roll over and die and just admit defeat were the ones who were like, right, well, we're clearly not being rescued. You just lose hope and lose faith. So all that to say, the optimists die first. Don't be a fucking idiot. Don't put a time frame on your goal. Okay. Pretty simple. So we've kind of just done all of this here. You know, over optimism. We don't want to have over optimism. Imperative success. You release this time bias, you know, etc., etc. So, you know, you can achieve what you want to achieve and you can manifest this reality, but it's not going to happen as soon as you want. Okay. So yeah, now a few exceptions here. With the right mentorship, yes, it's possible to speed up your goal. For example, having this program is going to speed up your objectives. Having Easy Grow will speed up your objective tenfold. So, you know, like I took Imperium from 0 to 100K a month in 11 months, right? But my business partner and I had a collective 10 months of business experience, right? I scaled my first agency from 0 to 10K a month in 6 months. But prior to starting, I had 6 months of cold calling experience. I'd read 100 books on sales and digital marketing. And I'd also sought out some multi-7-figure mentors who helped me. So like my point here is when you look at my success and how rapidly I rose to the success and the heights that I did, like I went from 0 to $1 million a month in like 3-4 years. It's unfucking unheard of. But it's only because I had done so much legwork before. So all of this to say, remove the time frame. Don't expect that it's going to take a certain amount of time because you will just quit. I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm just trying to ground you in the reality that basically will happen when you don't get discouraged. So you don't get discouraged, right? There's a big difference between how long something is going to take and how long you want it to take. The solution is that you need to act every day and attack the day with as much fury as you can, as if you're trying to hit the goal tomorrow, but with the patience and understanding it might take years to unfold. So the way that I handle timeframes and goals is I will do as much as I can today as if I'm trying to achieve my goal tomorrow. So I'm impatient in the day, but patient in the year. And what that means is like every day for me, I'm like desperately clawing, like working as much as I can to try and achieve my goal. But when tomorrow rolls around, I'm not surprised that I haven't hit it yet, if that makes sense. And here's a solution from a page that I ripped out of a book 10 years ago. And I've kept this in my wallet for 10 years. 10 years ago, I was 16, 17, and I read a book called The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace D. Wattles. And I read this page, and I've transcribed it here. And I ripped it out, as you can see, and I circled a bunch of stuff. And this kind of summarizes this whole idea of do as much as you can today. And the secret to becoming successful is just as much as you can today without the expectation that you're going to get everything you want tomorrow, right? So this is my wallet. It's literally in my wallet, in my safe, in my house. And I was making this module and I thought, oh, I'll just go and dig that old chestnut out. And yeah, you can see it's a bit beat up. But if there is something that may be done today and you do not do it, you have failed insofar as that thing is concerned. And the consequences may be more disastrous than you can imagine. You cannot foresee the results of even the most trivial act. You do not know the workings of all the forces that have been set moving on your behalf. Much may be depending on your doing some simple act. It may be the very thing which is to open the door of opportunity to very great possibilities. You can never know with all the combinations with which supreme intelligence is making for you in the world of things and of human affairs. Your neglect or failure to do some small thing may cause a long delay in getting what you want. Do, every day, all that can be done that day. There is, however, a limitation or qualification to the above that you must take into account. You are not to overwork nor rush blindly into your business in the effort that you do the greatest possible number of things in the shortest possible time. If you are not to do tomorrow's work today, nor a week's work in one day. It is really not the number of things you do, but the efficient action of each separate action that counts. Every act in itself is a success or a failure. Every act in itself is either effective or inefficient. Every inefficient act is a failure. And if you spend your life doing inefficient acts, then your whole life will be a failure. The more things you do, the worse for you if all your acts are inefficient ones. On the other hand, every efficient act is a success itself. And if every act of your life is an efficient one, then your whole life must be a success. The cause of failure is doing too many things in an inefficient manner and not doing enough things in an efficient manner. You will see a self-evident proposition that if you do not do any inefficient acts, and if you do a sufficient number of efficient acts, you will become rich. If now it is possible for you to make each act an efficient one, you see again that the getting of riches is reduced to an exact science like mathematics. The matter turns onto the questions of whether you can make each separate act a success itself, and this certainly you can do. Do all you can today, for you cannot foresee the long-term time-based effects of doing so. So basically what this means, and I think I might be zoomed in here. Sorry about that, guys. I've been zoomed in this whole video. Doesn't matter. What the point of this little document is be patient. So, this whole idea here, there's a limitation. You don't want to do tomorrow's work today. This is the whole rest thing, right? Not being overly disciplined, not doing too much, etc., etc. But yeah, what I'd suggest you do is maybe just go back in the video a little bit and just listen to that passage again, because I've read this thing hundreds of times and it takes a minute or two to properly understand what it actually means. But I felt like it was relevant to be here at the end of the mindset training for this. This page has had a pretty big impact on my life over the last 10 years. Okay, so reverse engineered plan. So in order to achieve your goal, we need to plan. This program gives you everything you need, but we need to break down your actions into a nice and neat, tidy, easy to follow, step-by-step list for you to execute on. Success is never going to be this simple. It's never going to be this linear, easy thing, but we can get as close to this program gives you everything you need, but we need to break down your actions into a nice and neat, tidy, easy to follow, step-by-step list for you to execute on. Success is never going to be this simple. It's never going to be this linear, easy thing, but we can get as close to break down your order to 10 years at the end of the model to properly understand what it actually means. But I felt like it was relevant to be here at the end of the mindset training for this. This page has had a pretty big impact on my life over the last 10 years. Okay, so reverse engineered plan. So in order to achieve your goal, we need to plan. This program gives you everything you need, but we need to break down your actions into a nice and neat, tidy, easy to follow step-by-step list for you to execute on. Success is never going to be this simple. It's never going to be this linear, easy thing, but we can get as close to pure simplicity as possible. So first of all, you should be tracking all of your progress with the Imperium Academy roadmap checklist that I produced for you in week 1. So at this point, you've understood your fundamentals, picked a niche, conducted research, or you're probably still doing this. You're building your avatar, you found a problem, you validated a problem. You might not have done these things yet, right? But you're working on it. You've created an offer, you've done your basic company setup, and now you fix your mindset. So you might have, probably what was funny is when you saw the whole fixed mindset thing in week 1, you were like, I don't need to fix my mindset, but now you realize, oh shit, I do. And so, we're now going to move on to becoming an expert, learning sales, writing a script, building appointment booking systems and such, and obviously all the way through to the end.
All right, I'm going to pee real quick. Holy fuck. I'm actually gonna do the math right now because I actually have some semblance. I'm gonna use his metrics, but then I'm gonna do the math basically. Okay, so then we go here. Okay, so we have this. Yo, what's up, dude? Holy, I just went on a fucking rant with my guy Julian. You know what I mean? Oh, what the fuck? No! My thing was on my spacebar and it was just going crazy. But yeah, let's, how many months? So we'll do it in... I'm reverse engineering my goal right now. I'm gonna pull up my calendar so I can see the shit. So I know how many weekends there are. Okay, so basically from now, so we have 1, 2, 3. Fuck. think we'll do it for the year because I'm trying to do it within like. Okay, let's hit this. So. Bang. Let's do that. So, let's go ahead. 12 months, 365. We'll do it within a year because he already did the math, and the math is easier to do when figuring out how many weekends and days or whatever. So, 104. Yeah. $247 days total. Hmm. Hmm. Holy. That's solid.
Of 250 is 200. And then in order for us to get these show ups, we need 303 bookings. And in order for us to get these bookings, we need to send 12,120 emails. Because if we need 303 bookings and our appointment booking rate is 2.5%, then we need to find out what is this number 0.25% of, or sorry, 2.5% of. And so what this basically looks like is this. We have 12 months, which is 365 days. We take weekends off for whatever reason, and we take 14 days off for Christmas, which means that over the course of the next 12 months, you'd have 247 days to achieve your goal. And so if we take the amount of emails required to book this amount of calls, to get this amount of show-ups, to get this amount of good fit calls, to get this amount of clients to make this money, we would need to send 49 emails per day, because we have to send 12,120 emails to get the bookings, to get the shows, to get the good fit calls, to get the clients. And so if we take this amount of emails and divide it by how many days we have, then we get 49. And what that means is that with these metrics here, all you have to do is send 49 cold emails per day and you'll make 240K in 1 year. This is business. Business is a collection of numbers. These goals you've got, these financial goals, they're just a collection of conversion rates. And if you know how to get these conversion rates up, which is what we teach you in Easy Grow, right, with sales conversion rates and good fit rates and show rates and appointment booking rates, if you can get those things nice and high, which is quite a challenge on your own, it's tough to do that on your own if you haven't got the knowledge, then all you've got to do is just do the work. And really, for this person with these metrics, literally all they have to do is send 49 emails a day. That's like, let's say they're working even if they work 5 hours a day, all they've got to do is send 10 emails an hour and then do the sales calls. And then bang, they're at 240K. Obviously, there's a little bit more to it than that, but this is the simplicity of it. That's how it works. So what you can do is you can do it yourself, okay? You can make a copy of this, which you should have already done. You want to be pessimistic with your numbers. So you take the amount of money you want to make, you divide it by the average value of your client to figure out how many clients you need. You then divide how many clients you need by your good fit rate, which should be 80%. Then you divide that by your show rate, which should once again be 60, 70%. Then you divide that number by the amount of booking, by the conversion rate, right, that we've got here, the SHRP rate. So we get the amount of bookings you need, and then we take that number and we divide it by your conversion rate on your outbound, which could be cold emails, cold calls, cold emails. Now, once again, this is going to seem a little confusing to you because you're like, what the fuck? I haven't even done any of this yet. And that's fine. This won't make as much sense to you now as it will once you've been through later modules and Easy Grow as well. But the point I'm making here is this might not make total sense now, but what you can do is you can reduce your goal down to a simple daily action. Okay? Won't seem like it makes much sense now, but you can come and revisit this once you've been through the later modules, and you'll be like, oh shit. And then all you have to do is just do that little action every day with that level of volume for that time frame, and before you know it, bang, you've made the money. Okay? So that's just reverse engineering the goal. Once again, I know it's a little advanced, little bit of a like, what the fuck, Charlie, doesn't make any sense right now. That's fine, just bear with me, and as you go through everything else, it'll become clear. Okay? But some of you will be able to figure it out pretty quickly. I'm sure you can. Okay? So let's quickly recap belief systems, because what we're about to do is I'm going to shake your world. I'm going to give you a little exercise and a little idea that you can start doing every single day to completely rewire your brain and change your belief systems forever. But to do that, I need to make sure that you remember what we talked about. So I know we've already covered these, but it's crucially important before we get into the next part of the video, because the next part of this video, at the end of this mindset training, is the most important part of the mindset training. Like, what we're about to round this off with is the most important part. So you'll remember we have these nice little summaries from achieving omniscience and subjugating reality. So we're going to run through them. And before you roll your eyes and skip forward and be annoyed, because we've talked about this a lot, you cannot repeat this stuff enough, all right? You need to remember it. So as we remember, reality is the sum of everything that exists, and it exists in two forms, the objective and the subjective. Reality is made up of components which are broken into the intangible and tangible. Humans observe reality using their 5 senses and their imagination, and they do that over 3 dimensions of time: past, reality, present, and future. Because reality has 2 forms, intangible and tangible, and 3 time frames, there are 6 dimensions of reality, being the tangible past, tangible present, and tangible future, and the intangible past, intangible present, and intangible future. When someone observes any of these 6 dimensions using their senses or their imagination, an experience is created, and all experiences are subjective. These observations or these experiences are made through a paradigm, which is basically broken into your worldview and your identity. Your worldview and identity are basically just a collection of your belief systems, and there are 3 types of belief: knowledge, judgment, and self-image. Okay, so your worldview is a collection of your knowledge and judgment beliefs, and your identity is the aggregate of all of your self-image beliefs and what you believe to be true about yourself. To form an identity around something, you must first judge it, and to judge it, you must first know it exists. So typically, when we make an observation, there is a linear chain of hierarchy of beliefs where we look at something, we know it exists, and therefore we form a knowledge-based belief that it's there, then we judge it, then we identify with it in some way. Here's what your paradigm looks like. Beliefs form through experiences. When you experience something, you create beliefs about that experience, obviously. Everyone has a paradigm, and it's different for every single person. No 2 paradigms are the same. Your reality can be laddered down or up by the following chain of logic. So your subjective life or reality is the product of your actions, and your actions are the product of your decisions. Your decisions are the product of your perceived options. Your perceived options are the product of your thoughts. Your thoughts come from or are biased by your paradigm. Your paradigm comes from your beliefs, and your beliefs come from your experiences, which means that your reality comes from your experiences. Your thoughts come from your paradigm in the same way that a star would emit energy. Experiences shape your beliefs and take 3 forms: either an initial experience, i.e. the first experience of something, so we're forming something from the beginning, or they confirm or deny what we believe to be true in the current moment. Every single belief you hold came from an initial experience and was likely confirmed by confirming experiences. Now, beliefs bias you. Your perception of future experiences and events in your life are biased by them, and that means that you can have these key cornerstone beliefs about certain components of reality that will sort of fractalize into, all the other components of life. So if you fundamentally believe money is great, then all the other things that you observe in reality associated with money are going to be filtered through that paradigm, and your paradigm will unfold in that way. Your subjective reality is the sum of your experiences. In the same way that a movie is a collection of a lot of frames, a movie doesn't move. It's just like a bunch of pictures strung together in a really high frame rate. And a novel is a collection of letters. Your life is a collection of experiences. Your reality is a very fucking high frame rate movie that is just playing one experience after the other, just like this. Now, your paradigm is preloaded with 2 biases, or 2 sources of bias: your psychological and genetic biases. Initial experiences start the formation of belief, and they come from your environment. So in order for us to have an experience, the experience either comes from our physical environment or our imaginary environment. Your imaginary environment, or experiences rather, are the product of the synthesis of physical ones. Experiences form beliefs which form your subjective reality, and the way we create imaginary experiences is by first referencing against our physical experiences in the first place. And so your beliefs or your subjective reality or your worldview or paradigm is produced by you, and you receive experiences from the physical environment or the imaginary environment, but the imagination cannot happen without first having observed it in the physical. Beliefs can be seen as a scale of true or false, and they're not binary. It's not true or false. It's either how true or how false. But not how true or how false. It's how much do you believe it to be true or how false do you believe it to be true. They have strength or weakness on a scale of intensity. Confirming experiences make beliefs stronger, and denying experiences make beliefs weaker. After an initial experience, every experience either confirms or denies the belief you have. Experiences are like rocks that we stack on the scales every time we have one. So, if you believe something to be true and you receive an experience that confirms that, then you're going to stack a rock in that scale and confirm the truth and believe it with more intensity. Some experiences are stronger than others, and the more emotional an experience, the stronger it is and the bigger the rock. All beliefs exist parallel to their opposite and are paired accordingly. So we have pairs of beliefs. So if you believe money is really hard to make, then you will not believe that money is really easy to make. And every time you have a confirming experience on this side, you have a denying experience on the other. It's impossible to confirm a belief without denying the opposite, and it's impossible to deny an existing belief without confirming the opposite thing. Beliefs feed back on themselves by creating confirming experiences. So when you believe something to be true, you start to confirm it by having new experiences that reinforce it. And this is called a positive feedback loop or amplification, where you have a belief, like money is really hard to make, and then you act that belief out, and because of your action, you create a new experience. And that's kind of how this whole thing goes. It's like, oh, I think money's hard to make, so I'm just going to moan about it a lot and not try, and so I'm going to have an experience that I have no money, which must mean that money's hard to make, and it feeds back. Now, beliefs have utility because they provide efficiency to the brain. Remember, the reason beliefs exist in the first place is because your brain's not that big, in contrast to the amount of information it stores. The brain craves efficiency.
I'm doing more math on my offers and then how much someone's going to be worth to me. So I think I did my math wrong. Let me see. Reverse engineer. Yeah, I'm kind of a bozo for that. 14 plus 4, so 18. Wait, no, because then we have 3 months, and they say for 6. So that means times 3, so that's another 12. So then we basically, holy fuck. 14 plus 12. Damn! So 12k. Bang! You think I'm just stupidly confident with my money model bullshit.
So beliefs basically bundle up experiences and they stop us from having to remember everything. Everyone has firm beliefs but no idea where they come from because they simply forgot. And so over time, your memory of how your belief formed wanes away, but the effect of you believing that belief becomes exponentially drastic. Beliefs are how we map reality. So, you can imagine that life is a big journey from A to Z. And the way that you make this journey is by using your belief systems to make your decisions on what actions or turns to take. Right now, you're alive, which means that your beliefs give you survival. And this is all the brain cares about at a base level, so you continue to act out your beliefs without even thinking about it because your brain knows that you're safe. Your paradigm can be mapped like this. So if you wanted to, you could take every single belief system you have about everything in the world and put it into a nice, neat little Venn diagram below. You could sort those beliefs according to knowledge, judgments, and self-image, and then you could basically see your entire paradigm, which is just a massive collection of belief systems. And this is basically your subjective reality. Reality is what you believe it to be. It is as simple as that, and that is how reality manifests to you, and you could observe it like this diagram. Your paradigm exists on many levels. We have the macro and the micro paradigm. Certain components of reality have more beliefs and take up more space. So if you're obsessed with one specific component of reality, then you will have more belief systems associated with that thing, which means that you'll be biased to see the world through that lens. In the way that I've explained below, if someone spent a lot of time studying Socrates in ancient Greece, and they've spent like 3 years studying Socrates, then that means they will have what we would call a Socratic lens. In the same way that if someone spent, 30 years as a football journalist, and that was their career, then they're going to have more beliefs about football and journalism than anything else on the planet, which means they will naturally see the world through a football journalism lens. These components of reality dominate the paradigm of the individual. This all depends on what experiences you've had and what you've studied. So if you've been a drug addict for 5 years and you're only 25, then that means that 20% of your life you've been obsessed with these things, and all of your paradigm and beliefs are going to be taken up by drugs and your experiences with drugs, and your belief system and how that works will be basically biased through drugs. And you'll see the world as a drug addict, right? And your self-image and your judgments and your knowledge will all be because of drugs. And you'll basically, every time you have a new experience, it will be filtered through this paradigm and this lens, which will usually create new experiences, which can be quite dangerous. Some beliefs are right and some beliefs are wrong, depending on alignment. So if a belief is wrong, then it means it's not aligned with reality. But there's two types of alignment, okay? We have factual alignment, which is when what you believe is actually in alignment with the indisputable truth. And we have goal alignment, which is when what you believe is in alignment with what you want to achieve. So if you want to become rich and become successful, and you fundamentally believe that making money is hard, then that belief is wrong as far as goal alignment goes, okay? Now, if factual alignment, if I believed that Barack Obama was still the US president, then I would be wrong because Trump is the current US president, right? And so I would be out of factual alignment. In the same way that if I thought that the earth was flat, then I would be out of factual alignment. That's my belief, by the way, in case you're wondering about the state of the spherical nature of the earth. You might disagree. See overleaf for diagrams on alignment. So, we have this gap between our subjective and objective knowledge. So when it comes to factual alignment, we want to be right as often as possible, which means that what we observe is actually objectively there. And then we also have our goal alignment. So we want factual alignment because we want to be able to make decisions in alignment with the objective true nature of the world. Because if I tell you that chicken breast is moldy and you say, no, it's not, and the chicken breast is moldy, then you're going to eat that chicken breast and you're going to get food poisoning because your belief about the moldiness of that chicken breast was not in alignment with the true objective nature of the chicken breast, right? That's an example. But then we also have goal alignment here, where you have your current judgment beliefs and your current self-image beliefs, and then you have your goal. And your goal reality has conditional judgment beliefs and conditional self-image beliefs, which means, hey, if I believe these self-image things and if I believe these judgment things, then I would basically start acting out actions that would help me achieve my goal. And so what you want to do is you want to look at your current judgment beliefs and your current self-image beliefs and start trying to line those up with what you would need to believe to be true to start acting things out and orienting yourself in the world as if your goal was going to be real. So if you need to believe that making money is easy, and right now you believe making money is hard, well, if you start believing making money is easy, then you'll start acting that out, and before you know it, making money will actually be easy, okay? And there's obviously some latency between these two things aligning. So what will start happening is there's this weird delusion period where you're going to basically believe a lie. So you're going to start telling yourself making money is easy, and you're going to start to believe it, but it won't be easy for a bit because your actions have to catch up. And there's latency, there's lag behind believing something to be true and that thing coming true. Okay, so you have to sit in this weird state of delusion for a while in order for your current reality to match up with your goal reality, because there is latency and delay between cause and effect. So if you start believing now that it's possible to be successful and you start acting that out, you start working really hard, you start believing in yourself, you start trying really hard, or you shouldn't believe in yourself, you should believe in your becoming self, right? But you start doing all these things, it might take you a few months before you start getting a client or before you start making money. And you have to be in this state of delusion for a while before your current reality starts to align up with your goal reality, because there is latency and delay between cause and effect. So remember, imaginary experiences carry the same weight in our brains as sensory ones. So the key to this whole thing is your experiences. The whole nexus of this mindset module is all about belief systems and how your identity forms and how your paradigm forms and how your actions. The main point of this mindset training is for me to get you to act properly. It's for me to get you to actually do the fucking work. That is the only reason I've put 6 months of my life into these last 7 or 8 videos. It's to get you to do the work. But you won't do the work if you don't believe it's worth doing or you don't believe you can. And you won't believe you can and you won't believe it's worth doing if you don't have experiences that solidify that. And so the whole core idea to this mindset training is getting you to do the work, but in order for you to do that, you have to have experiences that you can form beliefs around first, okay? And I'll explain this. So remember, you can have experiences using your 5 senses. So, you know, if you see someone crossing the road, then you've experienced someone crossing the road. If you hear a new Drake song, then you've experienced that new Drake song and you'll form your opinion on it, right? And your belief systems around it. If you eat a pizza, then you've experienced that pizza. But in conjunction with our 5 senses, we also have our imagination. And our imagination is our memory and our ability to shut our eyes and visualize things, right? And this is pretty cool because you can also form experiences in your imagination. And your brain fundamentally cannot tell the difference between an imaginary experience and a sensory one. So there's so much proof that this happens in psychology, whether it's the placebo effect, the hot rod experiment. There's so many examples of this where I can give you an example. A while ago, a bunch of scientists, they took a man into a room and they made him take his top off. Well, they asked him to take his top off. It was, I'm pretty sure it was a voluntary experiment. And what they did is they said to this guy, hey, okay, so look at this. And they had this really like hot iron like rod, like this branding thing, this hot iron rod, boiling hot, just come out of a big fire. You could see it like glowing. And they said, what we're going to do is we're going to turn around. We're going to put this close to your back. And he was like, okay. And they were like, we're not actually going to poke you with it. We just want to see if you can feel it, like from afar. And so the scientists, they kind of get close and close and close and close and close. And that, can you feel it? Can you feel it? And the guy's like, yep, I can feel it. And they're like, okay, no worries. And then what the scientists do in a state of what might be considered unethicalness is they quickly switch out the hot rod and they get an ice cube and they press it against the guy's back. And so this guy has had an ice cube pressed against his back, but he is genuinely convinced in his imagination that he has just had a boiling hot metal rod pressed against the small of his back. And he reacts accordingly. He screams, he riffs, and then what's interesting is his skin blisters. His body reacts as if he's actually being burned, which is insane. And there's actually like science on this. Like it's the dude genuinely thinks he's been burned, and so does his body. And maybe not as bad as if it had actually happened, right? But needless to say, imaginary experiences are very, very, very effective. And, you know, a lot of people have this as well, where they have like dreams that become incredibly consequential in their life. And there's countless examples of the placebo effect, where people take pills and they don't think they don't know that the pills aren't real, but they still go on to, you know, fix the problem, whatever, right? So your imagination's OP, and you can basically create experiences using your imagination, and we also use our memory as well. So when you have an experience when you're younger, that experience will inform your belief systems, but you can reinforce that belief system by remembering the same thing over and over again. And so one thing that I did when I was younger is I went to school and I was really bad at drawing. And my teacher told me in front of the whole class that I was bad at drawing and that my sister was better. And it was really embarrassing. And I replayed that over and over and over again. And now, lo and behold, I can't draw. That's my belief system. I believe I cannot draw, right? It's hilarious. And the only reason that is true is because of not because of one single one-off little experience that happened all that time ago, but it's because I continuously replayed it in my mind over and over again. And you can use this to your advantage. So when you have something good happen to you that, you know, would allow you to reinforce a new belief system to do with money or finance or business success, you can start to recall it.
Bluetooth earbuds.
So what I used to do is if I had a good sales call, I would recall that close. I would listen back to it and I would replay it, and I would constantly replay that experience in my mind using my imagination. And it's pretty cool. So you can have experiences in your mind either by remembering and recreating what you already experienced, or by literally just dreaming up a brand new scenario, and you can force that to register on an emotional level as if it happened in real life. If you don't believe me, go and watch a scary movie, or fucking go into wait till it's nighttime in your house and just dangle your arm over the edge of your bed and just see what your brain does. Or, open up a door like in a really dark alleyway somewhere that you can't see anything, like a really dark basement room, and just stick your whole arm in there and just see what your brain starts to do and how freaked out you get and scared you get. Like, you've had nightmares before, and you wake up and you're in a cold sweat and your body's heart's beating, you're in fight or flight, you're terrified as if it was real. Imaginary experiences can have just as much weight on your belief systems and can register just as well as physical proper ones, okay? So yeah, we've got these examples here. It doesn't matter what is true, only what you believe is true, because with work that will become true. So here's a little quote and graph from my mentor Sam again. It doesn't matter what is true, only what you believe is true, because with work that will become true. So basically, you have a belief about who you're becoming, and what will happen is if you really believe that, you'll start acting it out, and you'll start taking action in accordance with that belief, and then that will confirm your new becoming self, and you'll start experiencing a new reality. And what will happen is that new reality will basically give you feedback to adjust your beliefs and actions accordingly and reinforce the belief. And so you can intervene here by changing your thoughts and beliefs, by recreating or by dreaming up imaginary scenarios that reinforce positive belief systems. And you might remember this from oscillatory life cycles where, the reason we're changing our beliefs is to change our behavior, our actions and decisions. You might feel like you're lying to yourself at the start, and that's totally normal. So I'm going to show you how to create these experiences, and I'm going to basically show you how to delude yourself. And it's going to feel weird because you feel like you're lying, but it's normal, because what will happen with time is you'll start acting out the lies and they'll start to become the truth. So a lie becomes the truth if it's acted out. When it comes to this stuff, perception is truly reality, and you basically delude yourself into becoming successful. Girls use this phrase that Delulu is the Salulu, and I don't think that has as much merit as they might credit, but they're along the right lines, bless them. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, I can't tell you that, but what comes first, the belief or the behavior? Well, it's the belief, because you will not behave in a way that is incongruent with your belief systems. So here's how it goes. This is what we're going to do. You tell yourself a blatant lie. Like, I believe I'm a millionaire. I find it easy to make money. And then you believe something could happen. Like, maybe it's actually possible to do that, maybe. And then you start behaving like it could happen. Like, I'll start watching courses and working. And then what will happen is, because you behaved like it could, it does. Like, shit, I'm making money. So, here's the thing, right? Fundamentally, you believe this is possible. Because if you didn't believe this is possible, you wouldn't bother. There's a lot of people, I can tell you right now, there's a lot of people that started this course that have already quit before they got to this point. Because fundamentally, they believe that it's not possible and that they're never going to make it. But you did. You're still here, which means that you're acting that belief out. You don't do things. You don't make decisions and perform physical actions. You don't exert calorific physical potential without the premise that it's true. You won't do anything if you don't believe that that thing is worth doing, and you won't do anything if you don't believe that it's the right thing to do. You won't, okay? And I'm talking about that in alignment with your self-image and your judgment-based beliefs. So if fundamentally you believe that it's impossible to make money online and that you're never going to make it, and that is truly what you believe, then you wouldn't be watching these videos, because you're acting out the complete opposite, right? So part of you, little bit of you believes, at least, which is good. And these are belief feedback loops again. So your beliefs are going to feed back on reality and start reinforcing themselves with synchronicity and confirmation bias. So synchronicity is a pretty cool idea developed by Carl Jung. So if you ever started looking at something before, only to see it everywhere. So like, let's say for example, you look at buying a Tesla, and then suddenly you start seeing Teslas everywhere. Like beforehand, you never really noticed Teslas. And then one day, you're like, oh, I fancy buying a Tesla. And then suddenly, bang, they're like everywhere. You see them every time you go out. Or maybe you discover a new word and it starts appearing in books or movies and something else every single day. Or maybe you discover like a new name or a new actress or actor and you start seeing them everywhere. This is called synchronicity. It's basically where you have a heightened sense of awareness for a certain component of reality. And when you do that, when you start heightening your awareness of a certain thing, you draw more experiences closer to you to do with that thing. Because this is the interesting thing, is it's no different. There's the same amount of Teslas are driving by you every day. You just start to notice them more because you're aware. This will work in your favor. As you start making money and making progress, you will become synchronous with your reality and success will start showing up more and more. You only need to get a little slither of success for it to start appearing up over and over again, in the same way that you only need to see a Tesla once to start seeing them all the time. Confirmation bias is where you seek to confirm what you already believe to be true. Often all you need to do is trigger the new belief gently and it will start flywheeling out of control as per the feedback loop above. So this is confirmation bias. Who am I becoming? I'm becoming this person, so I'm going to act that out and that's going to happen, which means I'm confirming my identity. If you look at anyone in life, you look at their religious or political beliefs or any sort of beliefs, they're far less concerned with whether or not the belief is true, accurate, or lines up with their goal, but they're just more concerned with proving it right and defending it. So confirmation bias or inconsistency avoidance tendency or commitment consistency bias is this idea that you want to confirm what you believe to be true. And you confirm it through your actions and through your speech and through who you hang out with and all these things. Now, the most important belief to develop is the meta belief. To use the synchronicity and confirmation bias example, meta belief. Your meta belief is your belief about beliefs. So this is a really interesting idea because do you fundamentally buy and believe this mindset training? Do you believe that you can change? Do you believe that your current identity is malleable and that you can actually shift and adjust your mind? This is crucial to work on because what happens with a lot of people is they try and do this mindset stuff, but they fundamentally don't believe that it's going to work and they don't believe that they can change and they don't buy it. And then what happens is like they stop doing the mindset thing, which means they stop creating new experiences and then bang, before they know it, they're in the bin. So now that we've got all of that out of the way, I'm excited to talk to you about this thing because fucking hell, this is scary. Like, let me get into this. You're going to love it. Forging experiences. As you should now understand, the secret to having your reality align with your goal reality is your beliefs, which are a product of your experiences. A lot of people suffer because they don't have the right experiences and therefore form the wrong beliefs. So if you've grown up poor and broke and in a family that doesn't have much money and you've never really seen success before, then all of your experiences are bound to that bias. You know, if let's say that you want to lose weight and you've grown up in a really overweight household and all you've ever known is being overweight and overweight family, overweight friends, and everyone's fat, then it's, you know, any experience you have that would be the opposite, you'll reject because it's out of alignment with your beliefs. And so a lot of people suffer because they don't have the right experiences. So the question is how do we encounter the right experiences if our beliefs and current reality don't allow us to have them? Because right now, your reality is biased to probably being broke or poor or, you know, miserable or unsuccessful, right? And you're experiencing reality and all of your experiences are in alignment with that. Now, my reality, for example, is more abundant. I experience lots of wealthy things and stuff like that. And that's because you and I are different people and have different paradigms. But I was where you were. So the question is, well, if in order for me to form beliefs to act properly and get my goal, I need to have certain experiences, how the hell am I supposed to get those experiences? Because you might not be able to afford to buy a supercar and experience driving that, or you might not be able to afford to, you know, pay the bill all the time and have that experience with money, right? So how do we do this? Well, what I'm going to do is teach you how to fabricate and forge fake experiences that allow you to start rewiring your belief system so you can achieve alignment. And this is fucking groundbreaking. And everything that I've taught you so far has led to this moment. So let's take a little look, okay? So what we're doing is we're looking at the Self-Transcendence Workbook. And you can see the examples here in Google Drive. So we've got 2 examples and I'm going to show them to you. Now, I want to just give you a little warning before we get into this. It's scary, this stuff, because time and time again, I have made a slideshow on my computer, acted it out as if it was true, and it's came true. And this isn't some theory crafted woo-woo bullshit, some fucking weird Pinterest thing that you've seen. This is the fucking truth. I cannot begin to express the power and change that this exercise has had on my existence and my life. It is so severe, and you're going to see, because the thing is I can't lie about this stuff. I can't just make this stuff up. I have the benefit of looking back at time here. I can go back and look at the documents I created and show you that they actually happened. All right, here we go. So I've got 2 of them, 2 examples to give you here. And this is the first. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit here so you can see this. So welcome to the Self-Transcendence Workbook. So what I've got is I've been doing this for years, and you know, every other month or so, I edit and adjust who I'm becoming according to my goals. And I do it using this document here, and this is really powerful. So what I'm showing you are two incredibly important self-transcendence workbooks for me in terms of variations. We've got Charlie Morgan 2.4, and then this one here, I believe is Charlie Morgan 3.2. Okay, and I'm going to walk you through these because it's fucking scary, because these have actually come true. Okay, so we'll start with Charlie Morgan 2.4 here. So what you do is you can download this in the resources section as a Keynote or a PowerPoint file. And what I want you to do is create your own. And what I'm going to do before I tell you to create your own is walk you through the whole thing. And then it's pretty self-explanatory to create. Okay. So on the front cover here, we have a bunch of role models. And the whole point of this is you print it out. So I've got I think probably 500 pages of maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration. I've got like a bunch of pages printed out, stapled, laminated in a booklet containing these things, right? So you're gonna need a printer for this. Okay, so what you do is you get all your role models and you put them on a screen on a little slide here. You can see, you can just adjust them, right? And you put yourself at the bottom in the middle, and you can label it with your name. It's gonna be 1.0, right? It's gonna be the first version. And so here we've got Epictetus, got Carl Jung, Winston Churchill, Charlie Munger, Napoleon, Chris Froome, Sam Ovens, my mentor. It's very important I put your mentor on here, or the person who you feel is or has going to have the most impact on your success. There can be multiple of them. Socrates, Louis Zamperini, Pericles, and Anthony Joshua, right? So people that I used to look up to or still do. So then I created this on the 4th of February, I think in 2018. I want to say 2018, about then. Yeah, a long time ago, right? So you just have this second page here, and you're going to put the version you're in. Then what we have is important things to remember. So the point of this document is you're going to be reading this thing twice a day, in the morning before work and in the evening after work. So we're going to bookmark your work day with the Self-Transcendence Workbook. And what that means is twice a day, you're going to read these summaries of the mindset training. So the first one is for achieving omniscience. Invoke constant paradigm shifts. Reality exists in a pure objective form. When we observe it, we create a subjective reality. The subjective depends on our paradigm and how we see the world. When you observe a component of reality, you create an experience. This is biased through our paradigm. Your paradigm is the product of your beliefs, knowledge, judgment, and self-image-based beliefs. The fastest route to success is to have a drastic paradigm shift, breaking down hard-jammed existing beliefs and replacing them with something new that favors your goal and the future you want. And 2, for subjugating reality. It does not matter what is true, only what you believe is true, because with work that will become true. Your experiences create your beliefs create your paradigm creates your thoughts create your perceived options create your decisions, and your decisions create your actions, and your actions create your reality. You must intercept at the experience stage, taking daily action on this document to rewire your belief systems and ultimately change your reality. Stack the rocks, build your paradigm, and align your existing reality to your goal reality. And become he who can, from Identity Ignition. It's all your fault. You're to blame for this life. Everything falls on you, and you must admit and take total responsibility for your problems, life, and reality. No one's to blame but you. Fortunately, you're malleable. Your identity can be changed in an instant, and you are not locked into your current self, doomed to repeat the same behaviors and manifest the same reality over and over again. Self-solidification is a disease, and truth is the cure. The truth is that you have a becoming self, desperate to manifest inside of you, ready to grow and force something new into existence. Every big jump of progress you make in life and reality comes first because you changed yourself. We don't achieve goals, we achieve characters, identities that force the goal to manifest. And we don't get what we want, we get what we tolerate. You are not defined by your highs, but rather your lows. Human beings won't do shit to achieve a goal, but will fight like hell not to break their standards. Understand that the only way to break your oscillatory life cycles is to flip your floor, to bring your most current low and raise it to your most current high. The secret to doing this is to register your current ceiling as the most disgusting, painful thing you can imagine. And the key to flipping the floor is to find limiting beliefs associated with the component, flip them on their head, and invert them to rewire your brain. And you can think of the outreach epiphany. And every day, put yourself through as much pain as possible. Eat pain, bathe in pain, love pain, and relish in it. When you try to bend the universe, it will push back. Resistance is going to come for you, and it's going to numb you, and it's going to seduce you and scare you into not working. Proceed in spite of it, no matter how you feel. Pain manifests when effort meets resistance. Your current self creates resistance to stay alive, and the only weapon you have to defeat it is pain, and that comes from the work. Work is defined as doing painful things. Remember, you are the puppeteer, you are the general, you are the mind. Your puppet, soldier, and body take instructions from you. Do it every day, make a deposit into the bank of suffering every day, don't cope, and walk the trial by fire. And avoid polarization. Don't get jammed. Avoid extremes. The world isn't black and white, it's grey. Humans love to form identities around dualities and pick a side. The greatest men and women of all time are able to think in non-binary terms whereby they can contradict themselves and slide between two opposites. You need this to do this with your personality as well as your behavior, okay, from polarity paradoxes. And last but not least, exercise constant discipline and have the discipline to rest. So, we talked about this in the last video, but control your impulses, do the work consistently, delay gratification, go all in everywhere, sacrifice everything that isn't your goal, health or family, focus hard, don't judge others, become the client you want to attract, and have the courage to understand your drive vacuums. Have the discipline to rest and avoid polarizing yourself to either the end of discipline or rest spectrum. Recover well and focus on keeping your long-term battery recharged. Avoid burnout, for too much discipline creates forced rest. So these are the summaries, and it's crucial that you remember these key ideas, right? So I've summarized, what is it now? Probably like 25 hours of mindset training or something crazy into a single page. And I'm telling you right now that you are going to have to go back through this mindset training as often as you can. To give you some context, when I was going through my mentor Sam's mindset training, I watched that pretty much every month for about 3 years. And I'm not even joking. Like, this is the thing to get. This is the thing to drill. Everything else doesn't matter. If you get this mindset stuff right, and if you solidify these ideas and you become these ideas, everything else is fucking easy. So, any time that you enter a rut, any time that you get lost, any time that you get into like this, this burnout mode, come back and rewatch these videos and remind yourself and pick yourself back up, because everything you need to become successful is contained in these videos. And so you're going to read this every single day to yourself, twice a day. So daily ritual: wake up early, exercise, shower, and then read this self-transcendence journal from start to finish. Remember that if you can change your reality if you change your beliefs. You are the result of your programming, and do not forget this. Okay? So look at your vision boards and who you are becoming. Imagine being there and let the positive emotions wash over you and pour the water. This actually means, when I say pour the water, I mean like, you're talking about the scales, stack the rocks, right? Read your affirmations aloud to yourself. Imagine a situation where each one is genuinely true and make it as detailed and colorful as possible. Let the positive emotions associated with that statement and image wash over you, and reprogram your mind to get what you want. Take massive violent action during your working hours. Stop for nothing and work like a beast. Execute your day just the way you planned it and do the fucking work. And then wrap up your day by reviewing any metrics that you've got and using any trackers that you've got, and go back over this again. I'm going to put this here. Go back over this document. And allow your mind and body to relax properly before you sleep, because if you don't, your body will force you to. So just another little reminder of what you're going to do in the day. Now, this is where things get a bit weird. What you're seeing on the screen here was a vision board that I created for myself when I was 18 or 19, 2018, can't remember now, but it was a long, long time ago, right? I'm recording this at 26, 27 now. And I made this 8 years ago, 9 years ago, I can't remember the exact time. But what you're seeing here is the apartment I wanted to live in, which is in the Crest Nicholson development in a city called Bath in the UK. The car I wanted, the course I wanted to join, the mastermind I wanted to join, the watch I wanted, the body I wanted, the state of discipline I wanted, the clothing style I wanted, and how I wanted to travel. And you want to know what's scary? You want to know what's frightening? Is a couple of years later, I made my legacy to date, which was basically everything that I'd achieved. So this is my second self-transcendence document, right? And on that second self-transcendence document is the car I wanted, the body I wanted, the exact apartment I wanted, and the exact lifestyle that I wanted. So I'm not even joking here. Like, I put this down thinking, fucking hell, there's no way I'm going to be able to achieve this. There's absolutely no way I'm going to be able to move into this apartment, because this apartment, the apartment I wanted was a penthouse in Bath. It's bloody expensive, right? And I wanted this black Mercedes C-Class. And, you know, I made this when I was broke. I made this just after I signed my first client. I had nothing to my name. I was doing an apprenticeship. I was a dropout of university. I was a complete failure. I had nothing to my name, and I had a vision. And that vision was to get shredded and get rich and have a nice car and have this apartment. And so you want to get real specific. And the other thing I put down here was the course I wanted to join and the mastermind I wanted to join. So my mentor, these don't exist anymore because my mentor is now a SaaS billionaire. He's moved on to something much bigger. But I wanted to join his, like I didn't have the money to at the time or the means to at the time, but I wanted to join his paid programs because they fucking rocked, right? So I put them on my vision board to buy them. And I extended this vision board out a little bit here with the apartment exactly and everything I wanted it to be, and my aura score, what I wanted that to be like, and all this stuff. Oh, fuck, I get a bit emotional when I talk about this, to be honest. Sorry, just give me a minute. I feel like I should cut the recording here, really. Fuck. Do you know I've kept my composure pretty well for the last couple of months making these mindset videos. But, you know, I put this together when I was 18. Sorry, I'm quite emotional about this. Oh, fuck. Okay, let me look it. When I was 18, I was lost. I had no idea what I was doing. I was broke. I was a failure. I was unhealthy. I was poor. I was dead in the water. I was completely lost. And I wanted to be better, and I wanted a better life, and I wanted a better lifestyle. And I figured out exactly what I wanted. I got pictures of it. This picture here that you can see, this one, I bring this to the front here. I drove to Bath. This is my hand. I drove to Bath, which is the city in the UK that I wanted to move to. I found the apartment complex I wanted to live in, and I pointed to the exact penthouse that I wanted. That I literally went and did that, right? And a couple of years later, I moved into that apartment. And I got that car. And I joined that course, and I got that mastermind. Like, what the fuck? It still blows my mind. Like, I don't think, like, you guys see me from the perspective of someone who's made a lot of money, been successful, been in the game for years. You guys see me, you're experiencing the 10-year product of me. But I don't quite think you understand that where you are right now is exactly where I were when I started. Hopeless, lost, just needing a mentor, desperate, right? And I put it onto a fucking sheet of paper and I made it happen. And so what you do is you create a vision board, and it should be as vivid as humanly possible, down to the detail, right? And so, you know, I wanted a riverside penthouse in Bath, which is a city in the UK. I wanted a C220D AMG line Mercedes 17 plate onwards in black. I wanted a Tag Heuer Carrera. I can't pronounce that watch brand, so we're going to just say Heuer. And I wanted a monochrome style. I wanted $1 million agency. I wanted to be intelligent, be monk-like, exponential, bold, cash-rich, biohacker, and shredded. So what you do when you create your vision board, and I'm still a little bit emotional talking about this because I don't think you understand, like literally just a couple of years later, like, here's me smoking a cigar on the balcony of the penthouse that I fucking, like, I don't think you're quite registering this just yet, mate. Like, I drive to the penthouse that I want to move into, and I fucking point at it and take a picture of me pointing at it. I put it on a vision board. I look at this vision board twice a day for a couple of years, and then a couple of years later, I sign the lease for that exact apartment that you can see right here. This is my office. And there's me smoking a cigar on that balcony. And then here's the car that I wanted to buy as well. Like, on my vision board, every day, I looked at the C-Class black Mercedes, and I ended up buying the slightly better model, the way better model, the C63S AMG. And, you know, I was skinny and I was out of shape and I was like, you know, I looked like a bit of a fucking like neek. So I had this shredded thing. I wanted to be shredded and ripped. And, you know, guess what happened? I got in pretty good shape. And I wanted to build $1 million agency. And guess what happened? I built, like, I don't think people, it's hard to communicate like just how this feels. Because if you do this properly, like you're actually going to make it happen. And it's quite frightening just how you can actually get this stuff to work. And so what you do is you put together a vision board. And if you think this is scary, right? Well, then let me show you something. Let me show you something else. This is my later vision board for a couple of years after, for 3.2. And on this vision board is the Palm Jumeirah. So it's fucking scary, man. Like, I know I don't usually lose my shit when I come to make these videos, but you know, when I'd done this and I'd moved into the apartment I wanted and I'd fulfilled this vision board, I came up with a new one, which was to be at 8 figures with info, to live a life of luxury, to have an audience, to be an industry leader, to be considered a genius and be filthy rich. Well, guess what? I'm now at 8 figures with info. I could live a life of luxury if I wanted to. I have an audience. I lead an industry. I don't think I'm a genius, to be honest. That'd be a bit stupid, but I am filthy rich. And what was amazing to me is, you know, I moved back from Dubai recently. I spent 2 years living there. This picture here, I remember I got it from like, it's 2018. This was the exact road that I lived on. Like you can see here, you've got the Royal Atlantis, which is a landmark in the UAE in Dubai. And I literally would walk past this house with this pool. And I didn't, like, bear in mind, when I made this, I was successful. I was at this point where I'd made some money. And you know, I basically just put it on a document and bang. And then also look at this. This is the silver play button. So when I made this thing, I didn't have a proper YouTube channel. In fact, I had 5,000 subscribers. And so I put the silver play button on here and I got the silver play button the other day. And then the other thing I put on here was hosting my own mastermind like my mentor did. And now I have my own mastermind like my mentor did. I also put the first class Emirates travel, and I put being able to do public speaking and having an audience. And all of these things have come true. I've driven the Lambos, I've driven the G-Wagons. I went to buy these things and buy the watch, and I realized I didn't want it in the end, but I'll tell you that story in a minute. Anyway, you can tell I'm a little bit excited by this stuff because I have the luxury of hindsight here. Like, I remember making these, oh my God, it makes me, I'm a bit of a mess at the moment, guys. I'm really sorry about this. It's hard to make this and stay cohesive because this is so close to my heart. Like, it worked. For crying out loud, what are the chances of that? Taking some pixels, putting them on a piece of paper, printing them off, looking at them a couple of times a day, and then a couple of years later actually having it happen multiple times in a row. Not just buying a nice little car or moving into a nice flat or flying first class every now and then, but moving to the fucking Palm and being filthy rich. Like, it's scary. So what you do is you make your vision board and you put as much detail in here as you can possibly get. You find exactly where you want it. For me, the big thing was the flat and the car. Those were the big things, like flat, car, body, business. Those are the big things. And so, you know, I went on Rightmove, which is a company here in the UK for renting apartments, and I found the apartments. I found the address, the postcodes. Then what you do is you put in your legacy to date. So this is where you are when you make the vision board. So what you can see, this is who I was when I made this vision board. Dropout, apprentice, reader, first client, first few failures. So the only thing that I'd achieved at this point was having signed my first client, which you're pretty close to probably doing, right? So this kid here, I'm still a student. Look at me, like fucking goofy fucking college ID here. Look at that shit. This is me with my mentor. I've blocked his face out because I don't think he'd appreciate hundreds of thousands of people seeing his face. This is me with the, look at this shit. This is me, this picture here is me going through the mindset training from my mentor, which is no longer available on the internet, by the way. But I've taken this stuff and put it on steroids, which is the point of this mindset training. This is me watching how to create a vision board. So I'm creating this vision board and then I put this picture of me on it. Like, this is my legacy. This is who I am right now. And you can see here's Sam's, right? With his story, and I made my story here, and I thought, oh, I'll just take a quick picture of this. This is me at like 19. Guys, this shit's possible. Like, I don't think you quite understand. Like, this actually can be done. I'm not special. I'm not some miracle child that was just born to succeed. I just had a filthy work ethic and I knew what I wanted. And I made it fucking happen. It feels good. Anyway, where were we? Right. You can see here's me making cold calls in my sister's art shed with my laptop and my headphones. You can see I've got this little script here, making cold calls. This was my bank account at the time. So I had £1,000 that had just landed in my Stripe, my first client. But my actual bank account, because this hadn't cleared into my bank yet, my actual bank account had like £80 in it. I tried drop shipping with this cat watch brand. I tried a marketing thing before, which failed, called Revenue. And my biggest financial achievement was buying an MVMT black watch. That was my legacy. I was like, shit, what can I put on here that I've actually achieved? Spending $100 on a watch, eh? Bless me. And then obviously my books, I was proud of reading the books I'd read as well. I think these are the books I read in a year or something like, I can't remember now. But basically you put your legacy in, which is what you've done so far. And the point here is you might not have done anything. So to most people, this is nothing. Like the only thing that's impressive on here maybe is just getting my first client. Other than that, it's just having a job and, just reading some books, right? And making an Instagram page. So what you then do is, with this thing, is you make your story. So you can sort of document your story in these little picture stages. And, there's my first apprentice mentor. So I said I blurred his face out, but yeah, I'm sure he'll be fine with that, to be honest. I don't think he'll mind at all. So what you do is you tell your story. And so for me, it was dropping, there was a few key stages to my story up until this point. So designing my first client, right? And you can see after my, you can see my business account here. So I used to bank with Lloyds, right? So I started with £80 for my personal account. Then I signed my first client. Then I got another for like half price. So I had like 1.6k in there. I thought I was fucking rich, I'll tell you. Anyway, drop out of uni. Then I get 3 jobs. Here's me working. You can see a picture of me here working in a call center. I used to work for Clark's Customer Care, which is a shoe brand. And then I had my business failures. So the cat watch thing, drop shipping, this marketing agency I tried to start, and this thing here, some like social media marketing thing that failed. Then I had my severe burnout. This is the only picture of me that I have from my burnout stage, where I had that 3-month window where I had to just stop. Then I had my apprenticeship, and then I start my agency and I get my first client. So I'm making this story up as it's happened, right? So these are the key stages, and this is kind of where I am right now when I make this document. So as I'm producing this document, this is where I am. And then what you do is, what's really cool is you start predicting the future. So you can create and sort of write the next chapters of your story as if they're going to unfold. So I knew that after signing my first client, I was going to finish my apprenticeship and build my agency to 10k a month, get an office and hire a team, automate the agency, move to the Bath penthouse and buy the Mercedes, travel and finally be free, and then scale up to 100k a month. These were the next steps in my story I wanted to take. This was the foresight I wanted to have, right? And you best believe it all came true, which is scary. Now, the next thing is where it gets even weirder. What you want to do is you want to write a manifesto. And looking at these words, they make me a bit, I don't know what emotion I feel when I read these words, because I wrote this manifesto when I was broke, when I was this kid over here doing an apprenticeship, working in my car, with nothing to his name, making £3 an hour, just signed one client, like that was it. There was nothing. And I wrote this manifesto. Who is Charlie Morgan? Charlie Morgan is free. He's built and scaled an agency to multi-6 figures and is well on his way to 100k a month in the gym niche. He's widely regarded in the industry as the go-to agency for marketing for gyms and gets his clients insane results. His appointment booking and sales skills are unmatched, and he finds getting clients for his agency easy, and his standards for himself are ruthlessly high. His agency went from 1k a month to 10k a month rapidly fast after signing his first client. He did it in record time, scaling up to 10k a month in just a few months after the first domino fell. True story. After that, he went on to scale to 100k a month with disgusting speed, solving problems like a demon. True story. Charlie lives in a glass panel penthouse in Bath in the countryside of the UK. He lives in the most prestigious address in Bath and has the top penthouse of either Leopold House, Alexandra House, Sovereign Point, or anywhere else in the Crest Nicholson Bath Riverside development. True story. He's paid for multiple years of rent up front and has a wonderful city and countryside, wonderful view. True story. Charlie drives a black C220D AMG Mercedes Coupe. I actually drove a C63 at the time, but true story. He didn't finance it, he bought it in cash. True story. The car is a real head turner and it's classy and fast. True story. He drives it regularly and takes European road trips in it. True story. Due to his financial and physical state, Charlie is extremely confident with women and has no trouble dating in this department. True story. He finds it easy to date and is extremely confident when talking to dating beautiful women. True story. You got to realize, like, none of this was true when I first wrote it. Charlie has financial time and location freedom. He spends his time traveling the world working for his laptop. This happened. He takes his family and siblings on frequent trips and can afford to go anywhere in the world in style. He is truly a free man and no one can control him or boss him around. This happened. Charlie's a ruthless, relentless entrepreneur. He's not afraid of pain or confrontation. He's a master of sales and finds closing high-ticket deals easy. This happened. Charlie has a disgusting pain tolerance and fear tolerance. He has an extremely competitive attitude and is paired with his genius. He's a force to be reckoned with in business. This happened. Charlie takes good care of his health. He eats clean, exercises regularly, and has a lean, muscular body. He meditates regularly, practices minimalism with a monochrome style, and lives a simple, focused life. This happened. Charlie's extremely intelligent. He always makes the right decisions and lives in accordance with second-order consequences. He's a genius. Well, you can make a decision as to whether you think that's true or not. Then you have your goals. So the thing is about this is this, like, I wrote this, and when I wrote this, I thought there's no fucking way this is going to happen. Like, I really thought to myself, like, oh shit, this is way too much of a stretch. Like, living in this flat and having this car and being confident with girls. Like, I was like dreaming here. Like, to me now, this just seems like a walk in the park. This is just something that just happened. But that's because I've evolved myself and I've developed my identity to such an extreme that this just is now it was my life. I've since moved on. This happened. This was my reality many years ago. I lived in that apartment for a while before I moved to Dubai. So then you have your character traits. So what you'll remember is I think it was Identity Ignition. I think it was one of the mindset modules. We talked about your becoming self and mapping that out and mapping out the traits and everything. And you should have access to that Miro board you did. And so what you want to do now is you want to put in your character traits, and then you put in your body type and style, you put in your routine, and you put in your mentors. So my character traits that I needed to develop were being monk-like, relaxed, non-judgmental, attractor, focused, fearless, aware, and patient. And I wanted to have my haircut like this, my dress like this, my accessories like this. I never ever wore that silver chain, by the way. You can see there's some suspicious stuff going on in here, but anyway. Grooming. This was my routine. So I wrote down the routine that I wanted to follow. And I was like, what would the routine be of this guy? Like this guy who's like this vision guy that makes this happen. Like, what would his routine look like? You write it down and then you act it out. And before you know it, by acting it out, you become it. And then you write down your mentors. So for me, my mentors were Sam Evans, Charlie Munger, and Epictetus or the Stoics. So you don't really want to have many. People make the mistake of having loads of mentors. Really, you only want to have like one or two. Truly, for me, it was just Sam. But I learned a lot from reading and other people as well, and Epictetus's discourses. But you want to put your mentor on here. So maybe you can put me in if you want, or whoever else you've learned from, right? But I wouldn't have more than 2 or 3. Then you have your goals. This is hilarious. 100K saved. It's cute. You put your financial wealth goals in here. You put your business goals in here. You put your health and fitness goals in here. So this is quite interesting to observe because I wanted to save 100K, mortgage a rental property, and provide a safety net to my family. I didn't actually do the rental property in the end because it wasn't a good investment. But I got all this done. I achieved these goals. And I got to 100K a month in sales. I helped 100 gym owners. So that was my first agency. I automated my organic attraction. I automated my sales, and I delivered a great service. And then my health and fitness goals. I did this, 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 I did this. Personal behavioral goals. I did this and this and this and this. And my unquestionable standards, I managed to do this as well. Like, you know, my floor became 100K a month cash in my agency. So what you want to do here is think of this like designing a movie character, but there's no limit. You know, you want to be really clear on your vision and what you want to achieve, and you want to make it as visual as possible. You want to put down your legacy to date and what you've achieved so far, if as much as you can. Then you want to write out your story so far and the next steps in that story so it starts to look like it's going to happen. Then you write down a manifesto. This is kind of like, you know, this is like who you would dream to be. Like if you could be anyone, like who would you dream to be? What exactly would that look like, right? Then you have your traits, your characters, your character traits, your style, your routine, and your mentors, and then your goals. And if you have all these things put in together, you've kind of built like a character. You've built the identity. You can see it, you can read it, you can feel it, you can experience it just by looking at it, right? Then what you want to do is you want to have a couple of pages of affirmations. So affirmations are the best way to create imaginary experiences. And what it basically is you read a sentence, you imagine you imagine an experience associated with that sentence, you feel an emotion associated with that image, and then that forms a belief. So if we talk about stacking the rocks on the belief scales or creating experiences that confirm what you want to believe to be true, affirmations are the way forward. Now, what I've done here is I've put in all the affirmations I've used over the years, and there's way more than this. I've got dozens of pages of affirmations that I've used to bust my beliefs. Remember, what you need to do is remember what we did with the outreach epiphany, where you find your limiting beliefs and you flip them. So you invert them. So, we did this before. You must remember that. Well, I had my outreach beliefs with a piece of paper and stuff. Remember that, right? I got you to do the same thing. So what you want to do is this is where you write in the new beliefs and you write in the new programming. And so what I've done is I've put a bunch in here for you. The first few are to do with client acquisition. And these are ones that I use to solve my client acquisition belief systems. These first few here. But you can pick and choose the ones that you feel are most relevant to you. So generally speaking, you want to have maybe 2, maybe 3 pages of affirmations, just like this. And you want to be focused on the problem at hand. So whatever the biggest problem is in your life or the biggest bottleneck in your business is what you want to write your affirmations around. So if you're struggling with sales, if you're struggling with appointment booking, then the affirmation should be about appointment booking and sales. I.e., I am an incredible salesperson and I love closing deals and I think I'm amazing at sales. I'm so happy with my sales ability. That's an affirmation. Or let's say that you had a problem with, to use a non-business context, eating healthily. Let's say that your self-image is that you struggle to eat healthy. Well, your affirmation could be, I love eating healthily and I find it so easy to eat clean. It's insane how naturally it comes to me eating healthily. I'm so happy about it. That's an affirmation. Whenever you speak an affirmation, it is absolutely crucial that you imagine an image. So if I said, I am amazing at sales and I love closing deals, it's the best thing ever, then what you would imagine yourself doing is shaking hands or something with a prospect and them handing you $1,000. And you imagine that in your mind and you let yourself fill up with positive emotion associated with that. So the words give you inspiration for the image, and the image should invoke an emotion. And if we do this, if we go words, image, emotion, then we have created an experience. So right now, if you believe that money is hard to come by, and you then, one of your affirmations could be, I genuinely believe that money grows on trees and money flows to me abundantly, and I love the fact that I make loads of money. I'm so happy about that. That's an affirmation. What you could then do is you could close your eyes and imagine yourself laying on your bed and money just falling on you, like thousands of dollars just floating down and falling on your bed. And that would probably feel pretty good. So you can imagine that experience and you can create an emotion. And every time you create this experience, you stack the scale on the money thing and you start to act it out. And the more you do this, the more you rewire your brain like this, the more experiences you create of this nature, the quicker the belief systems will form, the better your actions will be, and the sooner you'll make the right decisions, okay? So you can put your affirmations in here. I would create your own because they need to be your words, but these are here for inspiration. And I've used all of these multiple times. Like I said, I've got dozens of pages of them, but it needs to be specific to you and your situation. Like, I truly believe that I struggled to get clients. So I told myself probably about 10,000 times that I have too many appointments. And fucking guess what? I actually do now have this. This is funny because I genuinely used to never believe any of this stuff. But now I believe that money is abundant. I believe that my market is abundant. I genuinely believe I'm God's gift to organic attraction. I think I'm the best in the world at it. I love that I love organic attraction. I believe that appointment booking is the easiest thing in the world. I believe that I love appointment booking. I have too many appointments. I'm brilliant at sales. My progress is consistent and steady. I'm a ruthless closer. I do not judge others. These are all things that weren't true but are now true to me. And all I had to do was just repeat them, create an image, and do that. So the other thing that you want to do here, before you read out your affirmations, because you need to read them out loud, is you want to clap, like with your hands. Because what's going to happen is you're going to go through this document twice a day, and eventually you're going to just get bored of it and just start blasting through it, right? But what you want to do is, before you read your affirmations, you need to do a big loud clap, because what that does is it kind of, it tunes you in, like it forces you to sort of focus, like you suddenly become locked in, and then the affirmations actually register. That makes sense. So that is the first workbook example. This is the second. So this was when this first document that you saw here, I made when I was like dead broke. So here I've got hardly just one client on board. I'm working in my sister's art shed. I'm doing my apprenticeship. I'm desperate to succeed, and I've dropped out of uni. I'm a complete failure. I've just come out of my burnout stage. Things are not good for me, right? So I dream up this crazy lifestyle that I thought I'd never achieve, and getting into this course and this mastermind and stuff. I was like, there's no way. And I wrote this manifesto thinking that's never going to happen. Like, what the fuck? But then I had all these affirmations, and I'd read them out every day to myself twice a day. What happened is it all came true. So this literally became exactly true to the letter, which was kind of insane. I even bought the nicer version of the car, and I got to 100K a month, and it happened. And I celebrated. And when I did that, I was at my version 3.2. So I had my another version to create. So I had to reinvent myself. I needed a new becoming self. Because trust me, it might sound ridiculous, but it's just as painful to be stuck at 100K a month as it is at a couple of K a month. Not financially, but it's the same premise, right? I like to develop. You best believe, by the way, I have one of these self-transcendence workbooks for my current self, for who I'm becoming next. I'm not going to share that with you because it is really personal and it's quite deep. But I can share this with you in hindsight. So I made this when I was making 100K a month in my agency, and I just started Imperium Agency. So Imperium Agency was a while old, and we were doing quite well with Imperium, and Northflow was doing 100K a month, and things were going really good. And so what I did is I at this point had some new role models, because I'd been reading a lot. So we had Napoleon, Michelangelo, Alexander the Great, obviously my mentor Sam again, Caesar, Carnegie, Elon Musk, Wellington, Seneca. So I just like to refresh it so it's nice and new, print it off, etc. Obviously we've got the important things to remember again that I've put in here for you. Daily ritual again that I put in here for you. And then we've got this vision board. This all came true. Now, I put this down once again thinking there's no fucking way. I was like, there's no way that I can get to 8 figures. I'm at 100K a month. There's no way I can have this lifestyle and buy these watches and fly private, and there's no way I can have enough authority to run my own mastermind and have people pay attention to me. But I did. And I moved into this exact street on the Palm. And for those of you who don't believe me, you can go and look back on my YouTube videos from 2024, and you'll see this house in my videos basically for like a year and a half. And I literally did it. Like, all of this came true. This exact street, I lived on the Palm. I had enough money that this watch, like 200 grand, I was going to buy it, and then I was like, that's just fucking stupid, because I kind of like this first version of me was like me just craving freedom. I was like, I just want to be free. And then this version of me, I went kind of status crazy, right? So like, we've got some pictures of some models here with Dan Bilzerian, because I wanted these like beautiful women. I've got like a penthouse here in London, because I was like, I want to live in like luxury. And I got the house on the Palm. I drove the Lamborghinis and the G-Wagons, and I didn't buy them in the end because I just invested the money, and that was about 18 months ago, and I'm up. I'm bloody glad I didn't buy these things, but I had the option to, which is what matters, right? I can now fly private whenever I want. I can't buy a jet yet, not quite there, but if I wanted to fly to Spain or something, it's like 15 grand or some shit. It's not that bad, which I know is insane, but you get my point. And then I got my silver play button. I got my 100K YouTube subscribers. And whenever I fly Emirates, I'll go first class in this cabin. And I can't stress enough, like, none of this seemed within reach to me when I was doing 100K a month. Because like, to live on the Palm, like, I was doing 100K a month with my agency, and we were on like 60% margins, and I had a business partner, and we had expenses. So I wasn't actually making that much money. Like, I was still making very, very good money, but in contrast, I wasn't making 100K a month like cash, like after taxes, because I lived in the UK, which meant that I was taxed at 25% profit. Then I had to pay income tax of 40%. Then 50% of it went to my business partner because I had a business partner. Then we had expenses. So it might seem like, oh, 100K a month, like you can live this life. No, you can't. You can't. There's all sorts of shit. So, yeah, this all happened. Like I can fly private. I could buy the Brabus G-Wagon if I wanted to, but I don't really want to do that anymore because it just feels a bit stupid. I could buy the SVJ with the Gintani exhaust. I live in a penthouse in London now, which is funny because I moved back from Dubai because my new vision board and who I'm becoming now had to reject all of this stuff, had to reject the luxury materialism. Here's an audience, right? A person with a big, massive audience, people listening to him. And yeah, so when I made this was who I was. So I made this vision board when I was living in Bath in the penthouse. I had the C63. I had the physique. You know, I had like 5K on YouTube. I just launched Easy Grow, which is the course. You know, it's been developed since then, obviously. And I got the agency to 100K a month. So at this point, I was a 7-figure agency owner, a micro influencer, a cash millionaire, disciplined, and had my dream apartment and car. And you know, it's quite funny because this was my story to date. So at this point, right, I'd done all this stuff as before. I got the agency to 10K a month and built an office. Then I automated the agency. Then I got to do the traveling thing. So I did the traveling thing with the agency and got to 100K a month. Then I started a agency course, moved to Bath, and bought the car. And then what I hadn't done yet was the next chapters, which was get to 500K a month, get to Forbes 30 under 30, build a remote sales team, get the silver play button, get to 1 million a month, and do the whole living on the palm thing. Now, this came true, this came true, this came true, this came true, this came true. I haven't got on Forbes 30 under 30 yet. So if anyone happens to know anyone that works for Forbes in this department, then let me know because it is still a goal of mine, which is probably just a little bit narcissistic, but whatever, right? It was on my chapters. So this thing is not going to be 100% accurate, right? But yeah, we missed a few of the shots. But yeah, that's how it worked. And funnily enough, like I was blind, I didn't know this was going to happen or not, right? But I put these chapters in and they came true. I got to 500K a month. I built a remote sales team. I got to 100K subs. I got to $1 million a month and I moved to Dubai. And I had the luxury cars and the wardrobe and all this shit. And then this is where my ego went a little bit crazy, but that's fine because I was dreaming. And it's important to note that this manifesto is, I'm going to read this out to you, and it's probably going to sound a bit like me because this is who I wanted to become, and this is basically who I became. Charlie Morgan is a 7-figure agency owner turned 8-figure info entrepreneur. True. He is known to be the #1 expert in the make money online space for client acquisition, and his content and courses are widely regarded as the go-to places for agency owners and coaches to get clients and systems for appointment booking. True. He has achieved total transcendence, soaring.
I'm really gonna take a piss again. Holy fuck.
now doing this, and millions of people. So this is all coming true. Alongside his YouTube channel, he has 100,000 subscribers, and it's made him famous and respected all over the Western world for business. This. I might not be famous and respected all over the Western world, but this has happened. Because he was making so much money, Charlie decided to move to Dubai to the exclusive address Palm Jumeirah. True. All that happened. He lives in the mansion alongside his business partner Bo and their girlfriends. Now, I was a little ambitious to assume that Bo and I would have girlfriends at this point because we didn't, right? But I'm not going to be right about everything, right? Some of this stuff's wrong. They live along the beach with a live-in maid and staff. We didn't have a live-in maid, we got cleaners, but whatever. The garage contains many exotic supercars. Charlie can afford luxury and has no problem spending big sums of money on whatever he wants. So Charlie drives an SVJ Aventador and a Gintani exhaust and a Brabus G-Wagon. He sports a Richard Mille watch alongside a minimalistic luxury wardrobe. He remains humble and hardworking in spite of his riches. So when I got to Dubai, I bought a ton of luxury stuff. I didn't flaunt it on social media at all because deep down I knew that it was not my brand or who I really was. Like I did the whole rent the car stuff and I bought all the fucking fancy shit. And I'm ashamed I did it. I won't lie to you. I bought a bunch of shit. Clothes, you name it. And then I sold it all and I got rid of it all because I realized like this is going to trap me. That's how you get trapped at 8 figures is, you know, you live the bougie boy lifestyle. You know, you suddenly your life becomes about status and ego as opposed to development and growth. So I got rid of it all. But I did it, you know. I had the cars, I drove the Lamborghinis, all that shit. Charlie is a ruthless, relentless entrepreneur. He's not afraid of pain or confrontation. He's a master of sales and finds closing high ticket deals easy. He has a disgusting pain tolerance. So this was from the previous one because I copy and pasted it because it was still like, it was true, but I wanted to make sure that it stayed true. Does that make sense? And he is widely regarded as a top expert in client acquisition in the game. No one can compete with him in terms of decision-making capability, work ethic, and product quality. Charlie's products are absolutely mind-blowing, and his competitors shaking their boots at the prospect of having to outcompete with him on product. It is quite literally impossible to make a better product than Charlie Morgan. When it comes to product, he is a pain-devouring sociopath who will stop at nothing, biologically and psychologically, to blow his clients away and deliver absolutely insane results. So you can be the judge of whether or not that's true with this program and with Easy Grow. Now, I will warn you, like this is an incredibly narcissistic, grandiose, egotistical thing to write. But you need to stay humble and stay grounded. Like, you know, you don't want to become this dick who just spends loads of money and doesn't care about anyone and is just totally narcissistic and self-absorbed. But this is like it's either, you can either see it as a massive narcissistic asshole or someone who's got a ton of confidence. And I think as long as you keep your values and stay humble and stuff, you know, you can be pretty bold with this stuff. Besides, it's only you that's going to read it, right? So, you know, these are the character traits that I needed to develop to get to 8 figures. Ruthless, fast, long-term, focused, client worship, transparent products, and all in. This was the haircut, dress, accessories, body type, diet, and everything I wanted. And this is all of this is now true, by the way. I don't wear jeans, though. Anyone that wears jeans is a fucking psychopath, in my opinion. They're so uncomfortable, but I do wear Crocs. This is my routine. This has slightly changed recently, but it was my routine for quite a while. And then the same thing with my mentors didn't change. I didn't receive any new mentorship. My goals, this is all true. It came true. I wrote this down. I thought it was I thought having $10 million saved, liquid after cash, and having a $30 million net worth was obscene. When I wrote this down, I was like, there's no way this is going to happen. I was just completely perplexed by the idea of any of this happening. And it did. And it's probably more than this now. I'm not going to get into my personal financial situation, but it's a lot. And it's a lot more than I thought it would have been. And yeah, my business goals: build an A-star lean team, done. Automate actions with ads, done. 100K on YouTube, done. Management team built, done. Mind-blowing product suite, done. Well, I'm working on the free thing, right? Health and fitness goals: carnivore, meat-only, high discipline, done. Shredded, year-round, 85 kilograms, 10% body fat, nearly done. I kind of hover with the body fat thing. Indestructible immune system, done. I never get ill. Ruthlessly fit cardiovascular system, done. Perfectly optimized sleep, done. Free of all addictions and habits, done. Like, all of these things came true. And then what I've done is I've copy and pasted the same affirmations prior. There are affirmations that I've used to get to 8 figures. They're different to the ones that you use to get to multi-7 figures or 7 figures. They're different to the ones you use to get to 6 figures. They're different to the ones you use to get your first clients. Like, I'm not going to give you the affirmations I used to build a 10 million a year business because you're just trying to get your first client, right? And you need to have different belief systems accordingly. But you're going to adjust these affirmations and you can copy and paste the ones that you think are most relevant to you, and obviously invert your current belief systems. So that is the sales transcendence workbook. I have one of these right now for my current goal and who I'm becoming. And you need to make one, and you need to make it as vivid as possible. But here's the thing. There needs to be a shred of believability to it. Because if I dreamed up all of this stuff when I was broke with no money, like, when I was this kid here, this dude here, if I tried to be like, oh, I want a house on the Palm, and I want a Lamborghini, and I want to fly first class everywhere, and I want to have a private jet, and I want to get with, Ukrainian supermodels, and like, this kid it would be too out of reach. It's too unbelievable. But, making a 10K a month and, moving into, or making, multi six figures and moving into a penthouse that I can point at and buying a car that's worth 20 grand, like, that seems about doable. Seems fucking hard. Or, buying my mentor's upsell course for, 5 figures or whatever. Like, that seems something I could probably just about manage. Just about. So what you don't want to do is overshoot this and have an insane vision that you just don't think is possible just yet. You want to build it bit by bit. That's why this is 3.2 and this thing here is 2.4. You start small, and there's no shame in that. And, you can be as specific as you possibly can. And the real big secret to this is the affirmations. It's reading these things out, closing your eyes, imagining a scenario where the thing you've just read is true, and letting that image register on an emotional level. If you combine the affirmations and you do that every day, and you read them every day, and you combine that with looking at how far you've come and how far you're going to go, your actions will just line up. And then, like, this is literally, like, it fucking happened. Like, I put this down on a fucking PDF with no idea that it was going to work, and it worked. And all of this came true. Same thing. Here we go. If I pull this up, I put it down, lo and behold, here I am. It happened. There's me smoking a cigar on the balcony of the fucking penthouse that I drove to in my Vauxhall Corsa and pointed at years prior. It works. And I am living proof that it works. And that's why I'm so passionate about this bloody mindset training. Affirmations are so crucial. You can't just look at this thing. You have to feel the emotion. It has to register on an emotional level. You don't really have an experience if it's not. Well, you do have experiences without emotion, but remember, the stronger the emotion, the bigger the rock that you're stacking. So yeah, I've got these vision boards for every step of my journey, and I've got my vision board for my new sense of self, my becoming self that I'm working on right now, my multi 8-figure self, and then I'm going to have a 9-figure self and a multi 9-figure self, and I'll have a $1 billion self, and I will not stop, and I will keep going because it works, and I really believe in this stuff. So yeah, you kind of get the point. Be careful what you wish for or don't. And those are my vision boards and the examples. Like, it comes true, man. Like, I remember when I signed the lease for the house on the Palm, flew out to Dubai in the middle of August, fucking boiling, got an Uber to the house, and my estate agent Stacey, she opens the door, and I was about to cry. I didn't cry because Stacey was quite attractive and I didn't want to cry in front of her, but when she left, you best know I cried. I was walking around the house, and I had this vision board thing. It came everywhere with me. I had this in my it's like laminated in my suitcase, and I sat down on the on the balcony of the master bedroom, and I looked out and I saw this exact view, and I thought, oh my God. And people are mistaken with the whole manifesting thing. Like, people talk about manifesting and seeing it and believing it. This is actually, like, I actually did the manifesting thing and it worked. And this is the way you do it. I don't think there's any other way. So that is forging experiences. And you can look at those examples in real time by downloading them here in PDF form or PowerPoint form or Keynote form. And I'm hoping that this has given you some confidence. So there's some action items that are absolutely crucial that you do right now. I don't want you to get to the end of this mindset training and not do the work. So these are fucking crucial. So create your own. Download the examples in Keynote or PowerPoint and create your own. Spend a good amount of time on this because you're literally designing your future. There's probably arguably nothing more important than doing this. Like, you can design it and it will happen. In the same way that an architect designs a building and it gets built, you can do that with reality. Make it believable, but not so far out of reach. It should scare you and you should doubt if it's possible, but not completely. There should be an inkling of hope to achieving it. Now, the next action item is I want you to post this in school. So do this now. So basically create your own. And once you've created it, I want you to take a screenshot of the front cover and the vision board. And then I want you to write a paragraph talking about your experience with the mindset module, what you think of it and how you found this week of training. And then I want you to post the paragraph and screenshots in the school community. Okay? So go grab your thing, grab your document, take some screenshots of the vision board, take some screenshots of the front page, who you're associating with and stuff. And then write a nice paragraph. Maybe it can be nasty, whatever you want to write, right? I'm not in control of your speech. But write a paragraph about the mindset module. Fuck it, you can write 10 paragraphs if you want. You can write a novel. Just note it down. And because what I want you to do is reinforce the idea that you believe all this stuff, and there's no better way to do that than posting it in the community. And what this will do is it will encourage new members to partake in the mindset training, but more importantly, it will force you to start acting since thousands of people are going to see this. So it's kind of cool because you get to like solidify your identity in front of the audience, in front of the crowd, in front of the community. And that means that you're more likely to act it out because it's an expectation of you. And also anyone joining the community for the first time, and there's going to be like, for example, today, there might be like 100, 200 people that have joined, right? They're going to see your post and they're going to be inspired to continue through the training. And you just by posting this and writing a nice paragraph about the mindset module may well have a extremely positive impact on someone else's life that you didn't even know about. So yeah, you can write a paragraph, as much information as you want about the mindset module, what you've learned and what you think of it, and go ahead and do that now. Next action item, daily readings. So once you've made this thing, print it off, laminate it, put it in a document, put it in a book if you can, read through it twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening. Do it 7 days a week, every day, never miss a day, no matter what. Read the affirmations aloud with chest and make sure that you're properly visualizing the whole thing, and when you do, tie it to an emotion. When we're stacking rocks on the scales of beliefs, remember that the more emotion an experience holds, the stronger the impact it will have on the belief. So muster up as much positive emotion as you can and associate this with the image and idea of the affirmation or the visuals you're looking at. I used to imagine myself, when I'd say to myself, like, I believe that money is abundant, and I believe that I always think and act today. I love to be alive. I'm happy to be here. Like when I used to say all my affirmations about making money and building businesses, like my agency makes 10K a month and that's a fact. I love the fact that my agency makes 10K a month, and I can just imagine right now looking at my Stripe and seeing 10K a month in real live time. That beautiful little purple, like up and down graph of showing $10,000 entering my bank account. And then what I'd do is I'd shut my eyes and I'd close my eyes and I'd imagine pulling out my phone out of my pocket, swiping up and seeing $10,000 in 1 month on Stripe. And then I'd of course, if that actually happened in real life, you'd probably feel lots of positive emotion. So then I'd just imagine it and just feel myself filling with joy. I've just created an experience. It's imaginary. It's not true. I'm deluding myself, but it works in stacking the rocks. I used to imagine myself waking up early in my penthouse, driving to the gym, the feel of the seatbelt, the click of the seatbelt. I'd imagine that. The sound of the exhaust, like the cold start of the engine in the underground car park that I'd scouted out years prior. The noise of the demisters on the car. I did the same thing with the business. I did the same thing with my products, the Palm Jumeirah, the cars, everything. Like when you do these affirmations, I cannot stress enough, it's so crucial to have an image and then to have an emotion with that image. Then what you want to do is record yourself reading the entire document aloud and listen to it over and over again, and record yourself saying the affirmations and listen to them over and over again. So on my phone from 2018, 2019, whatever the hell it was, 2018 I think, 17 maybe? Anyway, all those years ago, I've got voice memos of me reading my affirmations. And so what I would do on the way to the gym or on the way to work or on a walk or on the weekends on my spare time, I would listen to my affirmations over and over again. This is called auto-suggestion, where you repeat the same language over and over again until you start to believe it. You want to totally engross yourself in this new reality, not just visually, but audioally as well. So, you know, if you've got a 1 hour drive and you've got 10 minutes of affirmations to listen to, then you can listen to it like over and over again. Like you just listen to that like 6 times. And before you know it, you'll actually start to believe the things. Like, this works. Like, your brain works on familiarity. And if you just listen over and over again to the same thing, like one of my affirmations was, I make 6 figures and I'm worthy of 6 figures. And I find it so easy to make 6 figures that it's laughable. And then I'd imagine myself at the end of the year doing my like tax returns and putting 100,000 in the spreadsheet, and then like laughing and smiling at it, and then I'd fill up with joy. And like I told myself that every day for like it wasn't even years, a couple of months, and it came true. Then it happened, and then I remember very well, because I'd imagined it so many times, it scared the shit out of me. I was doing my tax return form for my accountant, and I put in over $100,000. It's like $118,000, $700, something like that. And it happened. So the images are important. Tell a friend. So send your vision board to someone you trust and love and request them to hold you accountable. It needs to be someone close to you who won't shut the idea down. And then also invite them to the program. Like, if there's someone out there who you think would benefit from this mindset training, even if they don't want a business necessarily, like, fucking invite them. You must have a friend or someone. You'd be doing me a massive favor, but also yourself, because then you're held accountable by that person to this program. And then the last action item of this mindset module is to finally schedule an Easy Grow call. So you'll have seen the Easy Grow call links, call to action sort of thing in the bottom of all the videos. You're now at the point where you have your business foundation set and your mindset's in a firm place. And I'm hoping you trust me and I've done a good job here. At least a good enough job for you to seriously consider investing in yourself. If you want to solidify your new identity and really ramp up the rate at which you become successful, then you can book a call to talk to my team about Easy Grow. You can do it now. Now, this is not mandatory. This is not like one of those things where I'm forcing you to do it. If you don't feel ready, that's fine. Like, I'm not trying to push this on you. All I'm saying is, when I started, when I purchased a high ticket course and invested, my identity just locked into place. I was like, fuck, once you've spent fucking good money on a fucking good course, it's very hard to turn back, because your identity votes with its wallet, right? It's a display of seriousness and a great way to overcome resistance in the moment. Purchasing Easy Grow at this point for you is a relentless way to affirm your new becoming self, and also basically get what you want way faster as well, because it's way more advanced than the stuff you're going to find here. So there's no obligation. You don't have to do it, but I'm encouraging you to, because what it's going to do is reaffirm this identity, and also it's going to make me richer. That's kind of the whole, I'm being transparent with you. The whole reason I'm making these videos is to help you so that you trust me and make money so that you then pay me. Like, I'm making these videos for you so that you can get more successful, but ultimately I have a self-interest here, and I'm not ashamed to admit that. I'm going to be completely transparent every time I pitch you. But if you think that this mindset training is good, then just you wait until you see the training we have on acquisition and booking appointments and sales and Easy Grow. It will blow your fucking mind. But for now, do these things, get them done, and well done, because you have completed the mindset module, self-transcendence. You're never done with this stuff. You're going to have to revisit these videos for years to come. It's going to take you a long, long time to become this person, but you can now see it, and you now have a really clear idea. And I'm so proud of you for making it this far and listening to me and putting up with the sheer amount of ideas. And I also want to just let you know that, like, it's taken me best part of half a year to make this. And that sounds like an exaggeration, but alongside running the business and stuff, like, I've poured my heart, my soul, my blood, my sweat, my tears into this. Not that you care about that or are concerned about that, but I want you to know that I did this for the previous version of myself. This kid here, who you can see, this guy here, I did it for him, and you are him. So that's why I did it. That's why I put so much effort into this, into week 1 and week 2 specifically. And the same amount of effort is going to go into all the other videos as well. But it's kind of like closing a loop for me, like, therapeutically speaking. Like, I went through this, I learned the hard way, and now I get to basically, make your life easier and help you get there faster and not suffer as much as I did. And that means something. That means a lot to me. So I hope you enjoyed Self-Transcendence. It's been a crazy journey having built this. luck in your entrepreneurial pursuits. Now, I'm still going to be with you for the rest of this program, and this is not goodbye, but I just feel like I need to get that off my chest because I've been working on this and nothing else for like half a fucking year. So for you, it might have been a week or two, you know, maybe a month of learning, but for me, it's been a pretty big chunk of my life. So yeah, that is designing reality. That's the end of Sales Transcendence. I hope you enjoyed it. Be sure to do these action items, and I will look forward to seeing you either in Easy Grow, hopefully, if I've done a good enough job here, or in the next season of this program. See you soon.
I'm gonna make all these right now. I'm just finding and then identifying my own sort of people who I like my mentors. Charlie's definitely gonna be one, you know.
Okay, so got a special video for you today. I'm joined by a good friend, Charlie Morgan, who many of you may already know from
Man, it's like this entire thing is just so crazily impactful because I'm sort of looking at really and like it's kind of wild to me on how he was sort of able to do all this stuff and actually like made it happen, you know, like almost a verbatim. And then also he's just giving the sauce away and it's just so insane to me that it's like, bro, how? You know, I'm looking at this like, dude, what the fuck? Like out of everything he could be doing, it's like this on its own is like easily a like $5,000-6,000 course just on its own. Like fuck, man. And then this is like what it takes, because I think the nice thing about even this being free is that it gives the people who are already, you know, one of like one, right? Like people who are already sort of special in their own sense and that have the grandest potential to actually become like a billionaire millionaire entrepreneur, and he's just giving that opportunity to basically everybody, you know? Like, basically, he's giving the opportunity that all of the special ones can sort of really get into, and then maybe their living circumstances might have been the reason why, or maybe their current situation was almost limiting them to where even buying something, even buying a course just isn't feasible. And I think the nice thing about this is that he sort of gives you, I think that this entire course allows the people on who would thrive to thrive. You know, obviously regardless of anything, but this is the little step up and leg up of him giving assistance completely for free, flat out, and just taking the actions and then him making it so direct and so systematic and very, very easy to sort of ingest and do. It's very insane to me on how he made it free, and also on how much quality and value goes into this free thing, because it's way different to sort of make something for free, and then it's like, what, 3 modules, it took like maybe a week to make, and then that's it. You know? But then there's like, this is how you 100% make a business from zero. Here's how you need to think, this is what you need to do, and this is how you need to do it, and this is exactly the things you have to complete. Do this every single day for this many amount of days. These are the things, you know, like everything, bro. Like, if you just turn off your brain and do it, it's fucking insane to me. And also on how real it can be. On how real you decide to make it. On how real you choose to basically get to. It's just so insane, man. Fuck. Let me find the car I want, because I remember I wanted a I remember I made my own 911. Like, I spec'd it out and then I took it and then I kept it. It was a no, it was a GT3 RS. Forgot about that. Whoa, a GT4 RS? Yeah, GT3 RS. This one's, yeah, 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. With a turbo S. Do they just progressively get more expensive? Fuck electric cars. Damn. Damn, dude. What the fuck? Very nice. Making my dream car right now. Loading document. Oh, I need to play my whimsical ass music, I forgot. While I'm working. Let me fix it. I always have to fucking change these things like 6 times before I go ahead and do shit. Yep, restart capture. Bang. There you go. Bitch. I know it's on my face, it's just that I don't want to, you know what I mean, show my stuff because I'm really just trying to get personal and deep, and if I show it, then I don't want anyone to see it. It's a personal thing, it's a personal thing. You know what I mean? Let me see, I know that there was this house. Dude, what the fuck? It's also another weird thing. Apparently in Go High Level, whatever, for some reason I keep getting random texts from people and I never called them. And it's probably the numbers, because they might share a number pool, because I never call these people. Inbound call? Huh? Dude, who the fuck? Fuck, I'm just trying to find the house that, like, my wife just found. It's like it's kind of nice because there's like a whole other section to it. There's like another side that's like completely separate that I can make literally into my office. It's like a completely different area. It's basically like there's the main home and then there's a whole other side to it. Let me. Damn, this is a $200,000 watch. Holy fuck. Oh, yes, sir. Morning, roll. Hey, I just got done with week 2, and then I'm making my vision board right now. I'm just getting very locked in on this, dude. What you got planned today, roll? Let me know what you got going on, roll. Holy, I was struggling just to get this fucking the PDF of my dream car. I don't know why the hell that shit struggled so damn bad. Okay, there you go. Got it. Got what I needed. Got what I fucking needed. Yo, what's up? Are you in the community? Let me know. Yeah, because if you're in the community, I just got done with week 2. Going kind of crazy. I'm making my, it is really personal, but it's the whole vision board. And then I'm just trying to get really detailed and granular with it. Let me know what you're up to. You're working? Did I just randomly end up on your fucking on your feed? Yeah, because I think I've only had a few people just randomly hop on my stream while I'm working, and they have like they're not really anything into business or anything. So let me know. Let me know how it is. Let me know what you're doing. Yeah.